Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. That is not Johnny.
Good morning.
April, once again, having to play the role of pack mule for this company. Johnny not feeling well. It finally got him. It took a week, but it finally got him.
It was just his turn.
It grabbed him by that non-operating calf muscle of his, and it dragged him down, unfortunately. So, Johnny, out of commission today. Look, I'll tell him today if he feels better, he can have one of April's days this week.
Absolutely.
But judging by what we know, if he has what we had, you won't see him no more this week.
Sounds ominous.
Right? I mean,
he does have a different body than we do, though. He's always reacted differently to sickness.
Don't we all have different bodies?
I don't know. I hope he feels better way faster than either of us did.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I hope it's all right. You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping today, the last show of our old modem and router, as they will be going the way of the dodo this morning. After the show, I will be calling Spectrum. We'll be getting those units swapped out because they just can't hang anymore. My hope today is that on its last day, it goes out on top. The modem and routers say, I know I'm leaving, but I've got one more good day in me, boss. I can give you one more good day. No crashes, no nothing, just hanging in there.
If they had any balls, they'd go out right now.
If you had any balls, you would look me dead in the eye and say, I don't love you. That's what you would do.
I don't want you to have a full show.
I hate you. I always have. The things I've heard in this house would make a Jewish podcast host cry. Sorry, I had to. I just think it's really funny. Also, I would also say a guy who I thought at one point was friend of the show, Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, I guess the pressure from his audience finally got to him, and he's going to do a Steel Toe feature on Who Are These Podcasts. Yeah, the same guy who every time I text with him says, dude, you make it look so easy. Your show is so good. And I've never told anybody this before. But then he goes, and don't tell anyone publicly or I'll deny it. That was a red flag for me where I'm like,
Carl?
Yeah, that was, I have the text. That was a red flag for me where I was like, oh, God. That was around the time where I was like, we're not going to do any of this boomer blood sports shit anymore. Because it was just so, like, nobody in real life does that. Like, that's a very internet-y thing to do.
Sounds like a don't tell your parents moment.
Right. It's a very kind of dorky high school, like, I have a crush on you, don't tell anybody kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I hope it goes well like everybody else. I hope they make big money. I hope everything goes great for him. I hope his fans love it. You know me. I hope everybody makes a killing. It's all fake. It's all 2000 WCW, and I wish him all the best. I really do. I hope it's a good show. I mean, you don't have a lot to work with. I mean, you're probably going to have to bring up the same old shit that everyone who hates this show brings up. But, hey, as I always say about our show, I got mine. We've got ours. We've got our people. We've got our fans. We just
mean-
packed 200 people into a building. Look, it's definitely not for everyone. If you're very sensitive, if you don't like offensive language, or you don't like people making fun of people in ways that you might think are untoward, then yeah, this show's definitely, if you don't have the stomach for a show like this, that's understandable. But once again, Citizen M, my boy, tipping me off on that, and it turned out to be true. Look at that. Citizen M. Right about Big J. Okerson giving us a shout out on the bonfire. Nailed that one as well.
Is that something to be right about?
Well, I mean, sometimes you look at Citizen M and you go, I think this guy might be full of shit because he just comes off as really weird. But
Well, he just told us, somebody said, hey, look, he's talking about steel toe, right?
yeah, but there was a day where I would have thought Citizen M would make that shit up.
Oh.
And like cut it together. And you know what I'm finding out? Apparently my standards for Citizen M were very low. That my bar for being impressed is
Well, he's a listener. They should be pretty low.
easy to clear. $7 from Bowls Deep says for Johnny's new running shoes. Oh. When we get back to the world, Johnny, I'm gonna teach you how to kick a soccer ball. I'm so sorry. I want to visit Johnny today when he's sick in bed with COVID. I just want to say, Johnny, I'm gonna hold his hand. I'm gonna go, man, you're gonna beat this thing. And when you do, I'm gonna teach you how to skateboard. You see, because his legs don't work.
Just don't laugh when you're done.
Oh, I'm crying. That was me crying. That was my.
It's hard to tell.
I'm like Amber Heard when it comes to being able to fake cry. I don't do it well.
Oh, you're a pro.
I just strain. You know what? That's where I think the shit from Johnny Depp's bed came from. I think she was trying to fake cry on the bed, and she pushed so hard that she shit herself. Because you saw her in that courtroom. We watched that documentary recently.
It was embarrassing.
And she's like, Johnny really scared me. And it's like that face and dropping a shit accidentally are not far off from one another.
Maybe that's why her face is so wide now, too. It's like blown out from her straining.
She's been straining so much from trying to cry and then shit. But you would think you would shit your pants so many times after crying or after trying to cry that you would stop. You realize that fake crying isn't for me.
Yeah.
And you would stop shitting your pants.
All of her movies involve like characters that never have to cry either, right?
Right. They're all like
Not for her.
dumb whores. Dumb whores don't have to cry. In movies, they just die.
I think we can skip the crying and the tears in Pineapple Express.
Right. Balls Deep. So thank you for the 7 for Johnny's running shoes. The Bad Luck Boys, totally not Mersh, says, looks at April's shirt. You look like a Puerto Rican hua. Makes me sick.
Do I?
I mean,
Oh, God.
do you
Wow,
look
even
like?
my host
do
doesn't
you
have my
do
back.
you think you look like a Puerto Rican hua?
I didn't. Now
Okay.
I'm questioning myself. Thank you very much.
You know how good that's got to make Mersh feel that he of all people can make you question yourself.
I won't think about it later.
He shouldn't have that power over you.
I promise I won't think about it in 5 minutes.
Mersh should not have the power to make a woman think she looks like a Puerto Rican hua. But then again, that's what makes guys like Mersh so tricky and so powerful, is that they don't look like they should be able to.
Okay, is
But
it
then they
Mersh
do.
or is it his cats? Keep it straight.
That's true. It could be the cats. Boy, I am terrible at kayfabe
you
today.
are.
I am terrible at kayfabe today. Cocktiff says we will always have deer stock, Johnny. R.I.P. He's not dead.
Not yet.
Johnny is not dead.
Johnny, feel better very quickly. Can we bring you anything? Let us know.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says you should buy your own router. A fairly cheap one from the store is better than anything from the internet company. This is like how dumb I am when it comes to internet things. I didn't even know you could buy your own router.
I did. I could have told you that. I've actually done that before.
Well, aren't I a stupid
them.
man?
I think about one of them. I think they're called Netgear, and they're like this by this with the little antennas in the corner. Worked really well.
I had no idea.
I think that one was like a little bougie one. It was like $70.
The Mood says, what that guy who platforms your favorite swatter enabling streamer is a bitch. Who would have thought? What's her name?
Elisa?
Elisa Jordana. That's it.
The one who shall not be named, for she is Satan.
She's a strange lady.
Wow.
Strange. Yeah, she's a
That's
she's a different
It's
sort.
a very diplomatic word.
John Domingo says, Citizen M, we are steel toe apostles. We catch shit for spreading the word. Yeah, I mean, we draw an inordinate amount of hate, and I like that, but it causes people to do weird shit. That's for sure. People who just kind of take the whole internet world a little bit too serious.
It's always been very confusing that it's us, though, out of like everybody else out there. I've seen worse.
My theory is it's because we brought kind of our own little fiefdom with us. We had our own following. Like, we didn't need any of that stuff. And when that boomery blood sports shit got really gay and really pro wrestling-ish, we went, yeah, we're going to go back to just doing our show. And then they'll always talk about us from time to time because they need something, because they can't do a show. Mm-hmm. And then it kind of becomes this weird thing. We're like, guys, no, we're good. We don't really need to be a part of it. No, come back here. We want to talk about you. I'm like, you can talk about me all you want. It's fine. I don't have to be a part of it. No, you have to. All right.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time, like last winter, I think it was, where I kind of felt like we were losing what this show was about because of that stuff a little bit.
Yeah, like, our show was
it just felt like falling down quicksand. I'm like,
yeah,
that's kind of a gross feeling.
Mersh says, anytime I see a animal print or black lipstick, I always break out the Phil/Vito Jr. speech. Oh, God, am I stupid? I didn't get the reference. You look like a Puerto Rican hua. Make me sick. Be a man. There you go.
I'm sorry to have upset thee.
Mersh would like you to be a man. Could you be a man for a second?
I can totes be a man.
Matt, of course, our Matt.
Matt.
I'm still a little congested today.
It's math now.
Says it's too bad you're not friends with a guy who is tech savvy and has his own set up his own studio before. Just ask, you tool.
Aaron doesn't like asking for help.
I just don't know how to get help for that other than call the internet company and go, can I just have a new one?
That's also coming from a guy who strung a wire from his router to his garage, like from inside the house, didn't he?
He did. So what are you going to rig me a system, buddy?
Yeah.
You're going to rig me
I don't know if that's working.
Here's what I can do. I can take do you need a big-ass long cord to go from one building to another building?
Do you remember that?
No, I don't need a long-ass cord to go from one building to another building. Well, then, unfortunately, I'm out of answers for you. I'm sorry.
That's all I'm seeing now.
Michael B. says, never use Wi-Fi. We're not using Wi-Fi. We are hardwired in. We are
apparently
hardwired
to self-destruct, actually.
Day one with a New Zealand 99 cents. Ooh, a New Zealand dollar.
That's exotic.
I'm adding that to my collection with my special $10 winter relief coin that I was sent by No Pen 15 Fathead. Is my winter relief coin here?
Yes.
Oh, here it is.
Yes, he's right there.
I guess now's not the time to show this after recent accusations.
Did you show that to Gino?
That's a cool coin. You know what? I don't remember if I did, but I know he would have loved it.
Yeah.
I know he would have thought it was great.
What a shame.
Oh, that's too bad. 275, by the way, away from today. The evening show audience was great. Thank you guys very much. 275 away. Pretty sure you guys will knock that one out. Let's go into Rumble and see what the Rumble people are saying. Sir K says Citizen M is a turncoat. He has no allegiances. Right, but that's what makes him so trustworthy is that he's like Littlefinger. You know, I did tell you not to trust me. So as long as a guy's an honest scoundrel, you know, he doesn't say really nice things to you privately and then tries to kiss up to other people publicly. He's a guy who will just literally go, yeah, look, I'm a piece of shit. And then you can put him in that category and then it's fair.
I'd say the only thing you can trust about him is that you can't trust him.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, you can trust that. You can trust that he will be duplicitous. And I like that. Packerbacker says, I'm amazed that people hosting a web program didn't know you could buy a router. And did April just say a bougie Netgear?
I did, but I did also know you could buy one. He did not.
Look, sometimes we take the Midwest stereotype and we play it up. We play up the Midwest stereotype. By the way, shout out to Rumble. Making more improvements. This one a little more cosmetic than before. I'm not really sure if it's like a functionality feature, but I noticed Rumble changed their streaming layout. And I don't know if it's easier for people. I don't know if it's tougher for people or what, but Yeah, look at that. They changed the layout on the streaming page. You're probably noticing that today.
I have not. I still don't see it.
That's just like the people watching is down here. The likes and
Okay.
unfollows and follows are different. And
No unfollows.
I don't know. It just it looks different. That's really all I had to say about Rumble this morning. Oh, look, it looks different.
God. You are spicy today.
I tell you what, I just know a lot of shit. That's all. All right, boys and girls. So there we go. There's the number for today. 275. Thank you very much. All the links are in the chat. 1% for Rumble is better, I guess. Did they fix their retarded inability to rewatch or reload a video? See, again, I don't know if that's like if it's a functionality thing or they just changed the layout. But I think
maybe you should research, Aaron.
as far as Rumble goes, I would argue that, what would be the number one thing you would like to see out of them? Because I would say it's pinning text, like pinning stuff and, more interactivity with the chat, I think would be a big one for me.
No, as a listener, like I feel the same as Hulkamash. I think I'd want to be able to listen back to a video and have it play correctly.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's, I suppose.
Yeah, through the chat.
I've never had a serious problem with Rumble. I like it. I think it's good, but it can always be better. And usually when enough people say this can be better, they usually fix it in a pretty speedy way. Spectrum Charter has a store in front of Wait Park. Yeah, I know. I'm going to go to that right after the show today. I'm going to go.
Look at them trying to help you.
I thank you for the help. I'm going to go swap out all our units, and I'm going to get real techie this morning. Oh, Magic 8 Ball letting me know ROTC got a new router last week. God damn it. Every single time.
Was it Netgear, though? Sorry.
Bougie Netgear.
A bougie Netgear.
Yeah.
Is that not a thing?
Nick Steven, SC Motorsports says, more chat stuff. I thought you hated us chatters. It's a love-hate thing. You guys are great. Nick Stevens says, my only complaint with Rumble is the stability. I listen on YouTube Monday through Thursday because it's less choppy as I drive around. Well, there you go.
That's actually what I do, too. And the playback, for some reason, like when I'm on my phone listening to YouTube, I can adjust the quality of the video. I can't do that on Rumble. It doesn't look as nice.
I always say I'm waiting for the payback, and I listen for the playback. They say that every man bleeds just like me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You bag of shit.
I feel like number one, yet I'm last in line. I watch my youngest son. It helps to pass the time.
It's kind of weird, bro.
I take too many pills. It helps to ease the pain. I made a couple dollar bills. Still, I feel the same. Yeah. Everybody knows my name.
Oh.
I say it way out loud. A lot of folks fuck with me. It's hard to hang out in crowds.
Please stop.
But I guess that's the price you pay. To be, wait a minute, I just had an idea. Wait a minute.
No.
But I guess that's the price you pay to be some big shot like I am. Outskirt stands and one night stands. Still, I can't find love. Sorry.
Wow, how is his wife doing at this point?
Who's mine? How is she doing as the host next to her with their life on the line starts to sing, it starts to talk Kid Rock lyrics? By the way,
dry. She's very dry.
Is she very dry? Yeah. My only thing I will say is Kid Rock, Only God Knows Why.
Yeah.
I actually still enjoy that song to this day. If you turned on Only God Knows Why, I might even go, hey, wait, stop. And I might listen to that song. You know what other? Here, list of Kid Rock songs. I'm getting passionate.
Whoa.
Day one, yes, stick around. It is actually pretty funny. Kid Rock songs I will actually stick around for. Only God Knows Why. Still love it.
Okay.
Cocky. Still.
Got
Did
that.
you know that Kid Rock is cool like Fonzie and rolling Lake St. Clair in his 40-foot Donzi?
I've never heard that till this very
It's
second.
true. That's one thing that's absolutely true about Kid Rock. Did you know that he has jets with wet bars and trucks with gold plows?
Didn't know that either.
Why the plow needs to be gold, I have no idea. It serves
so you
no
see it
functional
coming,
purpose.
really.
Yeah, I suppose.
And it reflects more heat in the wintertime.
It's good for the wildlife. They can see the gold plow gleaning off the sun.
What? So they can fixate on it and just get stuck there so they get plowed over?
Yes, exactly. Loaded Wrench says, you got a Bentley? Wow. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. If we're going to throw Kid Rock lyrics at each other all day, count me in. You know, people think that Kid Rock is just some dumb hillbilly, you know?
Sure.
That he's just some dumb redneck rap rock guy from the late 90s.
Some are saying.
But that's not true.
What is true?
Kid Rock is very philosophical. If I may quote Kid Rock for a moment on some of his philosophy. Baw with the baw, da bang da dang diggy 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 said the boogie, said up jump the boogie.
Yeah.
But you know what? His songs, they're for the questions that don't have any answers. The midnight glancers and the topless dancers. Gander freaks, cars packed with speakers, the G's with the 40s, and the chicks with beepers.
You know.
The Northern Lights, the Southern Comfort. And April, it doesn't even matter if your veins are punctured. That is a message of inclusivity from one Bob Ritchie, a.k.a. Poet Laureate Kid Rock.
Bob Ritchie. You're such an asshole. You know, I think I'm starting to go the way of the Johnny. I'm not feeling so well.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going the way of the Carl and saying this show sucks a giant dick.
No, I'm sure he'll cover it, though.
I'm sure he'll let you know just how fucking bad it is.
You know.
Gotta keep serving up them steaks, you know. And sometimes you gotta go with the bigger cows. Loaded Wrench says, "Thanks, Aaron. You've never met a motherfucker quite like me. You didn't know that either.
I didn't know that.
People are saying any man that bangs prime Pamela Anderson has their respect, and he did. Fucked the shit out of her.
Yeah. Too bad nobody remembers her with him. It's always Tommy.
What? That hack.
Every single time it's Tommy.
Hulkamasha Baby says, Poet Laureate Kid Rock once said, ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. Actually, I believe that was the Poet Laureate monster truck.
Will you tell me one more time what he rocked up and down the coast?
That bitch.
So deep.
You see, he would rock that bitch. He would actually, it was a yacht with a flag saying chillin' the most.
Okay.
And he would rock that bitch up and down the coast.
I'd never gotten that straight in all these years.
See, Kid Rock would buy a yacht with a flag saying chillin' the most and rock that bitch up and down the coast. Whereas Will Smith would whistle for a cab, and when it came near, the license plate would say fresh and would have a dice in the mirror. Two different modes of transportation.
This is my off day.
I'm not even supposed to be here
I
today.
have things to do, sir.
I just wish more of you would give us some very inspirational quotes from great poet
Those
laureate.
are the only ones I've heard.
Those are the only ones.
Yeah.
Oh boy, you know what? Sometimes there are just really satisfying ways to start the show, and that's
Really?
100% one of them.
Oh, see now.
Absolutely.
Differing views.
Everybody come on in, hit the thumbs up, hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here. Whether you love us or you hate us, you're here, and that means something. 275 away from today. I don't know. Let's get her under 200 by 8 o'clock. So in the next hour and 40 minutes,
Yeah.
I think that's plenty of time. Thanks,
For that
boys
gold.
and girls.
For that gold, I'm surprised.
For
we haven't
that
knocked
gold,
it out.
yeah, you can't. A show like this cannot be free. I mean, you cannot put on something like this just for no money. It's
Much like your spirit,
it would be ridiculous.
chained up in a corner somewhere.
Veldrain says, I am surprised at you, April, not knowing what gold-plated plows are. Oy vey, it's to attract a certain kind of investor.
I'm
See,
sorry.
I didn't say that.
I'm so sorry.
The Mood says, motherfucking fog on the windows of this plane. Aaron, you confused me. That's not a Kid Rock lyric. Hulkamasha Baby says...
Hey, non-Kid Rock lyrics only from now on.
Hulkamasha Baby, he says, I heard Toby Keith once said, my daddy served in the army, and he lost his right eye.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody flew the flag out in our yard till the day that he died.
Why haven't you and I sang that song yet at a show?
Because we get too drunk.
I
We
had
get too drunk.
like an actual depressed moment yesterday where I thought to myself all the songs I wanted to sing at the anniversary party, but then you two buffoons just got too drunk to sing with me.
Accurate. But Gino and I got to do Bent. And you and I sang Neon.
You almost made it through Bent, and you yelled at me for singing with you.
I don't think I yelled.
Everyone saw it.
What Triple N's trying to say, or what Kid Rock was trying to say in one of his great...
Also known as Triple N.
Great musical ballads. You know who he was for? You know who he stood for? All the crackheads, the critics, the cynics, and all my heroes at the methadone clinics. All you bastards in the IRS, the crooked cops, and the cluttered desks.
How do you sleep at night?
Not well. Not well. Coltrane says we are witnessing spousal abuse live on YouTube and Rumble and Twitter and Facebook, all of them.
Hey, you want to report on actual abuse? Here it is.
You better call it in for sure. But I'm just reading some of the things people are sending in. Michael B. One person was asking for their... Ian says, shit, after the last 20 minutes of gold, can I have my VIP money back? Wait a minute, what? How dare you?
Hey, guys, Gray Duckling still didn't win it last night.
Yeah, poor Gray Duckling. Michael B. says, bartender, I really did it this time. Broke my parole to have a good time. When I got home, it was 6 a.m. The door was locked, so I kicked it in. She was tripping on the bills. Yes, of course, the great song Rehab. I actually fucking hate that song. Believe it or not.
Oh, really? See, I didn't get that from you.
I hate that song. Michael B. says, she threw my shit out into the yard, then she called me a bum and slapped me real hard. That's bars, dude. Bars.
So deep.
Oh. So I have a coworker that alleged you doctored your Iowa audio, says Sir K. Wait, what? You have
The culture of yes and philosophy of more.
and then he sent me the Iowa episode. I doctored the Iowa audio. What? I shot the clerk. I just put the whole thing up there, all at one time.
Yeah, Aaron's not the doctoring kind.
No, I don't even know how to replace my modem and router, for Christ's sake. Are you kidding me? Hobo Chili. So we got to get out of this fucking musical meat grinder.
Oh, thank Christ. You see, I thought that would never end.
We're going to talk about homeless people in just a little bit. But first.
Kid Rock not doing well again?
He's doing fine.
But
and ain't nobody going to tell him how to live. Hobo Chili Recipe says, so Belarus is committing forces to Russia, and approximately 400,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in action. Do you understand they're going to commit U.S. forces? We are not ready for the Russians. I know that Ukraine is not doing nearly as well as our media says.
I always kind of assumed that they'd send our troops over there. They already did to train, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
3,000 of them.
So I don't believe for a second that it's going as well as our media has told us. And this is clearly Biden paying back a favor. But, I mean, what a piece of shit Zelensky has to be to allow his country to be like Russia got provoked into a war by us. So then the war could happen. We could funnel a shitload of money to Ukraine, which definitely ends up in Zelensky and his cronies' pockets. Mm-hmm. And then
so he can buy more T-shirts?
Lots more green T-shirts. And then all of this so like people could get rich, but then all this suffering and all this war. And I know that's a naive take, and that's how rich men have behaved all the time. Rich men north of Richmond, am I right? Ugh. Anyway, look, it's a song.
It's early, right? You're gonna snap out of this.
Snap out of this. But, I'm in a weird gay musical mood today.
It is very gay.
But, like all that money and all those billions of dollars and all just to put people in the meat grinder and seemingly no end in sight, like as to what our involvement might be. It's just wild, man.
It'll actually never end until it's just those leaders and rich men in the same room together passing money back.
Yeah, then what are you going to do? It's just like
jerk each other off.
The end of the game of Monopoly where you all just land on each other's properties and hand the same $1,700 back and forth.
I'm so thankful you brought up Monopoly. That's precisely how I see it.
Yeah. John Domingo says it's $250 to become an instant VIP. Yes, $250 gets you all 3 of our T-shirts, the hoodies, the 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event we do, and a free entry into the $100 VIP drawing every single month. All right, let's catch up, and then I'm going to get off of this shit. I promise we're going to get started today. All right?
Are you sure you wouldn't rather mustard? Sorry, I miss Oz.
Oh, God, you really... Now
I miss Oz. Every time I hear that joke, I miss Oz.
All right, I get it. I fucked up. It's a bad start to the show. Good old JR says, whoa, so Aaron sabotaged his own radio career to go online exclusively. Sounds plausible. Yeah, I wanted to trade in the sure paycheck for begging you people for money every day. That's what, and to get involved in some of the gayest internet communities ever with people who couldn't make it one day in radio. Yes, I edited all that audio just so I could do all this stuff.
Are you sure you don't miss Gary?
Oh, God.
Are you sure you don't want to go crawling back to him and his turban?
You have no idea.
Fucking guy.
Rusty Grammer says it's our proxy war, all fabricated by NATO. If we weren't involved, Russia would have rolled over Ukraine in less than a week. I mean, yeah, but Russia wouldn't have rolled over Ukraine if we hadn't been fucking around over there for, I don't know, since the end of the Cold War, basically. Michael B says, just promise me you'll lose some weight. Stop snacking. It's not very nice. That's not something you say.
Is your weight up?
To someone you respect. It's just the same. It's
well,
not
that's better than being up.
Yeah, it's not up. I get to go back to the gym today, finally. I'm very excited about this, and I can sweat out all my congestion. All right, off we go.
Yes, have fun. It's about 100 degrees today.
Oh, fuck,
Do you know what the low temperature for overnight is tonight into tomorrow?
What's that?
The low 80s.
Oh. And what's the high going to be today?
I don't know. It's going to feel like 100 something.
Fuck my ass.
Yeah.
Well,
So you'll really sweat it out.
Well, then I tell you what, here in lovely St. Cloud, Minnesota, it is a good thing that they got those homeless tents out of the east side of St. Cloud.
What, so they don't die?
I mean, yeah, because you don't want those poor drug addicts rotting to death inside a Coleman tent. I mean, imagine the smell already and then add death rot on top of that.
Ugh.
It'd be nasty.
God, actually consider that. Like, consider being somebody who works crimes and stuff and somebody, dies in one of those and you have to go investigate. I don't think they get paid enough.
Just, I guess, follow your nose in that situation.
Wear a respirator, please.
But, so, I am very happy, though, that the city did clear it out. That is nice. That's a good thing.
I actually hadn't seen it yet, so I was refusing to believe that was true.
Nice and clean. There's not even, you can't even tell there was ever a little mini tent village on the side of the road. There's no poop. There's no needles. There's no nothing. I mean, they cleared the whole thing out. And, it's kind of nice because before the homeless encampment was there, you would be like, oh, this is kind of a rundown part of town. But then the homeless encampment showed up and you're like, uh-oh, this is the beginning of the end. This is it. This is shit.
Yeah.
And then they get rid of it and you're like, oh my God, that same area that you thought looked rundown and shitty. You go, oh my God, it looks beautiful. That looks so nice now because the tents and the ratchet homeless people aren't there anymore. So it's kind of like a low standards thing.
Absolutely low standards for that side of town.
Yeah, but now it looks good. The way it looked before looks good because we got rid of the bums, which, thank God. I mean, to me, that is a big victory. That's like the French beating the Moors at the Battle of Tours. That's it saved. That was considered the battle that saved Western Christianity because it pushed back the Muslims into Spain. And to me, same thing here. Not pushing Islam back to Spain.
Can't do that here. They've taken over. But
pushing homelessness, like tent city homelessness, which rots your city from the inside out, getting it out of here. It started, it was just 4 or 5 tents, and our city acted, and they did something about it, and they got it out of there, and thank God.
Yep, that's good. I mean, I noticed it before it was on the sidewalk over there. The first time I saw it, it was like 1 or 2 tents up by the river. Like in the parking lot across from Culligan. So I saw a couple different forms of it, and every time I saw it, it was bigger. So you have to imagine how scared I was.
But listen, man, the fact that I mean, how many times have you seen that in a city? Have you really seen a city start with those tents and the Coleman tents and the homeless people and the bums and the drugs and everything else, and it goes away and the city snuffs it out before it can become a thing. No, it always gets bigger and it like takes over a whole park and it's an eyesore and a blight on the community. I mean, here, I'll say I've got a little bit of civic pride today because at least our city turned the tide, got it out of there, and we dodged the bullet at least this time.
Well, I hope they stick to it because this city is already kind of a laughingstock of this area. A lot of people like to look down upon us, but I think the mayor, Dave Kleiss, I think he was going to be hosting a downtown walk. Like for some reason.
Had to roust him out before his walk.
I do believe that might have had something to do with it. Because I know in the comment section on Facebook, he was getting a whole lot of questions from people wondering if he was going to take them past the tent city.
Well, but that's what you have to do. You have to jump on these people and you have to harass them about it.
Right in their throats.
And you have to just go, we're going to make this really uncomfortable for you guys every time you go out in public. We're going to bug you about it. Every time you go out in public, we're going to, harass you about what are you going to do? 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 And then sometimes something happens. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, and whether it was because he actually cares about the well-being of his city or he was indeed going on a walk with some people and needed to get the eyesore out of the way, I don't care.
Yeah.
As long as it's gone.
Veldrain says that's when you know the bar is real low. When you remove the evidence of being a first world country in decline is an improvement. I mean, but at least you got rid of the evidence that it's what's better. Okay, but what's better? Once the evidence is there, is it better to keep it or is it better to get rid of it? I think it's better to get rid of it.
I agree.
Personally, it makes me feel better. But I understand that it's a frustrating deal regardless. Los Federales has an idea. He says, let's bring back bum fights.
Oh.
We could bring back
I don't
bum
want
fights.
bum blood in the streets.
I mean, I don't want any blood in the streets, but particularly bum blood.
Diseased and drug laden.
Yes. It's a very tricky blood to wash yourself of. Yeah, bum blood. That's my favorite Neil Sedaka song. Bum blood. I have good vocal range. Is what people are finding out today.
I don't feel well listening to
So let's go to another city that's having a problem with the homeless. And that is, this one's in the Bay Area of California. And the problem is spilling out because places like San Diego, San Francisco, Oakland, LA, all these places, they're just chock full of bums. I mean, I'm bursting at the seams with tents and needles and human shit and bubonic plague and all kinds of shit going on in California.
Leprosy, AIDS.
Well, leprosy is Florida.
That's got to be spread by now.
So the outlying suburbs now, the smaller cities in California, are starting to see the spillover. And thank God some of those cities are starting to push back. I feel like a lot of the reason, and I've been talking about this ever since I've been on the radio, really. I've been talking about the fact that politeness over honesty is going to kill us, and it is killing us. And that's how I feel about the homeless thing, is we're now having to push back, and we're having to say some uncomfortable, honest things because for so long we went the polite, let's not rock the boat route. So on homelessness, for example, it was always, well, it's just that part of town, and, well, their life is hard. And instead of being honest, which, that's the polite thing to say, but the honest thing is, no, that's an eyesore. It's going to bring more drugs, more drinking. That's
crime.
The one thing we tried to shame each other off of is bringing up the drugs, drinking, and crime part. That was the first thing that they tried to shame out of us by going, oh, that's a stereotype. That's horrible. Yeah, but okay, stereotype for a reason. It tends to check out.
Yeah, I mean, the news is really great at saying like, oh, they're not monsters. They're just homeless.
Right.
They're experiencing hopelessness.
Right. Never said they were monsters. We just said it has a negative effect on the area. Not here.
How many times has the news walked up to like a black homeless lady though, and that had the lady say, "We're not monsters, we're people, we're not animals."
We're not saying you're monsters.
Wow.
We're just
speak for yourself.
We're just saying you tend to fuck shit up when you go places.
Like how many places in California there's a bus stop for children and they're stepping over hypodermic needles.
Right.
There's a tent shaking on the sidewalk down there because somebody's having sex in it with a dog probably.
Yeah. Bo Archer says, Aaron, do you support mandatory euthanizing of homeless people? Of course not. Of course not. Put them somewhere where I can't see them.
Now,
They're
be
unpleasant.
honest.
Yeah.
And now, are you saying put them anywhere else where I can't see them at any cost?
Can I mute the mic? Here, allow me to mute the mics for a second because I have a tickle. I'm sorry, I have a tickle in my throat.
Oh,
but that's just, I have a tickle in my throat.
Completely on your side. I too have a tickle sometimes.
Right. I have a tickle in my throat. That's all. Sparky Rose says, can we stop saying stereotype for things that are true 9 out of 10 times? I mean, yeah, we could, and I do, but then how would people play victim?
Right. There is no victim card in that. There was a very good line from somebody in SVU lately about stereotypes.
God bless, thank God we're watching a lot of SVU. We learned so much.
They were talking about this dude on there, though, the criminal guy was saying, a lot of these stereotypes happen for a reason.
Okay, but they put that in the words of the criminal guy.
Yeah.
So they're trying to tell you that's a bad way to think.
But I found myself, understanding the criminal.
Like one group, this is one thing I absolutely adore about the Irish. They take the stereotype and they go, yeah, look, we got some kinks to work out, that's for sure. And you're like, you know what? Thank you. It's nice to hear somebody say it. Or like stereotypes about my people, the Germans. Yeah, look, we got some foibles in our personalities.
You have some foibles?
Yeah. I think the harder
the
harder people fight like a stereotype, I think the more in their mind they're like, yeah, it does kind of check out a little bit.
But that's the reason it bothers you, no offense.
Right. It bothers you because you've seen it. That's the problem.
Yep.
Captain Caution says there is a virus that will make all this go away. Okay, enough with using viruses as solutions to problems. Please. Los Federales said it is incorrect to say homeless. The correct word now is unhoused. I thought it was, I thought there was another.
Urban campers.
No, well, urban campers is one of them.
Experiencing homelessness.
That, like it happened, like it was done to them.
Right? It's like somebody pointed a wand. And
Damn you, Crack Rock. Quit making me smoke you.
You're homeless now.
D. Gulag says Italians are fine about stereotypes. Yeah, Italians and Irish people are very good with stereotypes. They, it's called self-awareness is what it is. Let's go to this Millbrae, California, where they've decided that we've seen what's happened to the neighboring cities here, and no thank you.
Yeah.
We don't want this to be a problem. So people are starting to drop the politeness thing, and they're starting to be honest. They're starting to go, yeah, I don't care how shitty it makes me look. I don't want a homeless shelter in my community.
I applaud that. I would hope that you and I would all do the same thing.
By the way, a lot of these people have mental illness. They have addiction problems. So, the homeless running about with no place to go. The legacy of Ronald Reagan lives. Ronald Reagan lives. Yes, we should shut down the state-run hospitals. Good. Let's let all the freaks out on the loose and just... I wonder how many millions Reagan made from pharmaceutical companies to close down those state-run hospitals.
Too many.
Don't worry, we can put them on pills because if there's one thing we can count on with crazy people, it's to remember to take their medicine in a timely fashion so they don't kill people. That turned into Trump towards the end.
That did really.
Yeah. So let's go to Millbrae, California, where the people there have decided to follow in St. Cloud's shoes and go, nope, got to push back right away.
Not welcome in Millbrae, new at 11. Hundreds of residents packed a meeting.
Of course, they just show angry white people shouting. Like they don't show anybody making a good point to start it off. They just go, ah!
Animal sounds.
Get these different types of people away from me. I want them to have income limits and white skin.
No, there's 100% a diversity group in here, too. There was a bunch of Latinos in the first shot.
Yeah, but they don't show them shouting their balls off. It's just the white people they show going, ah!
To let county leaders hear their concerns as they demanded answers about a proposed housing project. The 99-unit complex would give some homeless people in San Mateo County.
I love that. Would give some homeless people. Well, April, why did he say some homeless people?
Because you can't fit them all.
But why? If he were to say it would give homeless people, the reason he's saying some is because whenever they have these shelters, the one compromise they make with the people is that, oh no, we're going to screen them for drugs and alcohol. They can't be high or drunk or have any of those things while they're at this, hacienda.
So you'll get like 2 or 3 homeless people that
So you get
can
2 or-
qualify.
Not only will you get 2 or 3 homeless people, but then all you're guaranteeing is the ones that are left out on the streets are the drunks and drug addicts.
I've always thought about that. Like, I get that people don't want to be paying for a housing thing for people to do drugs in, but I also don't want to see them doing drugs out in the streets.
I've kind of changed
So,
my
I don't
opinion
know.
on that, and I've thought, no. The only ones you should be taking in are the ones who are drinking and doing
The
drugs.
problems.
Yeah.
Just lock them in there together. Let them eat each other.
I don't really like that there's all these dangerous homeless people on the streets. Oh, don't worry, we're going to take them in for you. Oh, the dangerous ones? Fuck no, those people are crazy. We're just going to take the nice ones who don't bother anyone. It's like, well, then all that's left on the street is the drunks and the druggies. And they're like, yeah, best of luck to you. We're going to take the pleasant ones
Thanks,
in here.
guys.
Yeah.
A place to live. But as NBC Bay Area's Gia Vang shows us, residents say they have many reasons to say no.
The frustration.
How about I finish?
I always say that to April when she starts booing at me. April starts booing me in the bedroom, and I go, how about I finish? She's just like, boo.
That's mean. I shouldn't do that.
No, you shouldn't. It gives me performance
Wow.
anxiety.
I bet it does.
I don't like it at all.
Jeez, I'm glad you brought that to my attention.
A relationship only grows when 2 people can be honest with each other.
Yeah.
And in this case, you booing at me loudly while I'm trying to, finish up.
I'm sorry this has gone on for almost 4 years.
It's really terrible. And also, it's counterproductive towards what you want.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah. You can't.
Unless my main want is to cause you misery.
Yes, then accurate.
embarrassment.
Yes.
And interruptions made it clear most of these Millbrae residents that filled this community center room to its more than 300-person capacity, some trying to listen in from the huge overflow
Oh, wow.
outside,
Holy
say they
shit.
do not support a proposed permanent supportive housing project in their city.
Okay, now wait a minute. Even like George Carlin once said, even in a fake democracy, people ought to get what they want once in a while. If there's 300 people in that small town's room and they have overflow, and every single one of them there does not want this thing, you have to vote against it.
Yes, you should not. Right. Somebody should be listening to that. You don't want your constituents angry with you, do you?
Yeah, otherwise
I mean-
you just live in basically a dictatorship that you get to vote on. Like you get to, and I know, look, that's kind of this country in many ways.
Yeah, it is.
It's a 2-party dictatorship, and you get to pick if these people have ultimate authority over you or if these people have ultimate authority over you. And nobody stops for a second to go, hey, maybe it's this whole total authority thing that might be the problem.
Right, because they both end up doing terrible things.
They both end up committing things that most of us would be serving consecutive life sentences for. But they just get to do it. It's part of the job. So like even in a fake democracy, when this many people show up to a thing and they all have the same opinion, then you should do that thing.
Yes, I agree.
Patricia Lamb came early with her signs.
We're concerned. We're concerned about this project. The reason why is because it's right in the heart of Millbrae.
The county has applied for what's called Project Home Key funds through the state.
Right. If they would perhaps, it's going to be at a La Quinta Inn. Oh, God.
Oh.
It's going to be at a La Quinta Inn.
I bet they thank you, by the way, for taking paying customers there. It's just a hotel, right?
Yeah. Well, no, they like this because the government gives them money.
Oh, I guess they're getting guaranteed funds
Yeah.
either way.
The government gives them the money it would cost. Like they give them a per room thing. So now
Yeah.
this hotel doesn't have to fill up their hotel
See that-
rooms.
See that little sign for the sushi restaurant
Yeah.
inside that hotel there? Yeah, you can kiss that goodbye. They're not going to stay.
Probably not going to keep the sushi
Yeah,
restaurant. No.
I mean, you better enjoy the government money. I hope it keeps you warm
Right.
at night.
Do you like mac and cheese?
To turn the La Quinta on El Camino into housing for vetted unhoused folks. But among some of the criticisms, some of the crowd calling out what they say is the unfair burden placed on Millbrae compared to other wealthier cities in the county. They're also worried about the $33 million price tag and perhaps mostly safety.
It's very close to children, and it's a block from 3 schools. So we don't want to see that.
I think
Okay, now wait a minute. This is where the politeness over honesty thing gets me. Why? Why? What's the safety concern? Why can't they be near schools? Why can't they be near senior citizens? Because they tend to be more violent. They tend to commit more crimes because they're desperate people. And so they commit crimes and it makes people feel unsafe. people go halfway with this shit when you need a all the way solution.
You need to like air out the dirty details too.
You gotta, and they're so close. They're so close, but they're so scared to offend anybody. They're like, well, we just don't want it because we're worried about the children and the elderly. Why? Well,
Tell us.
and they get so close to saying it, and you're like, if you finish it for them, they'll go, well, yeah. But then somebody from the news will go, well, don't you think that's a horrible thing to say? No, I think it's a horrible thing to live through. I don't think it's a horrible thing to say.
People should be taking film. They should be videoing this shit. They should be talking out loud about the things they've seen and the things their kids have seen.
And look, if I'm wrong, show me the utopia where all these homeless people get to just live on the streets and everyone's safer and there's less drug use and they're not drinking and they're just putting on their suit and tie and going to work in the morning and then hopping in their tent when they get home.
What I just said should go both ways. People that have seen terrible things should be videoing it. And the people who claim that it's a utopia, like you just said, should also take video and be like, look, not a problem.
I am open to seeing that evidence.
They've got to give us a chance. Look, we've got these facilities all over the county. They're worried about crime. They're worried about assaults. They're worried about drugs and mental health impacting the neighborhoods. That has just not been our experience.
If the county
that has not been,
not your experience, I'm sure.
I doubt that's been your experience where you live. That's the thing about these people is this guy will fight tooth and nail to make that La Quinta Inn homeless central. But the minute they make it the hotel by his house, he'll go, well, no, you see, the zoning isn't right, and we just have our own concerns and blah, blah, blah. Do it to those people. That's what these vermin do, is they go, no. Put the onus on those people over there. They're not me. But then when it comes to my backyard, absolutely not.
I was going to say not my backyard guy. He'll be fine.
Right.
the funding to move ahead, which they're unclear if that will happen, the facility will be operated by Episcopal Community Services.
Essentially, folks will be living in an apartment. In terms of safety, ECS will have 24/7 staffing on site. We also will have case management staffing, and that's what supportive housing is. It's services.
They're laughing at her.
Yeah, somebody laughed.
Somebody was laughing at her. Why do you need staff there 24/7? Why do you need crisis intervention or mental health staff or whatever there 24/7? Now, again, a lot of this is because we've completely gutted like state hospitals and the mental health facilities we used to put people in. So now it's kind of like, well, what do you do?
Well, it's not only that, it's the acceptance of all mental health
right.
people now.
The tolerance of all of it.
The tolerance and, they're just... Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to look down upon them because they're a little mental today?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. They're causing issues.
That's just it for me. It's like I'm sorry, but you have to just be honest about it now. It's too late.
Well, and there's probably poor people in that. So there's 300 people in that little room and then plus probably another 3 outside. 100. That there's people in there that can't pay their own rent. And they're listening to this woman talk about how they're going to give these people essentially an apartment to live in.
Yeah. You know, I would say this. If you, because Michael B says that video won't be seen, or I'm sorry, Cocktiff says that. Michael B says hopping in your tent after a 40-hour work week. Yeah, if you show me a bunch of people going to like a Hooverville and a tent village after working their full-time job, I'd be like, holy shit, we really need to do something about this. This is crazy that these people are working this hard and they have to go live in a tent. That's fucking terrible. But that doesn't happen. It's a different problem.
There's a difference between somebody who's just honestly homeless because they've fallen on hard times and they don't have a home right now.
Hard times, baby. You see, Ric Flair, you've put the American dream, dusty roads in this tent. But hard work is sacrifice. It's going to bring the American dream out of it. So this Sunday, Ric Flair, it's going to be the American dream, dusty roads, and a full-blooded tent dweller, brother. And there will be homeless shit all over the Omni. No, there probably would be.
There would be,
They use the Omni.
Yeah, there's a difference between homeless people that just, I get scared. They have hard times at the moment. They're trying. They have a job. They don't want to be there. And a bum. Bums want to be homeless and want to sit on the street begging for people.
One Big Pond says normalizing it has never made anything go away, like homelessness. Stop complying to the tyranny for best results. Yeah, and again, if 300 people pack your city hall and say, no, we don't want this, then you have to say no. That's how it should work.
Yeah, but then they'll go, I don't know what the Millbrae population is, we'll be like, oh, well, that's only 300 people out of this big town we got here.
Multiple people saying in the chat, I'll take FTW nil, but a lot of people are saying this. They will destroy the entire building within a couple of months.
Yes.
There will be shit all over the walls.
Absolutely. Shit, blood, piss, all of it.
Shit, blood, and piss, really.
Oh, yeah.
One Big Pond also says it's great we have so many smart people looking after the dumb ones. Makes them feel so superior.
No, yeah,
Right?
it is kind of like that. I always kind of figure that people that are jacking themselves off to getting like homeless people a building like that, they're like, oh yeah, I'm in control of their lives, like behind the scenes, you know. I'm making their life.
Well,
go.
and there's definitely kickbacks.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
definitely
There's a reason they live in gated communities where this shit isn't a problem for them.
Anytime you see your local government do something that seems to be not helpful to the community, but makes them feel like they're doing something, there's a check involved. There's some kind of exchange of currency and favors and all of that shit.
They like that people that are down on their luck or like in a bad position are a dependent to them now.
Right.
They always want the dependency.
Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you guys very much. On Rumble especially, it helps the algorithm. YouTube, it helps the algorithm to hit like. We do appreciate that. 275 away from today's goal. Let's keep the rallies going. A couple bucks at a time. We'll knock that thing down. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Becoming a member or gifting memberships is really cool as well. Thank you guys for your support on this filthy, filthy e-beggar show. All right, we got a little Trump news today.
Better be something good.
Off of the homeless, on to Donald Trump. He is going to have to report to Atlanta jail this week. They made the conditions of his bond. Now, the Georgia charge, because I'm starting to get confused by all the charges.
I'm already lost, yeah.
But the Georgia one is, I believe, the one where he called the Secretary of State or the governor and said, hey, think you can find me a few votes over there? Jesus. I mean, it's really close. He's like, you don't think you can find like 1,600 votes and push this thing over the top? And the guy's like, no, Mr. President, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Now, look, I'm not a lawyer. This is going to surprise people. I'm not a lawyer.
What?
I'm not a lawyer.
Imholstein.
I'm not. Now, how dare you? You're going to make people cry. Why would you do that?
What? Your name's Aaron.
So,
Imholstein.
I'm not a lawyer, but I don't believe it's illegal to do that. I don't think it's illegal to call a guy on the phone and go, hey, look, we're getting our fucking ass kicked over here. You're not going to be able to find like 1,600 votes somewhere where we can pop this thing up, can you? He's not saying like, hey, can you make up 1,600 ballots?
How dare you?
He's not saying like, do you think you could just fill out a few ballots for me, stuff them in a box, and then count them?
I'll do you one better than that. Not only do I think that's probably not illegal, how many other president hopefuls have done that?
Have done way worse than that.
Many of them have called me like, you can't just push me over the edge this one time, you know? I mean,
yeah. Right.
Come on, guys.
I'm sure this is something that's been said by
everyone.
Every candidate in a close race has called a friend and been like, is there anything we can do to push us over the top?
How many phone calls on behalf of Hillary Clinton in 2016?
Oh, God.
How many?
I would love to be a fly on the wall of every governor and secretary of state in every state in the country.
I'm telling you.
On
like,
election night 2016.
It's fine when everybody does it except for Donald Trump. I think that's just the rule of thumb now.
Yeah, they're running him through these charges to try and sandbag his presidential campaign. And again, if you're new to the show, and I know some of you are today, I'm not a huge Trump guy. I'm not. I'm just somebody who calls it like I see it. I try to tell the truth. And, you know, I'm not the biggest Trump guy in the world. However, he's being fucked with.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's putting it very mildly.
He's being fucked with not just because they hate him and they don't want him to be president again, but they know that they've fucked things up so bad that they have to go and sandbag other people. This is what's really frustrating about the government we have currently. They fuck shit up for everyone. And then instead of like listening to the people and going, all right, look, I know we have an agenda and we want to accomplish certain things while we're here, but we've clearly put this thing into overdrive and fucked a lot of shit up. Maybe we can slow it down, fix some of these problems in the meantime while still working toward our agenda. No, their whole thing is, oh my God, we fucked shit up. Quick, blame somebody else and try to roust him into prison.
And their go-to is Trump every time.
Every time, because but here's where the backfire comes. You keep doing this to him, and his poll numbers go up because people have noticed, whether they're, people like me who are not big Trump people, they kind of realize, they're like, you're being a total asshole here. Like, why don't you work on these gas prices? Why don't you work on pipelines and drilling for oil? And why don't you work on cutting taxes and not spending so much goddamn money? And why don't you get us out of this Ukraine horse shit? Like, why don't you just stop?
No.
Right. No. We got to get this Trump guy in jail. Why? Because he's devastating to my case. I mean, he broke the law. So the Georgia one really, like the rest of them, the Georgia one bugs me. But the Georgia one bugs me for two reasons. One, he called a political ally and said, hey, you think we can fucking squeak this one out? That's not illegal. That's politics. And number two, this is the one where I don't know if you know this or not, or if you've heard this, where the attorney general in Georgia, or the DA in Georgia, in the county, whatever it is, released the press release for the announcement of his indictment before the grand jury had returned their decision to indict him.
Oh, God.
So they had the paperwork ready to go, and they sent it out, and they blamed it on, this always happens, they blamed it on some clerk. I shocked the clerk. They blamed it on some clerk who claimed that, well, what happened was they hit send when they were supposed to hit save. They were just having it ready for when the grand jury came back. I'm
sure we all should believe that.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Thank you to Matt Melt for $4.99. Says, you know what's great about government-funded hotels is you can jack up the unit cost. This is why the government always runs over. Yeah, and it's why the government wastes so much of your tax money, because the government comes to you and says, hey, we want to pay you to put homeless people here. And the government basically hands them a blank check and says, fill in the amount. And the government goes, okay, it's not our money. Here you go.
Isn't that something? Yeah, they just turn a blind eye to everything their money's being spent on.
Hey, La Quinta, how much do you need per room? Hey, Ukraine, how much do you need for this war? Same thing, different scale. I mean, it's the same exact approach. They just tell us how much they need, and we write them the check. Jim's Jazz says, Aaron out here like Mersh on the mic. I love Mersh. I think Mersh is great. Yeah, they're saying Kennedy, JFK in Chicago. Yeah, don't even single out JFK and his family. Literally every politician in history who's been in a close race has tried to call in favors.
That's kind of what I was saying. I don't think that was an abnormal thing. And it's not like it's not like that one little phone call where he's like, hey guys, don't I have any more votes over there? That's not going to change the outcome of anything, really, right? It's not like he's hurting anyone.
Right. Veldrain says, hey, Georgia, it's Joe Biden. Can you fabricate a few thousand votes for me? If you don't, Trump will win. And also, you won't be black if you don't. That's true. If you didn't vote for Joe Biden,
you ain't black.
You ain't black. So for another election in a row, it turns out I am not black.
I'm not either.
I'm not black, unfortunately.
I don't think it will be this time.
You're not going to be black next time around?
I don't think so.
Oh, boy. There is actual proof out there of voter fraud, says Magic 8 Ball, and still nothing is done about it. Fuck them all.
That's the hard part for me, too. Like, if the shoes were reversed and there was actual, footage or evidence of Trump doing election interference, I'd be like, dude, that's wrong. You shouldn't be doing that.
What's funny is
but they can see it, they don't care.
What's funny is a lot of these allegations are usually projection. It's the shit you do. So you're doing it, and you just go, well, the other side's got to be doing it, so charge them with it.
And then the side that's being charged that didn't do the thing, they're looking at the other side like, hey, what the hell? And then they're like, watch me.
Rupert with $4.99 says, in 2016, Dems petitioned the Electoral College voters to not vote for Trump, even though he won the state. Yeah, I mean, every close election, everyone goes, hey, man, is there anything you can do? Is there anything you can do for me? Like, George W. Bush's brother was the governor of the state that was most in question in the 2000 election. You don't think he, had some behind closed doors talks with with Big Bro and said, is there anything you can do for me? That's my George Bush
Maybe
impression.
I can, maybe I can't.
Well, what's in it for me? A failed presidential run someday. How's that, Jeb? Oh, please clap. Rupert with $4.99 says in 2016, Dems petitioned the Electoral College voters to not vote for Trump, even though he won the state. Yep. Everybody fucks around, when it comes to elections, and there's a certain amount of wiggle room you get to fuck around.
Isn't it just kind of intense, though, how Trump is just the go-to now, though? I feel like he'll be the go-to until he dies. And then even after he dies, whenever they have something they want to blame on somebody, it's going to be him. That to me is very interesting, how it's just suddenly out of nowhere that one guy had the nerve to run.
I hope, and it's tied up in money and billions of dollars, so it's not going to happen. But I hope the lesson learned here is it's a lot easier for you to do a good job and earn the votes of people than it is to feverishly try to stop someone from being more popular than you.
It's cute that you think that's
I
be a
know,
lesson
it's
learned.
such a gay way to think, but...
I mean, look, between me and you, I wish that's how it was too, but it's always easier to blame someone else than be a good person. So...
Yeah, being a good person is no fun.
Nope.
It's always...
And good people never come out on top, that's for sure.
Jack Schaff says, are you people still wondering why they want your guns? No, I've never wondered why they want our guns. They've wanted our guns for a long time. A bunch of people in urban areas shoot the shit out of each other, so everyone in rural areas should have to give up their guns. Makes a lot of sense. Gray Duckling says, hey, Hawaii, how much for a new house? Too bad. Here's $700. So.
Oh.
That $700 thing for the destroyed homes in Maui is just, I would just look at the federal agent with my dead eyes from surviving something that's going to psychologically break me forever. I would look at him and go, just put the money away, rear back as hard as you can, and kick me square in the dick. They'd be like, but I brought you a $700 check. No. I see the $700 check. I'm asking you, nay, begging you to put the money away and kick me as hard as you can. Do not hold back. And you kick me square in the dick. He's like, but I'm going to feel terrible about that. And you don't feel terrible about coming to my smoldering ruins of my house? I opened a door for you that's just a door. There's no house anymore, just the door. And I opened it because I'm that psychologically damaged. And you offered me $700. I'm telling you, please kick me in the genitals.
How do you think the people of Hawaii feel about giving trillions now of money to Ukraine?
I'll tell you how they feel about it. Let me tell you, this is where people want to blame the politicians and everything else. I will always blame the people too, because I'll tell you what the people of Hawaii are going to do. They're going to keep voting for the same fucking people they always have, and they're going to expect something different to happen, and then they're going to be absolutely gobsmacked and surprised when shit like this happens again.
Did you say gobsmacked? Like
that's the word.
With a B?
Yeah, that's the word.
Oh, really?
You did not know this.
I didn't know it was
You were today years old.
I didn't know it was a B.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's even more
See,
fun.
that's why the band is a play on words. Yeah.
Okay, I got it now. I've never seen it
gobsmacked,
spelled.
Overwhelmed with wonder, surprise, or shock.
Even on somebody... I need a bell for SVU, but somebody said it on SVU the other day.
Godsmacked?
They said God.
No, that's a band.
Well, I know, really.
Godsmack is a band. Gobsmacked is what you are when you're surprised by something. Hopefully someone in the chat is ballsy enough to admit they, like you, thought the same thing.
I've just never seen it spelt out, and I feel like I've always heard people say it with a D.
Nope, it's
okay.
It's gobsmacked.
You gotta think eventually, though, enough bad things happen when people would get angry and stop voting for the people who kill them, right?
You would think so, but they don't.
Quite literally, if the people of Hawaii vote the same people in again, those people just murdered you and burnt your homes to the ground.
Yeah.
So
it would be like
there's not one person in this planet that can convince me those people weren't murdered.
It would be like in the 10th century or the 11th century, the people of Lindisfarne voting for the Vikings. Ooh, Dennis Miller slam. You like that one? Hey, it's like Ivar the Boneless, babe, going into Lindisfarne and raiding the monasteries. Am I right? Boy, I tell you, that was like Dennis Miller could commentate boxing or UFC. He goes, yeah. I tell you what, I haven't seen a robbery like that since the Vikings went into Lindisfarne and looted the monasteries. See? It's a robbery. Who's going to get that one? Me. That's why a guy like me loved Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you what, he hit him harder than Charles Martel hit Abdul Rahman at the Battle of Tours, babe.
We do need that guy back. I feel.
We need Dennis Miller back. I need that.
That's a fun one. It's a fun listen.
Boy, I tell you, it's a real shit show out there tonight, guys. A lot of blood being spilled in buckets. I haven't seen this much blood since Charlemagne and the bloody verdict of Verdun. Boy, I haven't seen anything this disorganized since the Holy Roman Empire became the Confederation of the Rhine under Napoleon.
I like that every single time you finish, you look over here and wonder.
I just want to know if you like my
as
Dennis
like a little
Miller.
boy. You're very cute and very funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Boy, I haven't seen someone that sneaky since Robespierre was killed by his own Jacobins during the Reign of Terror, babe. Sorry. Just really enjoy my Dennis Miller.
Hey, get this, guys. He's not really sorry.
Brian M. I'd stop abusing you if that were the case. Brian M. gifting 5 memberships. Wow, thank you, Brian M. John Cetera, My Monk, Philip Sears, Ryan, and Jack Schaff, all getting some memberships. That also puts us at 255 for today. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, YouTube, what have you. We haven't even gotten to the actual Trump story, have we? We'll get to it in a second. I just want to catch up with the chat. They're very busy. They're talking about Trump stuff, and we went off on some tangents, so I want to take a few of you. Friendo says, April was educated via horse. It makes sense she doesn't know good words. I mean, you thought it was Godsmacked. It's okay.
I've never used the word, so does that count then? I've only heard others use it.
It's okay, April. Freedom's Lunch said, Lindisfarne, too soon, bruh. Too soon. I have been told today that it is too early to make Lindisfarne jokes. I apologize. He says, men died. Hobo Chili Recipe says, that's cute that Aaron thinks he's a historic savant. I am. I am. I'm absolutely a historic savant. How dare you tell me I'm not? Stevie J says, the way you know Ukraine is a fishy scam is you can't Google the total amount we've given them. It's fucking impossible to find the real number.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because the number goes up every day. Can never keep up.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I haven't seen this much terrible defense since the French in the Franco-Prussian War. That's right. Otto von Bismarck made Napoleon III look like Napoleon I, but on the island of Elba. Sorry.
You're disgusting.
See, Napoleon III was the emperor, was the king of France when they fought Otto von Bismarck and the Prussians in the Franco-Prussian War, which ultimately united Germany. You didn't know that.
I didn't know a lot of things, apparently.
Schaff theorizing that April was raised by Ewoks.
All right.
Were you raised by Ewoks?
You know that there's always a chance of that.
Midland Armory says the band Godsmack was actually named after the Alice in Chains song of the same name. There you go. Bird Collector says, don't worry, Rumble. Aaron will read one of these comments. It will be way too late to make sense, but I'm sorry. Eagle of America says it's mass Stockholm syndrome that people keep voting the way they do. I don't know. You'd like to talk to one of these people who votes this way all the time, no matter what. And in my opinion, I think it probably has something to do with fear of the alternative.
What, your house didn't burn down and your friends and family didn't die?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
What a stupid excuse.
Right. Well, I'm worried what will happen if we pick somebody else.
I'm terrified if we vote for Trump this time around because, Jesus Christ, the economy might do okay.
I don't want to vote for Trump, guys. I'm worried that the economy might crater, my dollar will be worthless, and my house might burn down.
God, we might start drilling for oil again, and then gas prices will go back down to $1.80 a gallon.
April with a very good point.
Jesus Christ. God, I'm just so terrified of the alternatives.
Oh, God.
My children might have survived this fire.
I'm going to fuck this one up. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, what dynasty was involved in the Boxer Rebellion? Oh, God, the Ming Dynasty. What dynasty was involved in the Boxer Rebellion.
Nice spelling.
Ah, it was the Qing Dynasty. God damn it. I was going to say King or Ming. In fairness, I was one letter off.
Boy, he really gave you a zing, huh?
I mean, if we had bet money on that, he would have been saying cha-ching.
Your lip quivered.
You know, if there was a championship for being right about ancient Chinese history, that guy would be the king. Or if they gave out jewelry for winning such things, that guy would be wearing a ring.
This is really starting to sting.
Woo! It's showtime, folks. Actually, SC Motorsports letting us know it was actually the Ding-a-ling dynasty. Oh, see, I didn't know. There's so many Chinese dynasties up until like 1920 or 1930 that I forgot about the Ding-a-ling dynasty. So there is that. Actually, Cocktiff says in the Boxer Rebellion, it was actually the Duck Dynasty. I had no idea. See, Hobo Chili Recipe, don't you look like a fucking idiot? Because all these people are letting you know that it was in fact not the King Dynasty. It was either the Ding-a-ling Dynasty or the Duck Dynasty. One of the two. Joseph, over on Rumble, got it right. He said King. Magnum DUI on Rumble says April's boobs look better on Rumble. Congratulations.
I don't feel like that's a Nux moment.
Why?
You know?
Jameson Repair says, please make him stop, April.
Yeah.
I'm just reading.
No.
I'm trying to get in touch with my audience.
Yeah, that is true. According to Citizen M, I apparently can control anything you talk about, so shut the fuck up.
Pool Scam Sam says viewers are suffering dynasty. But you
I think
added
we should
to
just
it.
continue to ping back and forth on this thing.
Nicole Magenta says it was actually the Bling Bling dynasty in China at the time. Okay. We can stop now. It is time to stop now, Mac.
I don't feel well.
We will. You shouldn't after that.
This is my day off.
I'm not even supposed to be here today. All right, boys and girls, looking to get to, what was it? We're looking to get under 200 in today's goal by the end of this hour. 255 away. Thank you very much. We're making good speed today. Keep on those rallies. Keep chipping in if you feel like it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so finally, on to the Trump story.
Yeah, I forgot the topic.
Mordor, back to Shire. That's where we're at.
Oh,
here.
you don't even like them.
Former President Donald... Okay, fine. Dagobah, back to Tatooine.
Why don't you pick a gayer one, like Kingdom of Heaven? God,
Oh,
Aaron watched it again.
Okay, we're at
and
we're at Reynaud de Chatillon's castle at Carac, but we'll be back in Ibelin soon.
I've got to admit, like, I watched part of that again because he had it on when we were sick.
Good ass movie.
I still think it's pretty gay.
It's a fucking great
It's
movie.
a very mid movie.
And by the way, I watched the director's cut. It's way better. Thank you. Former President Donald Trump said on social media that he will turn himself into Fulton County Jail on Thursday over charges filed by District Attorney. This is her name?
Say it.
That's her name?
Apparently.
What
are you going to do? Make fun of some innocent lady's name?
I gotta get something ready to play here. Before we give me just a second. I don't know where the chorus of this one comes in, but apparently the district attorney in Fulton County is named Fannie Willis. Take a load for free. Oh, I went a little too far. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going to get popped for this one. There you go. I know the lyrics are different, but what are you going to do? It's close enough. Crank Nutterbutter says, disgraced shock jock Donald Trump. I like that one.
You too.
So Fannie Willis is saying that Trump is what she's saying in the charges. This Fannie Willis, she's saying that Trump showed his whole ass during the 2020 election, and that she's not going to be the butt of this joke, and that she's going to turn Donald Trump into rump roast.
There's got to be more.
Hey, if you're Fannie Willis, you take the T off Trump. He's rump. You guys are twins. Trump posted the statement
Jesus
to his official
Christ.
account on the Truth social media platform. Well, you don't get news like this anywhere else.
Straight from the fanny's
Look,
mouth.
I bring you the news with a twisted, just his ghetto point of view.
Ugh. I hope Trump has more fun with his indictments than we do.
A renegade, you've been afraid. I penetrate pop culture. I don't remember the rest of it. I'm sorry.
What'd you eat today?
Crack cocaine with my teeth. Can you? Oh, here it's Trump. So my Trump impression. Okay. Are you ready for me to read this like Trump?
No.
Okay. Are you ready now?
Okay.
Okay. Can you believe it? I'll be going to Atlanta, Georgia on Thursday, to be arrested by a radical left district attorney, Fannie Willis, who is overseeing one of the greatest murder and violent crime disasters in American history. It's my Donald
It
Trump
was a
impression.
great Donald
Is
Trump.
it getting better because I've been working on it?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe these people could tell you what they think.
I can't wait for the chat to catch up with that one and let me know. Oh, by the way, I was wrong. Rumble, Trucker 18 Wheeler letting me know. It was the Boxer Rebellion. It was actually the King Kong Hong Kong dynasty. I did not know that. Yes.
Well, I'm glad we could straighten that out. Thank you.
Michael B says it's the worst Trump impression ever. Fuck. I really thought I had that. Yeah, Phillips here says best Trump ever.
So, you know, I thought so.
I thought, because I've been working on that really hard, because a lot of people have a really hack Trump impression.
Yeah.
And I feel like mine was pretty solid. Oh, wait, he's still going. Should I read the rest of it?
I think so.
Should I do it as my Trump impression?
Yes.
All right. In my case, the trip to Atlanta is not for murder, but for making a perfect phone call. She campaigned and is continuing to campaign and raise money on this witch hunt. This is in strict coordination with crooked Joe Biden's DOJ. It's all about election interference, and if you're down with that, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's my Donald Trump impression.
I was waiting with the what's.
Was it better than the last one?
Yeah.
All right. You want to hear my Gilbert Gottfried?
Yes.
The aristocrats, folks. The aristocrats. There you go.
Rest in peace.
Just wanted to make sure I got my impressions down. Ugh. Trump is accused of participating. See, now this is where we get to the news part.
How do you come back after that? Really?
Watch me. I'm a genius. Trump is accused of participating in a conspiracy to unlawfully change the outcome of the election in favor of Trump, according to the indictment filed on August 14th. The former president will be arraigned at the jail along with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. It's going to be a star-studded event.
Yeah, at least they'll have friends, right?
They get to book them. They get to make a big show of it. And what they don't understand is that the American people, these people think that the voters like them right now.
Oh, God, no.
And they don't. And what you think is the American people seeing you on a righteous justice crusade to lock up this evildoer, Donald Trump. The rest of us see it as, hey, what the fuck are you bothering with that guy for? You beat him. Why don't you get to work on the shit that we're facing, the problems that we've got over here? That's all that people are going to see.
The only time I feel that we should be looking into any of this, which is probably never because this shit didn't happen anyways, but like as if Trump had won and there was serious evidence that he did tamper with the election.
Right.
He lost.
He lost, right.
Isn't that the ultimate, gotcha anyways, you
hey, did
shitty cheater.
Did Trump cheat during the election? No. How do you know that? He got beat. He lost.
I really feel like that could have been put to rest the day that Biden took office, right?
I would love to see, because Biden can't be coached because he's too old and stupid. I would love to see Biden just get stressed out one day and go, I mean, he cheated on the election. He should be thrown in jail for it. I mean, do you know how hard we had to cheat to out-cheat him?
Sniff some hair, Joe. It's going to be okay.
Oh, man, I need a kid.
I need a kid.
But they keep misplaying this hand that they have when it comes to Trump. They keep doing this thing where they're like, oh, yeah, this time we're going to get him. People are tired of you trying to get this guy. They want you to figure out what's wrong with the shit that's going on, diagnose it, and fix it. And also, every time you go after Trump like this, he gets more sympathy. More people want to vote for him. You divide the country further, and you ensure that at the end of this 2024 election, you could be looking at something very fractious to this country.
I do think that we're projecting a little when we say that, because I do believe there are some people out there that do love to watch people try to get Trump.
There are, but you're driving an even further wedge between the people who want to
Might have been swayed.
like who have gone to Trump's side. You're driving a bigger wedge between the Trump and the non-Trump the more you do this stuff. And you're hastening that divide, and you're making it more angry. You're making it more, what do they call it, territorial. You're making it more passionate, which is not always a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, they do sound like a broken record. I don't know how many times you have to try the same angle for it to not work out.
Right.
And watch, there's no way, I keep saying this to myself, and now I feel like I'm projecting, but there's no way Biden. I
don't think Biden's going to do very well.
Biden gets voted back in, right? There's not.
I've not put anything past anyone anymore.
If he gets back in office somehow, like that is clear.
This is a guy
cheating,
who, when he ran in 2008, he got like 2% in the primaries, and now all of a sudden, 12 years later, all of a sudden he's like, oh shit, this guy's the man. This guy who was old in 2008, he fucking rules now. He's our guy.
Maybe he's just a big Clinton puppet.
You think? Bigot on socialist media says if Trump wasn't running again, they wouldn't be doing it. I agree with you. Because, yeah, they've had 3 years now to bring these charges. And now, right after he announces he's running for president again, 4 or 5 charges right in a row.
Yeah, now they just want to make an example out of him.
Right. Ozymandias says, Biden 2024. Yeah, April's going to get this. I don't know who this Biden guy is, but thanks to April, I'm going to be looking into him.
It's just shorthand for voting for Biden.
Okay.
Did it again.
Voting for Biden.
Biden.
Which is one of the worst horror movies of all time. Voting for Biden. All right, guys. Well over almost 700 people in this show right now at a time. Thank you very much. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. If you feel like becoming a member or chipping in a few bucks, that's great. By the end of this hour, we want to be under $200 on today's goal, and you guys are not doing too bad on that at all. 255 away. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are there in the chat, in both chats if you'd like to contribute. Otherwise, Rumble and YouTube is fine also. We're a listener-supported show, and if we get that down to 0, we tack 30 minutes onto the end of the program. So, yeah, Trump, $200,000 bond in this case. He's got to report, get processed, get booked. Then they do the bond thing, and then he gets out. So it's a whole dog and pony show.
Is that normal to put post bail at like that low of a number for somebody so wealthy?
No, it's more based on what the charges are.
Okay, so it doesn't have anything to do with how much money you have.
Not always. No, it more has to do with what a flight risk you are. Are you likely to come back and face the charges? How serious are the charges? How much evidence do they have? I mean, come on.
God,
You've watched enough Law and Order SVU.
Sure he's in court for that phone call he made.
Yeah, right. We have the phone call right here where he goes, hey, think you can find me some votes, win me this fucking election? Oh, how could he do so? Throw him in jail.
Okay, but don't throw him in jail the minute it happened.
Right.
Only do it when he's running for re-election.
Freedom's Lunch with $5 says, say in April voice, Mersh has a real big peen. April, you have to read that one.
No, I think he's saying you do because he's saying that in April voice.
Oh.
I can't do my own voice.
Mersh has the real big peen. Sorry, guys. That's just a generic
How do
girl
I sound
voice.
to you?
No, I apologize. All right.
You got to work on me.
You want me to do impression of how I hear you?
Yes.
Mersh has a real big peen. Sorry. Just it's a joke. Kidding.
Won't catch me saying that.
You see, they're going to get divorced now. Aaron clearly hates her. 250.
Why does he cross his arms like that and turn his back
Why
to her?
is he going like this all the time?
I like that. Whoever that chick was in the chat last night, why does he cross his arms like that?
Yeah.
That misogynist.
I like to be comfortable. And
I do that
sometimes,
sometimes.
this is comfortable for me.
It's a resting position. Like
I like
everything's just kind of resting.
I like to be comfy. Stop comfort shaming me. Sometimes I sit like this. Sometimes I sit like this.
Or like this.
Sometimes I sit like this.
Is it going to rain? It's dark out.
Well, I like to sit like this sometimes. There you go. Am I perspiring yet?
No,
All
it's
right.
not wet yet. If I keep touching it, maybe it'll be wet.
Ooh, then I'll perspire like crazy. Hobo Chili Recipe says, April hasn't even seen Aaron fully nude. See, they use that blanket with the hole in it. Well, I take my underwear and I just slide it through the hole.
It's a pink blanket.
Yeah, I use a pink blanket to fuck through. That's what I do.
And he has to have every light off in the room. By the way, we only have sex in our bedroom, and he must put all the shades down, which are light canceling. All the lights are off in the room.
Right.
The door's shut.
I can't have any noise.
He puts a towel at the bottom of the door, so there's no crack of light to come through there.
Has to be totally dark.
And silent, too.
And I have one rule: no nipples. That's why I wear tassels to bed. Bird Collector says, Aaron, I have to comment. You have your kid's shirt on again. It's all over look at how much it hangs. I've got a hanging shirt on. What do you want from me?
Ooh, these are getting excited the more you
All right, thank you.
move your shirt.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you to point
Very
that out.
Very exciting. I never get to see them puppies out in the open.
I'm getting a lot of impression requests now. Is to Steve-O doing Macho Man? That would break my voice.
Yeah, Steve-O doing anything sounds painful.
Hey man, I have that same shirt. That's really cool. That's just what he said to me. Steve-O's a great guy.
Do you think, how do you get a voice like that? Just lots of drugs?
Drugs, alcohol, smoking.
Screaming and yelling.
Yelling, abusing your body. Yeah, the whole deal.
Abusing.
Abusing, the whole deal.
What is the V shit?
The whole,
Abusing your box.
You're obsessed with the letter V. Today's show brought to you by the letter V. All right, everybody hit thumbs up. We're pushing 100 thumbs up on YouTube. I don't know how many on Rumble, but keep doing that because it does matter. We appreciate it. I love this woman. She is my absolute favorite. She is the one and only, yes, of course, April, but also Chrishean Rock.
Oh.
I love her too. And you should too. Chrishean Rock is a cultural touchstone in my estimation. I can't tell you what she does exactly. I don't know if she's a rapper.
She beats people and has babies.
I don't know if she's a model.
No.
I've seen her beat up Blueface before, who, you know me, big Blueface fan.
Look, if you fuck 1,000 men, you're a whore.
Aaron does like to bust down to Tatiana from time to time.
Wait, what?
He has a song called Tatiana. It's serious trash.
See, I did not know that.
But I said that you like to bust down to it.
Cynically Insane says, do a talented broadcaster doing a funny show. Go. Well, hey, look, I mean, come on. My talent has limits, for God's sake. So Chrishean Rock is pregnant, as you may know.
Yes.
And
I've heard this.
Do we know who the baby's father is?
It's Blueface.
It is Blueface's kid.
That's the last I heard.
Okay. And Blueface already has some kids. And that may surprise a lot of people.
But is he there for them?
Yes. He is. But a lot of people may not know that Blueface has babies with other women, which is shocking.
I've never heard of this phenomenon.
Never heard of this phenomenon. And now he is no longer with Chrishean Rock. He got tired of her, beating the living dog shit out of him every time they had a beer. And he decided that it was probably time for him to skedaddle. And now he's with some other hoe. And they're
just twerking in his living room.
Just twerking in his living room. Some other thought that he picked up. He has a type. Well, Chrishean Rock, even though she can't be there to beat Blueface anymore, she can still beat on his progeny, i.e. the baby inside of her. I love how TMZ was very diplomatic about this headline. Chrishean Rock, smoking while pregnant, sparks furious fan debate.
Oh, it's prego. I don't know if you heard that.
I'm never reading that word in my life. The word prego can fuck itself.
You won't even look at the cans in the grocery store.
No, the word prego can fuck itself right in the ass. However, I love how TMZ is being diplomatic about this and saying, Chrishean Rock smoking while pregnant sparks furious fan debate. There are some things in life, no matter how divided we are as a country, that is not a debate. Smoking cigarettes while you have a child growing inside of you it's a nish-nished. There's no debate.
Well,
there's no point counterpoint. It's just there's an akya and there's a nish-nished. And I believe that smoking while you're pregnant is definitely a nish-nished.
Maybe she's a big Mad Men fan.
God, boy, I tell you, method acting. It's a bitch.
But I like how
menthol acting.
Oh, God. I like how that's like the thing to spark a fan debate, though, and not the beating up of Blueface.
Not the beating up of her boyfriend, not the being a total hoe bag, not being a piece of shit in general, but, you know, the Siggy that you had. This is what finally made you question her?
By the way, I think she has a tattoo of him on her throat. Did you see that? If you go back to, I think that's him on her throat.
Is that Blueface on her throat? Oh, yeah, it is.
It's either him or Fetty Wap. Pick one. I don't know.
She flipped a coin and said, well, I don't know which one's the dad, but I'll get the tattoo on my neck.
You actually just, like, if you break up with him, you just pick a different black man that you're going to call it now.
Jesus. Is that what you do? They have to be black? Oh, that seems racist. Can't she be a little more diverse in her partners?
Did you see the picture?
Does she hate white people? So this was Chrishean Rock, I guess, doing a live stream. And she is...
On Clidio?
Clidio. So, my favorite Phil Collins song. Clidio. So she's doing a stream. Someone grabbed a screenshot of it. Yeah. And this is the very pregnant Chrishean Rock.
Oh, yeah, she's about to pop, I think.
Yeah, she's definitely getting there.
That poor kid.
Is she listening to a Blueface stream?
That is Blueface.
So, oh boy, tell me you're obsessed without telling me you're obsessed. So this chick is pregnant, sitting there smoking a cigarette, listening to her ex-boyfriend streaming. Wow, these two
It's the American dream, baby.
Well, you see, baby, there's nothing wrong with a black princess smoking on a Nubian cancer stick while she's got a baby growing inside her belly, baby. Because that baby is going to be Blueface, baby. And a Blueface baby is impervious to menthol, baby.
Going to be Blueface for another reason.
And when she delivers that child, baby, there's going to be Chrishean Rock shit all over the emergency room. So they're broken up, and she's listening to him and staring intently at her phone, smoking like a 57-year-old lady.
Yeah. She's
with
down
a baby
on her
growing
luck.
inside her. Okay.
Babe, I didn't have no shit. We went to I didn't take the test and I was there.
Oh, wait, Blueface is there.
Wait, what did she say?
I don't know. I need to hear that again. So Blueface is there with her while she's smoking, while she's pregnant.
Oh, you know what? He was talking down to her about the smoking while pregnant. That's what that was.
Okay.
He's trying to give her a tongue lashing.
Babe, I didn't have no shit. We went to I didn't take the test and I was there.
Well, it's all the menthol. It's gumming up her.
Oh, really? I thought it was the fights she had with Larry Holmes back in the 80s that made her talk like that.
Can Clidio give us subtitles?
Yeah,
please?
can we? There's no subtitles available on this.
And can you look a little less judgmental, Blueface?
I mean,
she's carrying your child.
Well, he's trying to be nice about it because he knows that if he just takes it away from her, she's going to beat the shit out of him like she always does. It's not even a joke. You can actually yell it this time. You go, she beats him.
That's true.
Babe, I didn't have no shit. We went to I didn't take the test and I was there.
Something about I can't take the test, but I don't know.
He said something about being 8 months. You know.
Let's
pregnant.
go. Let's take it from the top.
That's not going on. I don't know who boosted your head up and made you think that you made $10 million in 8 months. And I'm gonna put this humble pie in the freezer. Babe, I didn't have no shit. We went to I didn't take the test and I was there.
This is something about taking a test. You're right, but
usually somebody can get this for me, but I don't know if any of you are going to be able to do the translation. One more time.
Not even Joe Biden could figure this one out.
This bitch can't talk properly.
Babe, I didn't have no shit.
Okay, babe, I've got babe. We may have to piece this thing together one word at a time. Babe.
Don't call him babe. He's got
babe,
it.
I didn't have no shit.
I didn't have no shit.
I didn't have no shit.
I didn't.
Babe, I didn't have no shit.
I have something to show you, maybe?
Shake?
Babe, I didn't have no shit. We went to I didn't take the test and I was there. You're lying 99 times a day. Oh shit. I swear.
I hope it's a boy so you can put him in boxing and all that shit.
If it's a bitch, I mean, girl, see?
Come on.
How do you not love her? She's just a piece of shit pregnant hood rat with her nipples poking through her fucking bra because they're Cardi B size at this point.
She wore a training bra.
Yeah.
With her big old fat titties.
With her big milk tits. You gotta love her where she's talking about her unborn child. She goes, if it's a bitch, I'm sorry, a young lady.
I actually do admire her. I've been looking forward to... I've actually been holding off being pregnant this whole time because I was afraid that nobody would understand when I'm pregnant, a child inside me, and I'd say, call it a bitch.
Yeah, do you want it to be a dude or a bitch?
A dude bitch.
A dude
really.
bitch. Well, they have those now. They make those.
I hope it's a boy. See?
God was against it for thousands of years, and then finally he decided, it's cool.
Somebody who talks like this woman has 3 crosses tattooed on her face.
Yeah.
How dare she?
I mean, that makes total sense to me, actually.
I hope it's a boy. See, you could have been boxing and all that shit.
If it's a bitch, girl, see, we call the baby a bitch.
What a monster.
I'm afraid, dude.
So she's smoking while she's pregnant. She's calling the kid a bitch. And then I guess people were watching this and they were leaving comments. And they said, she's on TV smoking a blunt while pregnant. Which one of y'all foolishly said this baby would change her? And then, people, I know it's not my place. Well, it kind of is your place because they're the ones putting their lives out on TV.
I guess, yeah. Like if Aaron was sitting here pregnant and smoking a blunt, you do get to talk about it, right?
Wait a minute. There are people online defending her for this?
Somebody named Sagittarius.
Sagittarius said, y'all so worried about Chrishean and her smoking. If her doctor said it's okay, then shut the fuck up about it for real.
Cry face.
Cry face. You think that her doctor told her, a crazy hoe, that, smoking a blunt once in a while you're pregnant, that ain't going to fuck up your kid. You're good.
I do believe her doctor told her that, lest he be hit.
Yeah. Well, at first the doctor said, no, you cannot smoke while you're pregnant. And she went, really, bitch? And she pulled out a blackjack and she was like, I'll fuck you up. He's like, all right, a blunt here and there won't hurt. And by blunt, you mean before my meals.
Can I be drinking?
Yeah, can I sip? Just sip, doc. I just want to sip. Honestly, if Chrishean's doctor okayed her smoking weed during her pregnancy, no, he didn't. No doctor did that.
Are you saying you don't believe these people?
No, I don't believe submissive mystery at Jalavi on Twitter. If the doctor okayed smoking weed during her pregnancy, then she's straight. But then again, the shit just looks ghetto. You think?
Well, let's try again with Zoe Princess. Read hers.
All right, Zoe Princess, JQ Twitter Booty, MD, says, I be laughing at people. Well, I be laughing too. See, it's one thing to speak that way. It's another thing to type that way. But I be laughing at people mad at Chrishean smoking pregnant because y'all would hate my homegirl. Yes, I would. That doesn't give Chrishean a pass.
For many reasons, right?
Yeah, you would. She's always late. I don't want to make anybody cry on their stream. I'm sorry. I won't do any stereotypical humor. I know I know that's very offensive.
I've been waiting and praying for the day where you just have
offhanded Jew joke. I'm so sad.
It's okay.
Carl, do an episode on him. He's too mean.
What if
we need to stop this monster?
Watch him.
Even though this is the 9th time we've tried to stop him, and it's impossible.
He definitely ordered that episode.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
that's funny.
Hey, you gotta get that WCW 2000 Vince Russo shit going.
You know what? I always heard that Carl never liked me anyways. Let's see how
Yeah, right, exactly. That's funny because he tells me how great the show is and how I make it look so easy. And if I ever tell anyone, he'll deny it. It's good. It kind of shows you people's ethic. It shows you people's, who they are,
They're ethnic.
I guess you didn't make nobody made as much bank on the Stuttering John stuff as they thought they would.
It's
Oopsie daisy. So Zoe Princess at JQ Twitter Booty
MD.
I always forget the MD part. Says I be laughing at people mad at Chrishean smoking because y'all would hate my homegirl. Yeah, just because your stupid ghetto princess pregnant friend does really dumb shit doesn't mean that we're gonna be less mad at Chrishean Rock for doing said dumb shit. Now, let's get the thoughts of Manny the Lil Bra at Zamantalea on Twitter. She. Oh, sorry.
Come on.
She. I'm not mad. It's I not be mad.
No, it's
sir.
she. I'm not mad.
I'm not mad at Chrishean. If I was pregnant, I would be hitting my J here and there too. Ain't no way I'm doing 9 months without smoking. That's called addiction, my friend.
That's called somebody who shouldn't have children.
Yes. That's
sorry.
called you being an addict.
We should tell more people that they shouldn't be having kids.
Right.
There are so many people out there where it's like,
Oh, Friendo.
I start lowering the bar for other people now once I look at these people.
Friendo translated what Chrishean Rock was saying.
Okay.
He's letting us know that they were debating string theory.
Oh,
That's good.
that's really good, actually.
Yo, we might be on like vibrating strings and shit that you can jump stream and shit like that.
Maybe Blueface was trying to talk to his fetus and make sure it wasn't gay.
Fetus, I ain't even hungry. Fetus.
You got enough smoke in there to last a lifetime.
Jamel says, tell the government to stop snitching up our children and putting them in these camps in Texas and around the nation. Okay, give me a second. Government, stop snatching up our kids and putting them in these camps in Texas and around the nation. All right, report back to me on how I did, and let me know if there are any results or any movement, please. These kids are finished, says Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. Yeah, when people come to Chrishean Rock's defense of her smoking weed while pregnant, you really get the idea of how many fucked up kids there are out there.
I know. It's, right, because that's just apparently okay.
Yeah. Stevie J says, problem solved. Well done, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you. I did what I could. That Suave Banana says, my husband and I have been doing paperwork and jumping through hoops just to adopt a child. And these, let's just say, folks, can just pop them out and act like this.
Yeah.
Boy,
This is like, there is no fairness in the world. How about that? There's no fairness.
I mean, you are gay, and that is a sin unto God. So, I mean, if you,
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's a problem for me. I'm just, you're asking for an answer that they might give you.
God is
I'm just
more
kidding.
okay with Chrishean Rock and Blueface having children together than he is with you two.
Yeah, then you two having a
Raising-
kid together purely based on the basis that when you're behind closed doors, you stick things in each other's assholes. But if Chrishean, sod of you. Swap Banana, please tell me that you guys switch it up in the bedroom, and when someone else says, hey, are you the bottom tonight? You tell them, you go, sod of me, sod of you. That would be a
Why
fun.
should they have to switch it up if we don't?
Because I don't have a vagina.
You got a hole.
I don't stick things
You
in
got
that
two
hole.
holes I can see
I don't
things
stick
going in.
anything in that hole.
No, I do. No? Okay.
Matt Barrick says, aren't you going to be playing the heel with Cardiff, and isn't that involving WATP? Well, no, that was clearly a setup now that we know these things. So, yeah, I mean.
So wait, does that mean Cardiff is a piece of shit too?
No, they're not. I don't think any of them are a piece of shit. It's just that's why I kind of got out of that world in the first place. None of it's real. Like, it's all just kind of.
Everything's got to be a work.
Yeah,
over there.
everything. And I'm just like, no, that's not how I've always done anti-work radio. Like my whole career.
Anti-work
If I
radio.
feel something, I say it. When I say something on the show, at least in that moment, I mean it. So I
In
would
this
say no.
moment, You own it.
Yeah, the works and everything else, nah, I'm not it's not my thing. I find it kind of hacky, but whatever. If you know, people want to be hacky, in something that's hacky in my opinion, maybe something other people really like. That's the difference between me and the people who despise me and despise this show, is that if I don't think you're very good, I just don't participate. Like I just don't use up my valuable time on what you're doing. But I get it. I get it. I'm very interesting. I am very interesting. You just need to admit that part.
Los Federales has a very important message for you to read.
He says, who likes salt and vi chips? But that vi chips, but that's a black emoji with the, I see what you did there. 250 away from today's goal. Let's get in there. We got about 15 minutes before we wanted to be under 200 in today's show. We got about 15 minutes until we hit that mark. Thank you guys very much for the strong showing today. Pushing 700. Looking great on YouTube today. A little lower on Rumble, but then again, maybe they don't like Kid Rock jokes.
No, that was a terrible way to start the show, babe.
That could be it. Go ahead and hit like if you're on Rumble right now. Hit thumbs up if you're on YouTube. We do appreciate it. Oh, guys, we got a grade school teacher getting fired.
Okay. Which student did she have sex with?
Right, that would be the first idea you would have. Is,
Does she have an OnlyFans?
A grade school teacher got fired, and you're like, oh, well, she had to have fucked somebody. Or she had an OnlyFans. One of the dads got caught jacking off to it, and now the mom got it all taken away. So, day one tried to solve Los Federales' little thing there. He says, oh my fucking God, Vicun chips. Salt and Vicun chips. Wow. I've never seen that. I think he was trying to say salt and vinegar, but for some reason he slipped. No, he slipped and put an emoji in there. He slipped and put an emoji in there when he meant to spell out.
I love a salt and vinegar chip. Those are delicious.
Day one, that made me laugh my fucking balls off before we get to this next story.
They're on the floor.
Oh, my. Trying to think of other ones. I've never heard of salt and Vice-Spade chips. It's not a word. That's why. It's not a word, simply put. What? Oh, April's going to write one down. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Salt and oh, no, you can't say boo at the end because they weren't, it wasn't a ghost. Oh, oh, okay. Well, that Los Federales with $2 says $2 for you in April to adopt a black baby. Yeah, look, that ain't even going to move the goal down, let alone get us to adopt a black baby.
One of us would be very loving and caring, and I'll let you guess which one that is.
Of the black baby?
Yeah.
I would rock it to sleep every night.
With a boogie beat.
I would rock him, mama, with a boogie beat. That's the song I would play for him every night. If I adopted a black kid, hold on.
No, this is for bath time, isn't it?
Hold on a second. No, this would be
she uses these videos.
This is what I would play the kid for bedtime every night.
I'm sweating.
See? Just kind of, I have my black adopted baby. I cradle it in my arms.
What's his name?
Like this.
It's a boy, obviously.
Tyshawn. And then, can we get to the close? Oh, here we go.
In Harlem, there's a little place where everyone goes to see the way a washerwoman washes her
Right?
clothes. If you like boogie-woogie rhythm, she's got a beat. Let the boogie-woogie washerwoman give you a treat. On every afternoon, that one the sessions begin.
That's a good lullaby,
You
isn't
actually
it?
just sing it to him. You don't have to play anything.
That would be a wonderful lullaby.
For Tyshawn.
Yeah. You can play him all kinds of things that might put him to sleep.
My mind's telling me no.
No.
You want to play a sex song to your baby?
No, I'm not.
Nobody thinks racism
It was more the black part of the... Yeah, that one looked a little pedo-y, didn't it?
I'm actually not having children with you now.
Oh, sometimes you swing and you miss when you go for these kind of bits.
If I needed a push one way or another, you really told me where we're going that way.
Nicholas, first name, last name, Gers, says, can I be's your black adopted baby? We're going to have to teach you that that's not a proper way of speaking English.
Your new name is Tyshawn Imhold.
Yeah, you'd have to be Tyshawn, though.
You're obviously putting him in boxing, right?
Oh, God, yes, absolutely. You see, the black athlete is superior because back into slave days,
you got to put him in. Wow. We got to have, we have to have football in the fall.
Right.
Basketball in the winter and boxing in the off season. Right.
Hold on, I have another
Just
song.
Cover your bases.
Wait, I have a song I could play him for a lullaby.
I wonder why nobody don't like me. Or is it the fact that I'm ugly? I wonder why nobody don't like me. Or is it the fact that I'm ugly? I leave my whole house and go. My children don't want me no more. Bad talk inside the house they bring. And when I talk, they start to sing. Mama, look out, boo-boo. They shout. Their mother tell them, shut up your mouth. That is your daddy. Oh, no. My daddy can't be ugly, so shut your mouth. Go away. Mama, look out, boo-boo.
That's a great little.
See, I've got all kinds of lullabies. I'm ready to
Lullaby.
adopt a baby.
Look, I'm gonna wait a couple days for the heat from this episode to cool off, and then I'm gonna actually look into adoption.
I've enjoyed her. Bum says that literally sounded like the start of that Lizzo song. I was about to die. You're gonna play your black baby, Soul Lizzo. No, I am not. Los Federales with $2 says, no BS. I work with a girl named Quastacious. That sounds like an adjective.
How do you pick those names? Like, have you ever noticed that like nobody that looks like me or from my hometown has that name?
What you do is you listen to Chrishean Rock, and whatever you think she said, you name your baby that.
Quastacious.
Yo, I want to have lobster, crab, or something like that. I want a Quastacious.
But if it's a boy, it's Quastavius. Quistante.
I don't know the proper masculine and feminine pronouns for
Quastavius
names. Okay, thank you. So Eus is men and
a V.
Acius is woman.
Quastavius.
Okay, that's good.
Quastacious just sounds feminine.
We're learning Ebonics today. 250 away from this morning's goal. If you feel like chipping in, we're falling a little bit behind. Wanted to be under 200 by 8 o'clock today, but nary there we are at the old 250. If you feel like chipping in, throw in a couple of bucks. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Okay, let's get into this grade school teacher who apparently got hired in the first place, which is insane to me. There is an elementary school teacher in Illinois who is bipolar.
Okay.
With psychosis.
Not a good start.
And an admitted Satanist.
You've gone on air here before and said you understand the Satanists, right?
But I don't understand letting them teach children anything.
Oh, okay.
Not even how to open a car door. So this teacher, it's not so much what she did in class. It's not so much that she got fired. I'm more upset about the fact that she was hired in the first place. Because I guess they're hurting for teachers.
They're hurting for everything in Illinois.
They're hurting for everything.
Dads mostly. The ability to walk down the streets without being shot.
We are leaning the fuck in today, aren't we, boys and girls? Look at this one.
Crack-free schools. Somebody who could test into a passing grade.
Well, anyway, this is the teacher that they hired.
Oh my God.
And then fired. This is them. Let's zoom in on that picture a little bit, huh?
Do we have to?
It kind of looks like Matt.
It does. That looks like Matt if he went down a few different roads.
Oh, there's their Satan shirt, a fuck the police flag.
How does that get to be a Satanist?
Well, here's one of how does it not? I have bipolar 1 disorder with mania and psychosis.
I love a good mania person.
Yeah. This condition has drastically changed my life for better and worse. Which end would you say those scales tip?
No, that's part of the bipolar stuff. They can't pick.
Oh, okay. Because of it, I suffer from irrational thought processes, which make my fears and anxieties triple. Every day is a battle with my mind to survive and be the best me I can be. I have done things in conditions of psychosis and mania that have been violent and hurtful. But I am not my disease. I am me, and I know me. I love me.
And this person was teaching children?
This person was hired to teach children.
It is no wonder that nobody in that state can test out of into the next grade.
Right.
They can't pass.
Remember,
anything.
Illinois is the state where they had those multiple school districts where the kids literally couldn't read.
There were 0 students that could test out of anything.
Right. They couldn't test out of math. They couldn't test out of reading. Nothing. Let's go ahead and hit play
Gun
on
safety.
this. Let's learn all about this teacher controversy in Illinois and find out how the fuck this person even got hired in the first place.
Our children are precious and they don't deserve that in their school.
You're so much prettier when you smile. Let me make this bigger.
That was actually kind of a hot chick, like for her age.
I know, but she was so ugly crying.
Our children are precious, and they don't deserve that in their school.
What, was Joe Biden coming to visit?
Parents in one suburban school district are upset by a recent art teacher hire.
They say social media posts should have prevented the district from hiring the person.
Elizabeth Matthews is live with the latest from Lockport.
Honestly, sorry. I was blowing my nose.
Of course it was art, by the way.
Right, yeah. You know, you got to express yourself and all that. You know, paper. You can't have someone teach you how to do paper mache unless they're batshit crazy.
You can't put anything in a kiln without a manic break first.
Right, exactly. You can't fire all their ceramics unless you yell at someone who's not there. But
that guy's not real.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce you to your new art teacher. That motherfucker is not real. Oh, shit, we're going.
You can die in this art class with the rest of them if you want, but I'm not.
We're going from frying pan to fire here, aren't we? Oh, boy. No, I think if schools went with a one hair color policy, I think you'd avoid a lot of the crazies.
Can we have highlights?
No.
Frosted tips.
No. We're going to make teachers.
See, now you're out.
Here's what we're going to do from now. Here's what we're doing from now on. Monks. Teachers have to be monks. You have to take an oath of decency. You have like one hair color, like up to 4 piercings. No tattoos.
No piercings if you're a monk.
Oh, okay. Well, no, there's monks that have.
But nobody should see that.
A Prince Albert, yeah. And then if we find out about it, you're totally fired.
Why is it called a Prince Albert?
For the first man who ever got it.
According to this art teacher appears to have been hired over the summer. Was supposed to teach art in 4 different elementary schools here in the Homer 33C school district. But today, the first day of classes, art class was canceled.
Oh, this woman has a problem?
What, the chick with misfits on her throat?
That is great. I would love to see this woman be like, look, the bitch is clearly fucking crazy and we don't need someone like that around children. Or is that her?
I don't know.
Let's see. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. That just shocked the shit out of me.
She did have a devil key on her forehead.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. Hoof soup face scared the shit out of me. My voice is not that high.
Was canceled.
The school should have done a better job in checking these things.
The first day.
It's true. That person is like, this teacher's fucking bananas. We can't have this person in our school. She's insane.
This person can't teach children.
She looks like a fucking mutant.
I say as I have the word misfit and demon skulls tattooed on my face.
Are we the baddies? We have skulls on us.
Of school for Homer District 33C tarnished with controversy over a new elementary teacher and social media posts that appear to be connected to him.
I've seen some anti-religious. There's definitely child sacrifice. There was Satan worship.
If he has, we lost a child.
There was a post about child sacrifice, and you want to be a teacher. And again,
what better place to shop for the sacrifice?
Again, somebody hired this person. Now, I thought that checking social media and stuff was just part of the background check for being a teacher.
That's invasive, Aaron.
What we're finding out in this story is that it's way too easy to become a teacher.
Do you want to become a teacher?
No.
Quickly?
Not
I
in
bet
the
we
least.
could for the upcoming school year.
Hey, what do you want to teach? History. Here's a clip from my show. Well, I tell you what, everybody, I haven't seen a sack quite like that since Charles Martel took care of Abdul Rahman at the Battle of Tours. And you're hired. Can you do the whole class as Dennis Miller?
His lifestyle. I'm starting to become suspicious of anyone who wants to teach art.
That, you know what, though? If you would have went ahead and had that attitude from day one in your life, you probably would be on a pretty good path.
Like, I'm trying to think back. The only controversy of any teacher that was ever around me in school was an art teacher.
I think there's a lot of people who, you know, when they're younger, they don't trust their gut because they're worried it'll look mean or bad or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're worried that they might get called a name or something like that. But then the way they felt in their gut turned out to be right and they didn't go with it. So, yeah, I think I think when there's, look, man, our brain work, our chemistry, our whatever is a lot smarter than we actually are. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it tells you something, it lets off a red flag, and you pass up on it because you're like, oh, no, well, I don't want to be looked at as mean or anything else. But your brain's like, dude, I'm telling you for a reason. It doesn't matter if you look mean or not. You're going to be right.
If he has his lifestyle, so be it. But that is not going to be put onto our children.
Now, hold on. Ma'am, you're being a bit too tolerant. He's talking about child sacrifice.
Yeah, and she's over here. If he has his way of life, that's one thing.
I'm gonna need him to cut out the child sacrifice part.
Do we need to do this?
No, it's not necessary.
What are we sacrificing the children for?
Scientific studies have shown it never really helped the crop yield anyway.
Right.
So
that's what I've heard.
You know what they found out around 1100 or so? Turns out it was actually sunlight and water. And
Brondo, it's got what plants crave.
It was not the blood of virgins or babies that made the crops grow. It was indeed water and sunlight.
I've participated in that before, and it didn't work.
I wish I would have told you.
Parents tell Fox 32 safety.
Imagine you're a guy who gets told this information while you're holding the lifeless body of an infant with a slit throat on your farm. And they're like, excuse me, sire, excuse me. Yes, I'm just doing my fertilizing. It turns out that it's animal shit, water, and sunlight. You mean this? No, it doesn't work. He's sleeping.
Jebediah, what'd you do now?
I slit another baby's throat. Did you just impregnate your wife so you could have that child to slit its throat for the farm? No.
You almost feel bad for him. Like he just...
He's sitting there. He's covered in blood. There's a fucking bleeding to death baby in his hands. He's spreading it on the corn crops. And he's just like, oh, so you're saying that this is doing nothing to help? No, in fact, we found that it could be detrimental to the crops.
The iron in his blood makes the roots stunt their growth.
I have to be honest, this is maybe the most awkward I've ever felt in my entire life.
His wife's crying.
Why are we still shouting? Why don't I bring my horse closer to you? That would be lovely because I already feel embarrassed enough and I'm going to need you to help me bury this baby.
And then maybe go tell my wife, and have her make supper while we
tell
do it.
my wife that the last year has been for naught as this one will not help the crops. Yes, but if you bury the child, that might fertilize the soil, ironically. Oh, well, that's helpful. So I can still get her pregnant. No, we're still going to outlaw the whole killing the babies for the crops thing. Oh, well, talk about mixed messages, Nigel. That was my impression of a conversation between two medieval people.
Yeah.
Discussing the slaughtering of babies to save the crops.
That's good.
How are we still 250 away from our goal with shit like that?
I don't know. On my day off, nonetheless.
On April's day off. That's right. Guilting you into contributing funds to keep this show going.
You know
Thank
what?
you.
If you don't want to do it for us, do it for Johnny, who's sick and dying at home.
Dying of death.
Do you want to see him tomorrow? Knock his goal out, damn it.
See, they threaten people to... Yep, you're right. You don't have a sense of humor.
threaten you.
All right, here we go.
Good looks.
Continuing on with the Satanist kid-sacrificing art teacher.
Maybe of concern.
At first, I didn't think anything of it. They were talking about religion.
Looked a lot like me. Didn't really think anything of it. And as you can see, I'm big on God.
Those dermal dimples freak me out.
I hate dermals.
I really don't like dermals.
Dermals and suspension piss me off.
And I'm not... you could believe what you want to believe, but then some of the pictures and then some of the... He said he got violent.
She say that I can believe what I want to believe?
Yes, I believe she did, Aaron.
You ma'am, look ridiculous.
She's hot. Under all that.
Started voicing their concerns this week, but heard nothing from school leaders.
I was angry. I don't feel like any of the concerns or questions that hundreds of parents have been asking have been answered. And I think that is just to shut us up.
The district.
Hey, the literal maniac, and I don't use that as a euphemism. I mean, literally, this person is bipolar and manic. Yes, the maniac you've hired to run the art department. Could we reconsider that one? They claim that they're violent. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, I don't know. One of those fucking clay slurry knives could end up in some kid's head.
Right, you use actual weapons in that class.
Right. So let's maybe, let's get on top of this one, guys.
What grade was he teaching her? Them?
Multiple elementary school art classes at multiple schools, yeah.
God.
District did respond Thursday afternoon.
As the union would call them, a floater. Did you ever have those in your union, a floater?
Yeah, we had a lot of floaters.
No, honestly, that wasn't a term?
No.
That was like a journeyman
no
who would
idea
come
what that
in.
means.
He never worked at one specific shop. He kind of bounced around where they needed help.
Those were called substitutes.
Oh, okay. But they worked full time.
No.
But they would bounce around to different stores.
No, we weren't poor. We had a teacher for every class.
No. I meant like when you were in a union job. You didn't have workers that kind of came in and...
No. When I was working myself in a union, we all had a position.
Okay, because my dad was a baker, and he was a floater, a journeyman. And what he would do is he would go, like, they would schedule him at different stores because the company he worked for had, like, say 10 or 11 stores.
Never had that.
And he would go to different ones every couple of weeks.
Ours, in fact, was so specific that you had to, like, sign for positions and stuff. And, like, the only reason you ever worked somewhere else is if you had no work and they had a lot of work.
Oh, well, then shit.
Superintendent saying in part, quote, while the district cannot speak on matters of personnel for individual employees, I do want parents to know that I've heard your concerns, understand the issues highlighted by the community, and am investigating the situation.
Well, thank Christ. I mean, thank God you're looking into it. I mean, I would hate to have you make a rash decision like hire a lunatic. That is funny.
You definitely can't fire one now.
Yeah, I love how they can hire it quickly, but then the minute you're shown that it's an insane person. Sorry.
As a person.
Allegedly. But the minute you're shown it's crazy and defective, you can't just can it right away. Like, look, we have to go through the process. She has to stab a kid in the ear first.
But it's literally saying they're violent.
Yes. Well.
He was even hired in the first place. Shows that the discernment of the people that hired him
big word
needs to be checked.
Well, then why don't you send your kid to the school you went to learn words like discernment rather than shitty Illinois schools?
We reached out to the teacher in question, have not yet heard back with any sort of
In
comment.
fairness, they were doing a seance to raise one of their friends from the dead after an opioid overdose.
There's actually a goat with its throat slit,
balls
bleeding
cut
all over
off.
something. Right, and they're strung up like a mistletoe.
Yeah, the Liver King shows up and goes, are you going to eat those? I'm late for breakfast.
Can I tell you something? There's not much that you do on the show that like stops me from eating whatever I'm eating. That one did it.
The Liver King eating
I was
balls.
trying to eat some of our sweet potato salad for breakfast yesterday. And
You're a hygiene person. You didn't think dipping the hands into that milk was the most disgusting thing you've seen?
I think it's disgusting, but I've like seen you as a male do many disgusting things that I
Not
find
reach my hands
gross.
into a bowl of milk and
No, I'm saying by comparison, I was like, I have a hard time believing that that's what got you.
that bugs me.
Not the fact that there's
Because
raw
I know
testes in the bowl.
he's gonna drink it, and his dirty, filthy hands have been in there.
Okay, so it's not the raw testes sitting in there being slimy in the milk.
Well, that goes
gets
without
you.
saying.
It's the dirty hand.
That goes without saying. But the guy likes to eat dick and
There's
balls. What am I
balls
gonna
in
do?
there.
Well, I get it, but it doesn't faze him.
I don't think there was dick. I think there was just balls.
It's not the. Well, then why is it so long?
Have you seen a scrote?
I mean, just mine.
What do? They elongate.
I suppose.
I tried telling you in the chat yesterday that typically the dick won't get cut off with balls. It's just castration.
Okay.
Why are they lopping off his
I don't know.
whole member?
Oh, God. I don't know a lot about how they cut off the genitals of animals. I'm a monster.
I do get a kick out of the fact that you think that somebody's hands are filthy enough to taint that milk, but the balls didn't.
You're going to eat them anyway.
It's ball
Or
milk.
statement. This expected to be a hot topic at next week's school board meeting.
Really?
That's Tuesday at 7 o'clock. Reporting live from Lockport, Elizabeth Matthews, Fox 32, Chicago.
I know you guys would get in a lot of trouble for this, but maybe you could institute just and we'll call it this, perhaps a no freaks policy.
It just really is raining shit on Chicago.
Allegedly.
You could unleash the book of Revelations on Chicago and nothing would change.
Stu Cat says, no, come on, April. It's the female gym teacher every time. That's the one you got to look out for. He's
What?
saying.
Why?
You said you got to look out for the art teachers. He's saying no.
I don't know. My gym teachers were top notch. I only had one that I ever remotely thought was a little flirty. And that was probably my projection.
Northside CA over on Rumble says, why did the D-Bowl betray Liver King like this? Who Who's the D-ball? How did they betray the Liver King?
I don't know.
And what does this have to do with him eating a shitload of balls?
That's disgusting. That actually makes me want to gag thinking about it.
Jameson Repair says. Jameson Repair over on Rumble says, "Your dad was a baker. No wonder you're a little doughboy."
That can't be the first time you've heard that.
It's remarkably hurtful. Well, it's been long enough since I've heard it that I don't remember the last time, and it hurts me. It hurts me. NF Cap says, April, I actually had to click off the show for a little while during that testicles part. The first bite made me gag, and I was out.
It's disgusting. Like, I can't finish that sentence.
Why?
I've had, interactions with balls before, like errands, and occasionally they end up in your mouth and stuff, but you can't imagine chewing on one.
You never think of just biting down on the ball?
There's something like sacred about balls. You're not supposed to chew on them.
Ah, what a good girl. I wish they all thought that way. It would have saved me a lot of stitches back in the early 2000s.
Treat with care.
200 never mind. Just let it go. $250 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. If you want to contribute, let's knock it down. I think we started at like 280 today or 290. So we're not very far into it. And we've got about an hour and 40 minutes until we rattle this here offering plate and try to make our money for today. $250 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's get a little rally going and make this thing reachable for today. Remember, no evening show goals this week. So we're hoping to take a little pressure off you guys as the economy's getting a little tighter. Things are getting a little tougher for everybody. And we want to make sure that this show can keep doing what it does. And that means giving you guys a break every once in a while. So help us meet that goal. And boy, we sure would be grateful. Let's go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. MSO says, I don't know about today's goal. Yeah, it certainly hasn't been moving. Maybe MSO gets a win today. We will see. But I certainly hope not, because that's a rough one.
Maybe we've been terribly unfunny.
I feel like my performance has been solid today.
I liked mine.
I will say.
Yeah.
Never mind. We have a new VIP.
Jesus Christ.
This one is from Phallic Clouds. Says, you've made me laugh for 6 years. So when I sold my house in that shithole town of Brainerd, I wanted to spread the joy. Your new VIP, Phallic Clouds. I'm the chubby old lady with long blonde hair you see at your shows. Well, you're a lovely, lovely human being.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for becoming a VIP cloud. What was it? What's the cloud?
Phallic Clouds.
Phallic Clouds. And, of course, 100 goes to getting her that VIP package. 150 goes towards today's goal. Look at that, boys.
Thank you.
This is truly a charmed show. I think this is what frustrates some people out there, is that just when you think we've fucking got these guys, it's not going to happen. You get a new VIP that day, something else. You know what? Can you get that order in for me today? I know we've been very sick, but I need you to get that order in today. Let's put in Phallic Clouds. Let's put in last night's VIP package person, and then everyone else.
That sounds lovely.
All right, perfect.
Yes, Mrs. Clouds, if you could please
Mrs.
message
Clouds.
me, that'd be cool, so I can get your size and all that.
There you go, boys and girls. So now just $100 away from today's goal, and just like that, we're in striking distance. Thank you very, very much. This audience it's fucking weird sometimes. You feel kind of like an odd, charmed feeling. Like no matter what happens, you're like, we're having a slow day. It's starting to be a slow day today. And then just all of a sudden someone goes, so my house, I want to become a steel toe VIP. I go to all the shows anyway. I want my free tickets, God damn it.
Yeah, that is kind of a good point, though.
So sometimes it's hard as me not to feel like, you know what? We're just on kind of a blessed path. It's out of my hands.
Are you hashtag blessed, hashtag living your best life?
Hashtag blessed, hashtag living my best life. Absolutely. And also for all VIPs, we're going to do a thing for the Chrissy Show. April and I will talk about this today. We'll do some kind of thing for VIPs since this isn't an us show. We'll take something out of our end. Either if you're a VIP, let us know when you buy your Chrissy Mayer tickets. We'll either buy you it'll come with a drink that night, or $5 off your ticket, but like refund it at the door.
That's stupid. Just buy the drink.
Buy the drink. There you go.
I already have a couple that are like, we'll take a drink. We bought tickets.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, there's the link to the tickets. Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart, as well as myself. Nick Rekieta's going to be there. Johnny's going to be there. April's going to be there. It's going to be really big, man. If you like the anniversary party, this to me is every bit as big as the anniversary party with some of the names that are coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick Rekieta. I'm excited to meet Nick
That's
Rekieta.
very exciting.
You got Chrissy. You got Lila. You've got, Chrissy, another one who very smartly got out of that streaming world of that kind of group
ironically,
of people.
I think she just basically came up with the name.
Yeah, and then said, I don't want
And then
anything
it's
to do with this fucking
guys,
shit.
I didn't do that on purpose, and I think it's very funny that it stuck, but that's
Right.
not really for me.
But she's been doing unbelievable business lately. I mean, she's all over the country.
Hustling.
Absolutely, come check it out. Saturday, October 21st at Partners Pub in Sartell, featuring Lila Hart. Nick Rekieta we'll get Nick Rekieta's ass up on stage.
He'll go. Yeah.
If for no other reason, for all of you who are about to drive drunk, to ask legal questions of Counselor Rekieta that night. Doors open at 7:30. The show is at 8:30. Again, Chrissy, Lila. If you guys had fun with Gino and Keanu, you're going to have a great time with Chrissy. I don't know if Frank's going to be there or not.
I hope so.
I hope he is. I'd love to meet Frank, but it's very exciting. I thought it was really cool when she went on Kumia's show and she's like, I'm just going out there to meet the Steel Toe guys.
I just want to hang out with them.
Yeah. Gino comes back and he tells everyone, it's fucking great out there.
Well, we had a great goddamn time. Sure paid for it the next week, but
We certainly did. We're people realize this about us. We're a great goddamn time
isn't
over
that
here.
funny? Like, you can sit on your internet all you want. I sound old. You can sit on your
Shit
internet
on your internet, you kids.
and seethe and talk about how shitty and ugly we are, and then you all show up in person and you're like, oh, they're not fat. Oh, their foreheads aren't glaring and huge, or maybe they are. They're just
Maybe
sexier
they are.
than I thought.
They're sexier foreheads.
And they're a lot of fun.
Riding Dirty Llama says, April doing stand-up comedy.
No.
We could try. If I
That
asked,
is not what I'm for. I am there. I'm like Ginger from Casino. I'm there to work the room.
Oh, okay.
I'm a room worker.
Oh, and I'm going to be
Leave me
Robert De Niro,
alone.
where I belt you a couple of times when you get on a line.
Where are my fur coats? You bitch.
No, thank you. We never talked about this, but Apple Podcasts took Glenn Beck's podcast off their service.
Yeah.
For like hate speech or something. They have since reappeared on the platform. Okay, so I didn't know if we had to go over this at all. It reappeared on the platform. It got taken down. That's just a weird thing. And again, it makes me nervous that as we get closer to 2024, we're just going to see shit like this happen. It feels like they're ramping up. It feels like they're getting ready for something.
I'm scared something terrible is going to happen before that election gets here. I really am. Like, there's never been a year where I'm more like apprehensive of my surroundings than this one.
And it also makes you suspicious that, and day one, yes, will Chrissy's boobs be there? Absolutely, all day long. Chrissy's boobs will be there.
Aaron would not have signed her if they weren't coming with.
I said, Frank, if those tits aren't coming with, I'm not interested.
Lila's got some nice tits too. She always looks good.
And you can look down at them all the time. You can get a
true.
great
You
view.
can't even get in trouble.
You've got a wonderful view of Lila Hart's tits
They're
because you
right
can
down
just right down there. So you can look her right in the eye, and she can't pull the my eyes are up here. You can just go. She can go, are you looking at my tits? And you can go, you will never know. You will never know. Grinch Girl says another event I can't wait for. Well, fantastic. The link is in the chat. Go ahead and get your tickets.
I have a thought.
To Chrissy and Lila Hart. There's the link in Rumble and the link in YouTube. Go ahead.
Do you think it would be plausible to work with Jason, the owner, and come up with like a set, like little shortlisted drinks or something where we could hand out like vouchers to our VIPs so we don't have to like keep
and
going
then put
up
it
to
on
a
our
bar?
tab.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or like, they can have that little like meat thermometer needle thing and like put the vouchers on it and like.
No, they
take
would
that
just
out of our
charge the
tab at
voucher
end.
to. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's precisely what we do.
I think that would be the easiest way. I'm not going to run back to the bar every time a VIP walks in. I'd be at the bar all night.
Day One had a very funny question. He says, does April only put out on days where they hit the goal? April's vagina would be blown apart if that was the case. We hit our goal every single day. I'd say once every month or two, we'll miss it, and then the audience makes up for it later in the day. We were always hitting it.
And then on the rare occasion when we do miss it, I actually put out 3 times to make Aaron feel better.
I get a sympathy beeger. D. Gulag says YouTube is cracking down on Fresh and Fit and other red pill channels too. I heard about that. I heard Fresh and Fit got demonetized. They're still on, but they can't take super chats or memberships or anything like that. I don't know. You can still, that's kind of a blessing in disguise. Like you're just going to push more of these guys over to Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's great. Like I'm not a big Fresh and Fit guy. I'm not a big, what's the other one? Whatever.
I have no
that
idea.
podcast.
Oh, the whatever guys.
I'm not big on the bringing a bunch of dumb broads in and then smashing the shit out of them for being dumb broads. I think
sounds like something you'd like, though.
No, because it's shooting fish in a barrel. I like it when big, strong women cry, not dumb thoughts.
You like your women crying to look like Amanda Nunes.
Yes, exactly. I like to watch bad bitches get broken down. And those guys, the problem is the guys on those podcasts would never do that.
No,
they want the
I don't
easy.
think so.
They want the easy marks. So nah.
They want that chick from the Clearwater Strip Club last night.
But as far as Fresh and Fit goes, they're complaining like, oh, we're demonetized and this and that. Like, you can still do your show on YouTube. Just set up a Streamlabs, set up a PayPal. I mean, Mersh has been fucked with on more platforms than anything, and he's still going.
Yeah.
And he's still...
I mean, you can swing it.
Yeah, keeping his show going. So, I mean, Fresh and Fit complaining about the demonetization thing. You guys, you're going to ultimately be fine. It's just hard as a podcast that literally has to ask its audience to fund its existence. It's hard for me to feel bad for shows that have a sizable audience. And like, oh, I can't get super chats. I'm like, guys, I got news for you. You're going to be fine.
I thought you were going to say you're gay.
Well, that too, but you can be gay and fine. April doesn't believe that, but I do. It's her upbringing.
It's blame my roots.
Yes. I do want to point out that James in the chat is letting us know that we have to come to Jesus, repent, and believe the gospel, and we will be saved.
That's true.
So we can flee from the wrath to come. I just want everyone to know, James is a nice enough guy. Leave him alone. He's trying to preach the word of the Lord, and he just got fired from his art job in Illinois. So be nice to the guy.
Well, that's a Satanist. Can't be the same guy.
I just kind of was going with the crazy angle more than anything else. Here's something for you guys. I promise this won't feed your conspiracy theories. I promise this won't feed your holy shit, they're all out to get us. I promise this one's going to make you feel totally safe. A report says that Biden may declare a national climate emergency to further the Green New Deal by non-democratic means, quote, just like COVID. Do you remember when those crazy conspiracy theorists were saying that these lockdowns for COVID were kind of a test run to see what they could get away with?
What?
So they could try the next thing and then the next thing. You know, you notice about these lockdowns and shit like that, they never go backwards. The thing about giving the government power to do something, and this is what really grabs me about libertarianism, even though I get kicked out of the treehouse all the time. One of the things that grabs me about it is libertarianism doesn't believe in less power for Democrats. It doesn't believe in less power for Republicans. It just believes in less power.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no matter what. Like, oh, too many people in this country have that gang mentality where they're like, oh, I trust this president with this responsibility. I want to try and reach Democrats on this and tell them, like, okay, this policy, you're supporting it, right? To like force car companies to not make more affordable cars, to not make cars that people can afford for cheap. You're for the power of the government to just tell oil companies they can't drill for their product anywhere. Yeah, I think that's great. Fuck those corporations. Okay, great. Let me ask you a question. Are you okay with Donald Trump having that same power? If your answer is no, then you can't vote yes to give the government that power. Again, I know it's fashionable to hate the government, but the people bear some responsibility. A government like this cannot exist without a healthy abundance of stupid, uninformed people.
Yep.
And when you're okay with giving the government the power to do something just because it's your team in charge and you think they'll be in charge forever, you have just fucked the rest of us and yourself. You have completely fucked up the whole thing, because the same thing that you think is good that the government can use today is the thing that's going to choke you out tomorrow.
I have a question. So the whole point of being a libertarian is like less power and all that. What is, wouldn't they then be against a president?
Look, You want to get kicked out of the libertarian treehouse? Say that you think we should have a president.
Well, there's the option to vote for them, is there not?
Right, but libertarians, a lot of them would even say, we don't even believe in we don't want there to be a president. Like, it's too powerful of a position for there to be.
A hardcore libertarian then wouldn't go out and vote, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah. A lot of hardcore libertarians they don't vote. Okay. Look, one thing you can't do, because I've talked to these people and dealt with these people for years now. Ever since I said I think I might be one, then they vet you and then they tell you, "Fuck you, you're not." You're not gonna find a more hardcore group of people. Like, if you're trying to look for holes in libertarians and they're the authenticness.
Authenticity.
Thank you. The authenticity of their beliefs.
Yeah.
Libertarians pass the muster, boy. They're even like, you tell a libertarian, "Oh, I think we should still have cops. We should just maybe have," they'll be like, "Fuck you, you're not a libertarian. Private police forces. That's it. No government taxpayer funded police."
Well, yeah, because I've listened to you, and this is not like trying to like get you or anything. I've listened to you say that very much, like, "Oh, it's, what did you say, private funded police and all that stuff." But then you'll also find a homeless story and you're like, "Get the cops in there, roust them."
Right.
So I'm like, okay, which one is it? I'm confused.
Do you see why I get kicked out of the libertarian treehouse a lot?
I don't even like talking about the libertarian treehouse. You sound so gay.
Mr. Approachable says, "I'm telling you, the government is trying to incite a civil war because once the civil war is done, the so-called winning side can rewrite the Constitution." Well, that's what happened to the United States after the last Civil War. It was a terrible thing for our country. Not Reagan. Lincoln once said, "If I could unite the country without freeing a single slave, I would." Now, the freeing of the slaves was good, but I believe that our country was on a path to doing that anyway because the North was just gaining so much more power than the South, and there was industrialization happening. However, the South was being really cunty about keeping its slaves. But the amount of power that Lincoln took during the Civil War, the amount he used it as an excuse to make the president far more powerful, that was bad for the country ultimately. And then the federalization of governing in this country. Like, there was so much shit that was states' rights before the Civil War. I mean, so much shit that the federal government wouldn't even think to try to do because it just wasn't a federal government issue. And after the Civil War, it became a federal government issue.
Okay.
When federal troops occupied the South, that's kind of when the federal government kind of gained a lot of its power. So, yeah, that's Civil War. And now if we have another Civil War, Mr. Approachable's right. Whoever wins that one, going to blow up the whole thing and just rebuild it in their image.
Well, and I think you know who ends up winning that thing, too. It's never
you're gonna get
honest side.
Now, wait a minute. You're going to get us in trouble now. Hold on. If you're on Rumble, throw us a thumbs up. We appreciate it. YouTube looking good today. Rumble a little light. But over 600 people hanging out on the show today, and we appreciate that.
I think they miss Johnny.
They might, and Tuesdays and Wednesdays is always the lowest day of the week. I have the same speech every single week. Democrats have Friday and Monday have always been the two best days of the week. Thursday is always in third, but then Tuesday and Wednesday are always the lean days. Democrats have had trouble advancing their radical Green New Deal by Democratic means, so now they're calling upon President Joe Biden to invoke abstract threats and exploit real tragedies to get their way. Now, wait a minute. When have we seen the people running this country try to use actual devastating events to try and forward their agenda on climate change? Name 17.
Oh, you mean like the murders in Maui?
What? That's catchy, by the way.
Murders in Maui.
Murders in Maui.
Whoa.
It's a sitcom.
You mean COVID?
California tropical storm?
Yes. The one that they never have before?
Yeah, they're trying.
Apparently.
They're going with that one being climate change. We got to do something.
The wildfires in Canada.
It being hot in August.
Oh, God. It's never hot in August.
Never hot in August. And now all of a sudden it's blazing hot in August.
Dude, even watching the weather people on the news, they're like, they'll have this list like through the years of like days where the temperature's been above average, And lately they're like, oh, we've had like 24 days this summer where the temps have been above average, and we're just going to see that keep going up.
It is funny to watch them try to shoehorn. Like, I've heard them when the news is on in the morning, I've heard them say climate change, but they always kind of whisper it at the end like they're embarrassed to even interject it into the conversation.
Yeah, like it's
they're like,
tacky.
and we could see more of these days with a changing climate. Okay, anyway, back to you guys.
Right, it can't just be that like we're having a hot year.
Right.
It's that it's climate change.
Yeah, they're like, oh, and we are going to miss this being our record hottest week, or our record hottest month on record. That record set in 1932.
Well, if it is climate change, you know where I'd really like to see some change? During the winter. I bet we won't see climate change happening in the winter. I bet you it's still cold and it's still snowy.
What's funny to me is like now in the summer, they're like, we've had this many days over 90. But you know what they never count in the winter, especially this last year? Holy shit. The amount of days since we've seen 0. They never really want to tell us that one.
What do you mean? Which way?
Like, remember when the highs are like -1 for like a week and a half? They never have a counter where they're like, well, oh my God, it's been 8 days since we've been over 0 here in Minnesota. Is there something wrong with the climate? And you're like, no, it's all it is we're having a cold winter. That's what it is.
Yeah, don't you all have a farmer's almanac to read?
Right. I mean, we know the weather, since maybe the 1800s? We don't really know what the weather was before
that's
that.
When they started
but we
counting.
feel confident to say where the earth is going.
Well, we know better now, right?
I have a couple of thank yous to throw out there. One from, oh my goodness, guys, we have VIPs coming. Or no, this might not be a VIP. It's definitely a thank you. Riding Dirty Llama with $200.
Wow.
Says, April and Aaron and co-hosts, we enjoy your show and the energy you all bring. Thank you for the shows. Jesus Christ. April, give me, oh no, I got a pen here. We are 100 into tomorrow morning's goal. Now, anything that comes in now goes towards tomorrow morning. And then I've got Zach throwing something in over on, Yags throwing in $100 on Venmo. So we're now $200 into tomorrow morning. What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know, but thank you guys. I'm blushing.
Guys, we are $200 into tomorrow's goal. Thank you very much for all the insane generosity that's coming in today. This is getting fucking crazy.
Wow, that happens, and then I read the chat, and Toonses has the nerve to say, April, this is above your head. You're sounding wrong.
You got to have a balance. It can't be too good.
The universe has to be balanced. What's above my head exactly?
Just the world.
The world? Okay.
World. Johnny David says, wow, Toon says, here comes a pseudo-academic, huh? Orange Boy says, how much left in tomorrow's goal? 150 is left in tomorrow's goal. So let me take the goal off the chat here.
That's pretty exciting.
If I could. That's fantastic,
guys.
What
did we do?
We must have done a fine show for you today. So if you don't mind, we're just going to mail it in. No, I'm kidding.
Mail it in for
I'm going to put the Chrissy tickets link up on the chat. There you go, guys. There's the link to see Chrissy here in October, both Rumble and YouTube.
Nice.
There you go. Story says, whatever Rumble did to the browser user interface, it's good. Okay, we talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Very good that the Rumble improvement is seen as a good thing by the audience. Okay, let's get back into this Biden climate thing. Proponents of the climate alarmist legislation that would see the state's power grow further at the expense of the populace were not placated in the least by the green handouts resultant of last year's Inflation Reduction Act, which authorized well over $600 billion in spending on so-called renewable energy and climate change initiative. And what did we get? We got higher gas prices. We got car batteries that still burn forever.
I thought it was called the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, great job, guys. You know what the government does, though, when shit like that happens? They go, oh, but you guys don't know how bad it would have been if we didn't do this.
Yeah, they pretend they protected us from some threat that we never...
It's kind of like the bank bailouts of 2008. I remember talking about that, and me and this investment guy I used to have on my show, I asked him, I go, well, because he was against the bailouts. And I'm like, yeah, but if we didn't bail out the banks, like, how bad would it be? He goes, well, what would happen was the banks who were remarkably irresponsible during all this would fold. They would fail. They would get bought up by other banks or broken up into smaller parts and sold off piece by piece. And then our economy would be able to heal. The cancerous banks that did all this shitty stuff would have to fall apart, fail, and go bankrupt.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, that would cause a shitload of short-term hurt. A lot of people in the short term would be in real bad shape. He goes, but you'd get out of it in a couple years and you'd be done. And then you'd have a new banking system fucking around and finding out. Now our banks are still fucking around because they never had to find out. So there's an argument that, you just let the weak die and then it allows the rest to get stronger. But I don't know. Ivan Joyderbum says, wish we could knock out the whole week today. Ooh.
Boy,
Look,
that
man.
is.
No goals on the evening.
goal.
No goals on the evening show this week. So who knows what's possible. Oh, by the way, Yags, if you're still in the chat, plug your son's window tinting business that he's got going. Of course, I talked to him a couple weeks ago. I ran into him at a Quick Trip. And
that's fun.
I talked to him. He said business at Jaeger Curb and Concrete is insane. He said, I'm taking appointments into next year. Like, I can't take anymore for this year. And he goes, and people are booking up. They're like, yeah, as long as I can get
That's
you
good.
as the guy. So, yeah, plug the son's window tinting thing that he got started. He was telling me, he goes, oh, this Tahoe could use some window tints. And I'm like, it doesn't look like a Coke dealer's car enough.
You don't need another reason, like, between your drug dealer car and your driving to be pulled over.
Right, exactly. Carlos says, Ivan, challenge accepted. Look, I'm excited to watch what you guys are planning. That's for sure. So, yeah, as far as, this is amazing to me because, you've got the Senate and the Congress saying to the president that, hey, we want to give up our power to you so you can make decisions on the climate and you can make edicts and stuff like that on how it's like, what a fucking diseased country we have now where
100%.
the Congress, the legislative branch that's supposed to be there as the check and balance to the executive branch is like, no, we don't want our responsibility. Here, you take it. And as rich and powerful as all these corrupt fucks are, they are one thing, short-sighted and kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Because they always think it's going to be them in charge with this authority all the time.
Well, yeah, they're check and balance now. It's like, oh, yeah, I checked it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Pass it along.
It's one of those things where I remember when Barack Obama ended the filibuster when the Senate, they wanted to pass something Obama wanted to do. And he goes, well, I want the Senate to end the filibuster. And they said, okay, we're ending the filibuster. We just need a 50-50 vote for this one. And then Trump had the Senate do the same thing when he wanted to get one of his Supreme Court nominees passed. And they said, oh, this is terrible. This is the end of democracy. And it's like, well, then don't do this shit in the first place. Yeah. Like I said before, I think the perfect argument would be, would you be comfortable, ask a Democrat if they'd be comfortable if Trump did it, and ask a Republican if they'd be comfortable if Biden did it. And if the answer is no, then we don't want it because it can all be used against you.
Do you remember when they used to try to hawk climate change to us because they would say the ice caps are melting?
Yeah.
Do you remember how long ago that was? That used to be the
they
thing
were
too,
supposed to
and
be
then
gone
that's
by
not
now.
even-
Yeah, they were supposed to be gone. I think Florida was supposed to be underwater, or at least Miami.
California was going to crack off from something or
That's
other.
it's a different thing. That's actually going to happen someday.
Oh.
That's a ticking
There's a
time
fault
bomb.
line there?
That's the San Andreas fault. That's kind of like Yellowstone. That shit's gonna happen.
The caldera.
That caldera that's a terrifying one.
That's all I thought about when I was over there, over it.
You want it to be
I was
then
like,
that it goes off.
Be a quicker death, I guess.
Minnesota's gonna have a bitch of a time when that caldera
Because
goes
we're
off.
going to suffocate from the smoke.
Yeah,
or the ashes.
there's 3 rings in this country of how we die. And there's the whole western part of the United States is just dead from the explosion. Just boom, gone. And then Minnesota, chokes to death and hot ash gets in our throat and we choke and die. It's a miserable death. And then out in Pennsylvania, New York and all that, they freeze to death.
So you're saying literally there's no way to live through it?
If you're far away enough and you go underground with the lizards, I think. What happens if Yellowstone erupts? Yeah,
I don't like looking into this. It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, I love this. I love this one. This is What If. This is one of my favorite channels, by the way. The What If channel. These guys are great.
In the United States, one of the world's largest volcanoes is gearing up to explode. It's known as Mount My Dick, am I right?
Mount your dick.
Ready to explode. Mountain, volcano of molten lust.
Yellowstone volcano. And it's not just any regular volcano. Nope.
It makes your car fly, apparently. Holy shit. I want that to go off today. I'd love to have a flying car.
No.
They promised me we'd be on Mars by now when I was a kid.
It's a super volcano. If Yellowstone decided to erupt...
by the way, April, if you don't know...
God damn it.
April, if you don't know what a super volcano is, it's a regular volcano that ate a mushroom that came out of a wooden block, and now it's a super volcano.
Holy shit, Aaron. That's
Yeah.
wild.
But if it touches something bad, it goes rink, 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 and then it shrinks down to a regular volcano again. You didn't know that.
Nope.
If Yellowstone decided to erupt, the results would be devastating. But
I would love to see firefighters outside the lava wall fucking shooting lukewarm water
Might as well
at
have a
it.
super soaker.
Yeah, you might as well piss on it.
how bad would they be? Is there anything we can do to stop it? Would it affect the entire world? And how would this change our weather? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the Yellowstone volcano erupted tomorrow. Located in Wyoming in the United States, Yellowstone...
So like every time you see that Old Faithful geyser go off...
Why don't you call it the little steamy thing like you used to?
I did call it the little steamy thing. I couldn't think of what Old Faithful was. But every time you see Old Faithful going off, it's literally playing Russian roulette with our lives.
I've seen it go off, yeah.
Right.
It's,
You see the geyser go off and you're like, that's the gun going click. And you're like, oh, thank God. This isn't the one where we all die.
I've thought that to myself before. Like, isn't there a way to like relieve any of this pressure or something?
Like popping it like a zit?
Right. But then I guess...
So you want to lance the super caldera and slowly let it all out.
I mean, does anyone else have a better idea?
Wait and see.
Yeah, because if you start lancing it, there is a threat that it could just erupt, right?
I have an idea. How about we cut a hole in it and just dump a shitload of ice cubes in there? We're going to be fine.
You're a retard.
We're going to be fine. Ice her down, baby.
Has erupted 3 times in the past 2 million years. This has led some people to wonder whether we should be worried about another Yellowstone eruption in the near future. And by near future, we mean probably in another couple 100,000 years.
I thought it goes off like every 250,000, and it was like 260,000 since it last went off. I thought people were always telling me that like we're due.
I really don't want to know.
But instead of waiting so long, why don't we find out what would happen if the eruption took place tomorrow?
No.
No, we have to know how scared shitless we should be.
This does scare the shit out of me.
Well,
because this is a very like...
Can I help you feel better about it?
You can try.
There's not a goddamn thing you can do.
Nope.
Does that help you? That helps me.
Not really.
Charles Barkley, I always quote this. Charles Barkley made me less afraid of death when I was a teenager because I heard him say, someone said, "Are you afraid to die?" And he goes, "No, that's stupid." He goes, "How can you be afraid of something that's going to happen?" He just said, it's going to happen. It's not like it's not like you have a choice or you have an option. You're going to die.
Even you, though, I feel like if you were faced with certain death, like somebody told you it was coming like in a certain amount of time, you'd still be afraid.
Well, I don't want to know.
Do you know what I'm saying, though? Like, you can sit there and say, like, oh, Charles Barkley helped me all you want, and, like, you're not afraid of it because of this logic. But then as soon as somebody
I didn't say I'm not afraid. I said less afraid.
You're going to die within the next half a year or something, you're still terrified.
Well, I think once you put a date on it, you're talking about a different story.
Yeah, it's terminal. It's real.
Yeah, it's the date that's scaring you. More so than just the death part. It's that there's a date on it.
It's what's happening on the date. The date.
You live in North America. There would be virtually nothing you could do to prepare.
See?
Now that this supervolcano has exploded, well, first, what makes Yellowstone a supervolcano anyway?
Gay, who cares? Quit being a homo. We don't want to hear the nerd shit. Show us the boom boom fucky fucky and how we all die.
There's nobody in this country that could ever actually get footage of what that looked like.
No.
You know, that's kind of scary too.
I mean, maybe from space, but then again, it would throw up so much ash that it would just block.
Like you couldn't see the actual inner workings of it.
You know what would be really shitty? If you're like on the space station and this happens And so all of America's command and control goes down.
And you can go home.
So now, or basically you're like, okay, now wait a minute. Is there just going to be a day where like this thing stops running and just drops and we just like come back to Earth, or we float around space forever? Or because like you're going to run out of food.
You can't go home either.
Oh.
Your home's gone.
Do you get to have a gun on that space station? Can you just, or do you like open a door and just die?
That's risky to me. Having a gun up there seems kind of risky because what if you lost your mind one day?
What are you doing with a gun in space? Yeah, I think at that point, if you're on the International Space Station and this happens and you see it, and you're like, oh fuck, they're goners. Do you just walk? Do you just open the door to space and let it suck you out?
No, because you can still go somewhere else, can't you?
Where are you gonna go?
Is this going to wreck the world? Can't you go somewhere else in the world? A different country?
Well, let's find out.
Well, apart from it being larger in size, a supervolcano also produces a much more massive explosion. Most of the time, when we think of a volcanic eruption, we think of the hot, molten lava.
Jizz. Oh, sorry.
Jizz.
I just think of the hot, molten jizz.
Aaron likes to imagine it smells like bleach.
Yes, I like to imagine that it's a very chlorine-y eruption.
Lava spewing down, covering the surrounding area. Well, while that would happen at Yellowstone, and it is something you'd need to worry about, it wouldn't be the only thing.
I thought you said we wouldn't have to worry about it.
Well, you'll be dead.
Right. I don't have to worry about shit. My problems are over.
In fact, the lava pouring out of the volcano might be the least of your worries.
Yay!
Surprisingly, there wouldn't be much of it. At least not as much as you'd expect from a supervolcano. That's because before lava leaves a volcano, it's first known as magma. But in this case, a lot of Yellowstone's magma won't be able to become lava. That's because it will be shot up into the sky, becoming airborne ash particles.
Yay! Hey guys, you won't have lava that you can see coming towards you and you can get away from. It'll just be shot thousands of miles away into the sky and just rain down fiery, sulfury death on you and your family.
I love airborne ass particles.
Airborne ass particles are weird too. We wear masks around here when we fart.
They could kill people.
Yeah.
And it won't just be any type of ash. These will be tiny, scorching little particles of jagged rock. Now this would affect nearly the entire United States and Canada.
Nearly.
Tens of millions of people within 1,000 kilometers of the eruption would die.
Yay!
If you breathed the ash, which would be inevitable in a scenario like this, it would form a cement-like mixture in your lungs, causing you to suffocate.
So I believe that's how Minnesota dies.
So our lungs turn to
cement.
And
we choke to death on flaming, fiery ash.
They don't make respirators for this?
Not yet, no. Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Buildings would collapse as just 30 centimeters of ash is enough to cave roofs in. And you'd still be in trouble even if you were outside that 1,000 kilometer range. Experts say that even the east coast of the United States would be covered with 1 centimeter of ash, which would still be incredibly dangerous to our human lungs. Even parts of Europe would see some ash. Maybe a light dusting.
Oh, so just the United States would be totally fucked? So if you're in the space station, you could
saying.
maybe come back
Aaron's
down.
over here saying, like, oh, yeah, if you're in that space station, you might as well end it all. There's nowhere to go. I'm like, you just probably go somewhere
Maybe make
else.
it to London, you know?
And that wouldn't be the only effect they'd experience. Apart from the deadly ash everywhere, the entire world would experience a temperature drop. The ash lingering in the air would block out the sun, resulting in significant weather changes.
Yay!
The global temperature?
Great.
See, now that's climate change.
That would be climate change.
That would be some climate change. It would be funny if there's like one last like news person left on Earth and they're like still a good corporate overlord till the very end. And they're like, see guys, we told you, climate change is here. The Yellowstone super caldera. My guest, the only goat left alive. He would like to argue that this is not climate change.
Would drop by 10 degrees, an effect which could last as long as a decade. The ash would also affect crops, water supply, and virtually everything else in the western part of the world. So, although you'd...
Well, congratulations, Muslims. You get to be in charge now.
You win.
You guys got it. The world is yours. We're all buried in ash.
Everyone's actually trying to flee to like Somalia. They're like, you guys tried to kill us once.
Yeah, we're refugees. What are you doing here? We're refugees from America. My, how the tables have turned. Now, excuse me, we're going to cut off your wife's clit. Ah, shit.
God.
I guess it beats dying, honey.
Yeah.
Get on the table.
Do I want to die or lose my clit?
Yeah. Have those surgical tools been washed? Wouldn't you like to know?
Probably survived the initial explosion, you'd eventually suffer the consequences of the ash. Whether that means dying relatively quickly or living long enough to experience a colder, harsher world. Luckily, you can take a deep breath of ashless oxygen knowing that something like this will probably never happen.
Great. I love probablys.
I do have questions. Like, that one clip in the rain there just made me
Andy
think,
Dufresne is okay.
is it never going to rain again? But then I guess it's going to be like acid rain or something like
It's
that.
not.
Right?
You're not going to be concerned about that. You're going to be concerned with, is there anything to eat?
No, rain, I'm saying like washes shit.
Oh, yeah. And you know what?
Come
Not
on.
only that, but like, where are you getting water?
You're not, because it's
Yeah.
full of
Hot ash.
hot ass.
Drink your first glass of water, and then all of a sudden your lungs turn to concrete. You're like, fuck, got me. Okay. We're done here.
This is why you need that prepare with compound or whatever. the
Yeah,
hell
you
it
need your
is.
preparation boxes for if Yellowstone goes out.
Right.
At least not in our lifetime. An eruption like this at Yellowstone would be known as a supervolcanic eruption. A more likely explosion at Yellowstone would be a hydrothermal eruption. This mainly involves a lot of steam and some rocks hurtling through the air. Although something like this would be bad, it wouldn't be nearly as scary as what we're getting here.
All right, I'm rooting for the hot rocks eruption then. We want the hot rocks. That's what we want.
You've never been to Yellowstone, have you?
Not really interested.
What?
Just a
God,
bunch of
I had the best time.
just a bunch of steam.
It's not all about the steam. You got
Oh,
a
and
whole
then
place to look at. You got pools
bison.
of like acid water and shit like that too that you can't touch.
It's trippy. Acid water.
I don't know. I liked it.
A more likely eruption at Yellowstone would be a relatively simple lava flow. In fact, since the last major explosion, 600,000 years ago, we've had nearly 50 of these eruptions and 0 casualties.
Yeah, all right.
Doesn't that scare the piss out of you though? Like,
600,000 years?
no, the fact that when it does start like casually erupting a little bit, like the one that they said has happened like 50 times.
Yeah.
Don't you kind of shit your pants saying, oh my God, is this it? Because it starts as a little trickle or something, and suddenly you're like, wow, is it going to stop or is it going to get
Isn't
worse?
that the fun of all of it?
Jesus Christ. Mother Nature's just playing Russian roulette with it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the exciting part. Every time it goes off, you're like, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Oh, we're
Yeah,
done.
you know what that is? Humans love a good drama.
It's a good drama. It's the best drama there is.
Nice soap opera, if you will.
Chris Weaver says, England's great fuck you to the Revolutionary War. We come over there. Hey, we still good? Because I came over here in an ash dinghy and trying to save my family. I was wondering if you could take us back.
I'm guessing with all the ash in the air and stuff, we couldn't even get like airplanes out to get us out of here.
Oh, yeah, no, you wouldn't be able
That's
to.
over.
Anyone with a private plane would have fucked off the minute they heard it went off. So if you've got a little Cessna, you're like, all right, can I refuel in midair with this gas can and just kind of reach out the window while I'm over the ocean? Can I get this little puddle jumper over to the UK?
I can swim it halfway,
Here.
right?
How far can a single engine plane fly on a tank of gas? 640 miles.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you ain't making it.
You're
Sorry.
dicked.
I mean, let's see. You could go.
And that's like the farthest.
Where could you probably have to stop for gas in Newfoundland, right?
You could just become a newfie.
Map of Canada. Let's see. You probably. Oh, you could get to Greenland.
So you're putting some distance between you.
Okay, so you go here, Newfoundland to Greenland. 2,000. Oh shit.
That's like twice the distance.
Yep. Not gonna make it. God, really? Nowhere? How about Canada to Greenland? Oh, it's the shortest point. The distance between Canada and Greenland, yep, too long.
You gotta swim. And even then you're going to die because it's too cold.
So if you're like a dentist who got, eked out a single-engine Cessna, you're going to have to get creative. Maybe Aleutian Islands? You go from Alaska? Oh, no, because Alaska's going to be fucked. No, Alaska won't be too close. You get to the Aleutian Islands and then get across the Bering Strait to Russia. And then you park it in Siberia and you hope for the best.
God, and then do we just sit there like a wasteland after? Nobody wants us. We're just waste.
What I'm trying to say is if that caldera goes off, just let's shorten it up. We're fucked. One person wanted to put day one says, why don't we put a condom on the volcano?
Oh my God, if we could just contain the ash.
Yeah, then he won't be able to blow jizz all over America. Which would be nice.
This sounds great. I think somebody should get on that.
Bruto says, hey, beggars, what are you talking about? We're knocked out for today. We're good. We're $200 into tomorrow. You out of your mind, Bruto. You're too late. You got to get here earlier in the day. We have way too supportive an audience.
Stop being so prickly. Maybe he's just saying, hey.
Day one. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's too late to say beggars today. You should. Day one says, you guys should make out for a few seconds. All right. Aww. Look, you came in today a little hot. You came in today, you weren't really sure if you like us or not. Then we turned you right away with the Kid Rock shit. Now you're getting a little too familiar, I have to say. It's just a little...
Yeah, the thought of making out with me is disgusting.
Back it off just a little bit, day one. Just back it off a little bit. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, no Yanks in Australia. Oh, see, I wouldn't think that would be the first group of people that you'd ban. But
we've spent all our time shitting on them and how everything in that country wants to eat you.
Which
is not untrue.
Americans are going to find out that we shouldn't have been so shitty to so many people for so long after that caldera goes off.
We could take refuge in like North Korea. We find out. And then, they won't have us.
We all take our private guns that we have and we're like, all right, we can invade one fucking country. We got enough rifles for one country. What's it going to be? I got enough ammo for one insurrection in a very small country. Who we picking?
What are you picking?
Samoa. American Samoa. Oh, no, they're beefy motherfuckers. They're huge. Oh, God, one little tiny country? It can't be anything that's landlocked by other larger powers because then they'll just invade you and take you out. So it's got to be like some shitty island, like the Solomon Islands.
How about Sentinel Island?
Yeah, let's go fuck up the Sentinel Island people. We'll put on armor and shit, and we'll just go in there and we'll just lay waste to those motherfuckers. But how, again...
Or our lungs will be all ashy and tired.
But again, how are we going to get to Sentinel Island?
Swim.
Black Hawk helicopter. And just smoke them.
How far can one of those go?
I don't know, but just smoke the shit out of them.
Let's all just get submarines.
Do you understand that
after... we're in a submarine.
You understand that after that caldera goes off, an American aircraft carrier in the Pacific becomes like one of the greatest world powers? Because it can just go off anywhere, bomb the fuck out of something, and take it over.
That is true. They have nothing to lose.
Yes, the American Navy has now... There's no America, but the American Navy has now become the world's military superpower. Did you know?
But China is now like the world's
They're probably doing pretty well. No, not without us. They kind of need us.
It is like a...
symbiotic relationship.
A squid pro row.
It is a squid pro row. So, I have an idea. Did you know that when a U.S. nuclear submarine goes into the water, it becomes the 7th largest nuclear power on Earth?
I did not know
One American submarine. So, if you're on an aircraft carrier or a nuke sub, you're probably in good shape.
Okay.
So, we got to enlist in the Navy. Sorry.
Well, we'll talk to our friend.
Toonsis says Lena the Plug was on the Black Cock helicopter.
Aww.
Hey, get it? Because she fucked one of those guys. Sam Asghari. The TMZ is reporting on Britney Spears' soon-to-be ex-husband. I found this very funny when I read this. They thought it was a real scandal that they found Sam Asghari walking his dog in public without his wedding ring on.
God damn it. Can we have anything nice?
What the hell? Why doesn't he have his wedding ring on? Because he's tired of the crazy bitch and he wants his divorce.
Probably wants his life back.
Do you know?
He's young.
When I got divorced, I literally took my old wedding ring. It was wintertime. I chucked it into a snowbank in my neighborhood. I have no fucking idea where that thing is.
And I bet it felt good, didn't it?
It felt so good. And I'm sure Sam Asghari did the same thing. He just took that fucker and he
in the ocean, I hope.
You know what I'd like to do? Like a little kid, throw it up in the air with a metal baseball bat and then ping,
Ping.
knock it around somewhere. You ever do that when you were a
I want
kid?
to like stick it in something and like trap shoot at it.
When you were a kid, did you ever hit golf balls with a metal bat?
No.
Fuck, that was fun. Your friends would underhand you a golf ball and you take that metal bat, ping, you'd knock the fuck out of that thing. God, that was.
Did you ever
a good
hurt
time.
anyone doing that?
No, you make sure you do it in like a farm area. You do it in a field. You hit it into a
that's
field.
not fun. Where's the risk in that?
We also used to hit golf balls into the lake.
That I feel is pretty common.
Yeah.
Seems wasteful, but common.
Or, this was a fun one. Golf balls and a tennis racket. Did you ever do that? Oh, we got to do that sometime.
No,
we'll go somewhere
you're going to
secluded and we'll
break
hit
your
golf
tennis
balls with a
racket.
tennis racket.
You're going to break it.
Oh, boy. Well,
I'm going to have that bitch restrung now.
I didn't know that they were so
They are. That's why they
sensitive.
have pliable, soft, hollow balls they hit. Rubber ones.
So Sam Asghari was walking around without his ring on, and TMZ was like, "Oh, is this a scandal?" It's like, no, it shows you that he's very happy. It shows you that he's glad that he made the decision he did.
Yeah, don't you look more of a bitch if you're walking around with your wedding ring on?
Then you look like a sad bastard. You look like that. Who was that singer who was such a homo after he got dumped? That he was like writing songs.
Corey Feldman?
No, he was writing songs. He was with that supermodel. This was only like 5 years ago. He got broken up with.
What kind of music?
And he kept he does pop music. And he kept like begging her to come back and like singing songs for her at his concerts. And like, it got really cringe and douchey. It was, no, not Ed Sheeran. Oh, it was the Growing Pains guy's kid. Robin Thicke. Alan Thicke's kid.
Did he really make songs like that?
Oh, God, he was fucking disgusting. Was he terrible? It was. I mean, you just wanted the guy to grow a set of balls.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's much better to be walking around without your wedding ring on than behaving that way.
You get dumped. We've all been dumped before. That's not the thing you want to talk about the rest of your life, right?
You dust yourself off.
Get over it and move on and hope everybody else follows suit.
You move on to the next thing. All right, a little over 600 of you hanging out with us this morning. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. We're already $200 into tomorrow's goal, so thank you guys very much for that. But let's add 600 likes to our total on Rumble and YouTube. Everyone take a minute and hit that thumbs up button. A listener did send me this story. Ash Davies sent me this one.
Okay.
I'm not a big wrestling guy anymore. No, not these days. I don't really.
He says wearing the Hulkamania shirt.
I know. I don't follow wrestling now. I was a mark back in the day.
I'm not a big wrestling guy.
I love the stuff that I loved, but like the stuff now, I don't really watch anything now.
Okay.
It just kind of, it's going to sound gay. But when they started going to like the smaller wiener guys and like, oh, these guys are so awesome. Like the internet wrestling fans kind of killed wrestling.
I like the big wiener guys.
I just like a big fucking larger than life monster dude who kicks the shit out of people. I like that. When they started making like Rey Mysterio a world champion, I was like, this is stupid. He's a tiny little guy. You grab him by his head, you smash his face into the ground, and you pin him with one foot.
Isn't that CM Punk guy little too?
He's kind of a wiener guy too, but at least he's a little bigger.
You want a Roman Reigns kind of big dude.
I like, you know who my favorite was before I stopped watching wrestling? You know who I wanted to win the title? Because I was like, now that guy looks like a fucking champion.
I don't know who.
Braun Strowman.
I don't like that name.
Braun Strowman was who I wanted to be champ because I'm like, now there's a believable guy. He kicks the shit out of people, you know? But they get these flippy, dippy, fucking spot monkey assholes in there.
What?
And they're like, oh, no, this guy is really good.
What the hell is a spot monkey?
Oh, they're just awful. And like people on the internet are like, this guy's such a good wrestler. He's amazing. This guy is so good. And you're just like, this guy fucking blows, man. He's tiny. He's just a little guy.
Oh, man.
I don't know. You don't follow it, but you love shitting on AEW. I mean, if there's something to shit on, Jason Hughes with $5 says, Aaron, did you spurn a romantic advance from Shuli? They're going insane over there. It's like hearing the dorks complain about the jocks. That's kind of how I feel about it, too. It's really silly. I don't get, like, I've been out of that world now. I don't know. I mean, I guess the thing he's complaining about now is Gino and I made a Jew joke on a Rumble episode 2 weeks ago.
That spicy.
Oh, boy. It's desperation for content. You know, you could just spend an hour or two prepping a show like I do. And then you don't have to sound like such a pussy.
Maybe we should go back and watch it.
Yeah, find out what I said. That was so awful.
Let's get to the bottom of this thing.
It's a meanie head. Jesus Christ, guys, grow the fuck up. You're fucking 60, and he said I'm a Jew while I've been manipulating Kevin Brennan and other people to do my bidding, and he called me Jewish. I can't.
I always get a kick out of people that are something, but they complain that somebody said that they're that thing while claiming I'm a Jew. How dare he shit on me? Like
Aaron said I'm a Jew, and I'm a Jew. Right, that's what I said. I didn't say you were a bad guy. In case if anything, I defended you.
You know what I'm saying, though, right? Somebody will sit there and be like, I'm a well-respected Jewish man, and this person called me a Jew one day.
Guys, we're all nobodies on the internet. Stop taking yourself so seriously. And yes, I did turn him down for a hand job, but I didn't think he was serious. He wanted to jack me off, and I'm like, I'm a married man. I'm not comfortable.
It doesn't count as cheating if it's a guy.
He kept trying to tell me that, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. You and I, we don't run in the same circles. You and I don't do the same kind of show. Yeah. We're different things. I'm out of that world because it's really gay now, and I'm just not interested in a hand job. And then you keep bothering me, and then I say, look, I'm going to call the police if you don't stop trying to jack my cock off. And so yes, I don't know. That could be the impetus for all this, but I thought we were just going to keep it under wraps. I'm sorry for whatever I've done to hurt you.
I feel like you're really bothered by this.
Steel Toe's a big meanie head. that Aaron's a big bully.
You are a bully. How could I ever be with somebody so nasty?
I'm sorry for being such a big, nasty man. I'm a big, nasty man, and I'm a meanie head. Oh. Well, it's good to know they're crying over there.
That big dick of yours, everybody wants a taste.
It's always better when you walk away from something and then that something keeps bringing you up and swears to God they don't miss you.
That is true. Like you'd think that if they thought you were just terrible and the worst thing in the world, that they'd want to stop bringing attention to you.
It really is an ex-girlfriend texting you drunk.
Yes.
That's what it is.
I never loved you.
Yeah. Day One says, they saying you said anti-Jew stuff. Yeah, I probably said anti-everybody stuff. I'm a shock jock. Yeah, Dat One says, his comeback about being a Jew is, look at all the money I'm making. Come on, guys. I'm trying to teach you a better way. You guys always end up doing what I'm doing 3 months later anyway, so let's start the clock on this one. Guys, we're all nobodies. This means nothing. We're entertaining people on their way to work, hopefully. And that's the end of it. Calm the fuck down. It's going to be okay, princess.
Friendo says as if Aaron would turn down man-on-man action.
That's why people know I'm kidding about that, because they're saying like Aaron would turn down a hand job.
Oh.
Los Federales says, okay, folks, if we hit tomorrow's goal, Aaron does the rest of the show with no shirt on. Hold on a minute. I did not agree to this.
He still looks the same because he has a Hulkamania tattoo, you see.
That's right. It's just this shirt.
You know what? If you were to get a tattoo, that's the one I could see you getting.
I would not regret a Hulkamania tattoo.
I don't think you should.
No, I wouldn't regret that one.
Aaron gets it, and it turns out that guy was like a kid toucher back
the day after I get the tattoo, while I'm still like icing it and lotioning it and everything. I don't know what the fuck you do with a tattoo. You're lotioning it or whatever. I was really caressing myself there.
You're liking that, huh?
Hulk Hogan accused of molesting 17 children in Florida back in the 80s. I'm like, oh, fucking A.
Why the original wife left him.
God damn it. This is not good.
Oh.
A drunk engineer says, holy shit, they're losing their minds over there, and their dumbass fans are fapping their own brains out to it. Well, and ours do too. So our fans don't really care about that.
Okay, one group of us is probably laughing.
Yeah.
And the other ones are losing their mind over what? I don't know.
I guess.
What did you do?
I don't know, but apparently I broke him.
I like knowing I can basically wash my hands of this because I wasn't on that episode.
That's us. We're not going to play clips of it or anything else. We're just going to move on and go to our next thing. But it's very cute to know that we're still on his mind. And
I know that I listened to the episode and I thought it was all very funny.
Yeah, let's just be very honest about this. You're hurting for content, and I'm really good for business. I get it.
I just think that other men on the internet, especially old ones, don't enjoy that there's somebody half their age, that is very funny and has a good time.
And not only that, I point out to them, I'm like, guys, this is the lowest it gets for me. I'm in radio jail. Like, this is us rehabbing our way out of radio jail. Like, and this is like, but I'm 60 and this is all I have left. That's not my problem. It's not my responsibility to take care of you. But I'm 36 and I'm in jail for almost 3 years here, just trying to dig my way out. Like, this is as bad as it gets.
I want Shuli to understand, like, I hadn't even thought about him in forever. I think maybe you and Gino brought him up on that one episode, and I'm like, holy shit, I forgot about that guy.
And I defended him. I'm like, look.
Now he's back in the circles for, like, complaining about Aaron being very funny.
I said, Kevin keeps complaining about Shuli being a Jew, yet Kevin's counting everybody's money, too. So, like, you know, what's the stereotype here? Oh, boy.
That's all you said?
It's something. I probably said a really funny, like, insensitive Jewish joke, but I can't count them at this point.
I think part of your homework today should be going back and listening to yourself.
Sure, it was really funny.
See what you said.
For how upset and bitch tit hurt he is,
I bet
you it was probably pretty funny.
Maybe you and Gino need to get on the phone and be like, what did we say?
Here's what usually happens to people like that. If I said something that was A, funny, and B, something his inner monologue tells him about himself sometimes, that usually stings the worst.
You're saying he's upset with himself, maybe, and projecting a little?
I got bad news. It ain't. To quote CCR, it ain't me. Let's go into this. I don't know why I thought this was funny. Probably because I'm such a big, mean, evil, terrible guy. But an elderly woman using a mobility scooter was critically injured after the driver of a Hyundai sedan struck her as the car backed out of a parking spot.
Oh, no.
It's the visual for me of someone in a little rascal scooter not paying attention. Because this is what I hate about old, elderly, infirmed people that go out in public. They go out, they're on the rascal scooter, and they think that absolutely everybody just watches out for them and sees them. And
there's like a glowing neon sign around them that says, I can't be hit. Stay away from
me.
Right.
They won't hit me or anything else. And then somebody just backs the fuck into them because they totally weren't looking for the 87-year-old in the rascal
scooter. It's a movie
scooter.
moment.
Oh, it's sadly funny. Marva Baker, 87.
Marva.
You know, that's a baby butterfly. I'm sorry, look, maybe we just tap out of this story because of that line alone.
I do feel like I just started backing out.
So Marva Baker, 87, was struck around 6:15 p.m. as she attempted to cross Leonard Street in Williamsburg. Oh, no, she was backed into by a hipster in Williamsburg.
Look at these pictures. They're
just take a look. Look at that little... Oh, no.
But what happened to the groceries?
You know that poor rascal scooter, it got bumped by the Hyundai, and the Hyundai owner was like, oops, but then she just heard a slow tip and crash.
But actually, the Hyundai's the only thing that took on damage.
Yeah, the Hyundai dented like a soup can. It was ridiculous. The rascal scooter, sturdily built. It was fine.
I like this huge hulking man just staring down at the scooter.
Where the old lady used to be.
Right.
The driver was trying to park the vehicle, according to cops. Okay, so they pulled in. The rascal thought they could go. The other vehicle started backing out again, and then tipsy-daisy.
That just kind of is how old people operate, too, though. They don't think, like, for a second that person might readjust. They don't think to look or care.
Right.
They are just kind of entitled to the roads.
I'm telling you, old people... Look, I'm not saying all old people deserve to be backed into by Hyundai Sonatas. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when an 87 I'm just saying when an 87-year-old in a rascal scooter does get backed into by a Hyundai Sonata, that it wasn't all the Hyundai driver's fault.
You know what I hate about old people? You know that space in
Let's start
parking
making
lots
a list. Yeah, go ahead.
In front of like grocery stores, let's say.
Right.
Where you're trying to drive through there to either get to a parking spot or leave. And old people will see you coming and they'll like stop and stare at you and wait when you were already slowing down for them and they've wasted your time extra by
How they-
not going.
Old people do have this bad habit on the
Go.
roads of just freezing up when they're nervous.
Yeah, they're like deer. They're like baby deer in headlights.
They have two choices, go or stop, and they always choose option 3, stop and shit your pants. It's just...
You're wasting my time, sir. Can you just move?
Right, and you're trying to be nice to them.
Like, I always assume they're going to be crossing because they don't care enough to wait anyways, so I stop. You would think that they could just do me the courtesy of getting the fuck out of the way. But no, they sit and stare at you. And they'll stare at you to make sure that you've come to a complete stop for them. And then they'll either give, their hands will be in their pockets. If they're an old man, they'll do one of these to you. Like a look.
Yeah. One says, LOL, April, they don't want to get run over.
I'm not going to hit you.
Right. I know everyone else in your at the retirement home you're in that your kids stuck you in, they hit you.
Like, no offense, I'm not willing to put a dent in my grill over an old person. I'm going to stop.
I just...
I'm not one of those texter and driver people in a parking lot.
Yeah, I'm
going to see you and I'm going to stop.
I think 87-year-olds, the world just gets really too fast for them, and it's time to just keep them inside. Lock them in.
That's kind of what I think, too. Like, they don't have any common sense.
Right. I'm sure that this person driving this Hyundai did not check behind them. I'm sure they didn't look for this scooter person. However, I also think that this scooter person was probably oblivious to the danger they were putting themselves in.
They're not cut out for this world. You're in a rascal scooter.
They Mr. Magoo'd their way into this injury. Is what I'm trying to say.
Like, I was trying to leave, you know, the mall Target and that drive-up space in front of, like, the mall and the, like, Target entrances. I'm trying to get the fuck out of there the other day because I'm still not feeling good, but we needed groceries or something. Orange juice and whatever the fuck. And these two old men are with this old lady, and the two old men, they all three first stop so that they can make sure I'm stopping for them. Of course, the old men start to go, and they're, you know, and the old woman still stands back halfway and watches. Like,
trying to be nice.
You just go with the men.
Mr. Approachable says, April, the next time that happens, come to a complete stop. Wait till they're about 3/4 of the way through, and then lay on the horn.
Might kill him. It might kill somebody, though.
You know, fuck with old people and, you know, see if...
when they're not moving quick enough, you say, I should just maybe give them a little jump start.
I actually like this next story because I think this is actually a person who can be used. It's one of those things where someone's imitating a celebrity.
Okay.
And they're becoming famous imitating that celebrity online.
Ew.
And the celebrity, instead of being like, fuck you for imitating me and stuff like that, I think that the celebrity could actually use them as like a professional distraction when they're leaving a building or something like that. There's this woman, Ashley Leachin, and she does like these stunts, these public stunts pretending to be Taylor Swift.
She be leeching off Taylor Swift.
So she goes to these stores and people go, oh my God, Taylor Swift is here. And then a bunch of people start gathering outside the store. She comes out, oh, Taylor. You don't get mad if you're Taylor Swift. You employ this woman.
Well, yeah, you got to work together because then what if this Ashley Leachin, that's a hard word to say, Leachin, does like start doing bad things in your name because you look the same? You have to work together in concert.
You do, right, exactly.
I mean, otherwise this could go bad.
Otherwise she could start calling people the N-word and cunts, and people will think it's
now
you.
That's on you and your ticket sales suffer.
Totally what I do.
Or go through the roof.
I should have done that to Rainn Wilson when I was younger.
No kidding.
I should have just went places and been like, wow, you guys are all a bunch of smelly... like, oh my God, do you know what... By the way, watch The Office Thursday nights. My God, did you hear what Rainn Wilson did? What a prick.
Or you could do a Jim Cornette, but he's kind of crotchety anyways, right?
Motherfucker, you're all a bunch of... My God, Jim Cornette looks younger, but he's a prick still.
Rejuvenated.
Los Federales with $2 says, old people smell like an old catheter bag.
Ew.
Well,
fuck.
You are what you eat.
Okay.
I suppose. Well, they get confused. It's not their fault. Before we do anything else, before we dig deeper into this Taylor Swift lookalike show, Day One says, Shuli said that you thought you had a show on his Shuli network. No, ew, of course not.
I'm going to leave you with that while you...
He really said that? I think he might lie as much as that fat titty onion baby does. Did he really say that? So he's being duplicitous, he's lying, and then he gets mad that he gets called a stereotype. That's very strange to me. Oh yeah. He thought he had a show on the Shuli Network. I believe I've said numerous times on this program, no, I don't need a show on the Shuli Network. It would cost me money to do a show. Oh, this guy's desperate. I really hurt his soul, didn't I? Oh, boy. And then one of his other fans came and said, you lost 200 subs yesterday. And I'm like, boy, I must have missed that one because I don't think I lost. In fact, everybody's sub up right now. We got apparently 200 subs to make up for. So he's just lying his balls off at this point. Oh, that's sad. I really hurt this poor guy. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I may have taken the man's soul. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, would argue he doesn't have one, but I would never say something like that. He's looking for a new beef after Stut Joe, KB, and Chad ran their course. Yeah, and I'm not going to play that game. I will absolutely laugh at how desperate he is and how broken, apparently. I tapped out of that whole world. And, I still apparently am breaking people. He wasn't supposed to run away from me. I will show you every interaction I've ever had. I've never been asked to do a show on the Shuli Network. It's a YouTube channel. I've never been asked to do a show on his channel, nor would I ever ask to do a show on his channel. So no, that's really sad. Is that just relax? You have fans. You're going to be okay. You don't need to make up gay wars because you're insecure about, oh my God, are they still going to come back if I don't have drama? You'll be fine. You have fans. Relax. Stop panicking. Enjoy your life, for Christ's sake. KF Sage says, Boomer Podcast Wars is gayer than Pride Month. Andy says, then why did you claim he asked you? I didn't claim he asked me. Boy, is that guy just on a lie rant now? Oh, somebody has really been worked over there. Poor guy. I'm sure I'll hear a bunch of things from people who are very entertained by how bad he's melting down. But Drunk Engineer says, I used to not understand all the Shuli hate online. The light bulb on that one clicked about 6 months ago. Yeah, and I defended him from that hate a lot. This really did kind of come out of nowhere. And he goes, oh, I heard him say something about Jews on Gino's show. Or when he was on with Gino. And I'm like, I mean, probably. But, is that really something that's going to set you off and set your hair on fire? I don't know. Oh, boy. So I guess, I don't know. I guess we broke another one by doing absolutely nothing. Oh, well, moving on. All Care Towing, 320-253. See, I wish I got to stop. One thing I got to work on about myself is I've got to stop getting off on this so much. But, when you're not even trying to fuck up someone's head and you fuck up their head, it's bizarre to me. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, if you're in the central Minnesota area, you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, the vehicle won't go. It's our pals at All Care Towing. That'll pick you up quicker than anyone else. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's did a great job hosting our anniversary party last 2 weekends ago.
2 weekends.
That's right. The last weekend was a total bust.
Yeah.
Because of the illness and whatnot. The great bubons. The great plague.
I'd still do it again.
I would do it this weekend if I knew I was going to get that sick again. That's Stoney's Bar. Of course, Thursday night is bike night at Stoney's. Bring the Harley or whatever the hell you drive. And enjoy Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack, the best Bloody Marys around, delicious pizzas, and Stoney's Garage. That patio with that garage bar is so cool. Live music on the weekends. You're going to love Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get a great discount on whatever you purchase from Midland Armory, whether it's a handgun, rifle, shotgun. You need some optics, knives, parts and gear, magazines, suppressors, whatever the case. If it doesn't need an FFL license to sell it, they can have it delivered right to your door. If it does need an FFL, they can send it to a dealer near you and you can pick it up. Remember to use that promo code SteelToe and get a great discount when you sign sign the promo code SteelToe at MidlandArmory.com. And our pals at Fairline Defense. If you have to use a firearm in the defense of you or your family, or professionally, you're an armed professional like a security guard, repo, bounties, things like that, and you need to make sure that you're legally covered, use our friends at Fairline Defense. $19.99 a month for subscription-based legal defense at fairlinedefense.com. Whether it's a civil case or a criminal case, they will defend you. It's all part of your subscription. And they have 24/7 crisis response teams as well. That's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Jesus, Triple N, no, it is not called that. That is not. I don't believe.
They could still help in that situation, though, I'm sure.
I don't believe that's what it's called, sir. I don't. I'm
They're
almost
not all
positive.
like that.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Los Federales with $2 says, pick your poison, burnt alive or eaten by a shark. Fuck.
Burnt alive. Easy answer.
Yeah, I'm going to go burnt alive, too. Just a beast chewing you to pieces and not knowing how long you're going to be alive for it.
Thrashing around in the water, so it's not even on land.
It's terrifying.
Thank you.
Terrifying.
I needed somebody with me on that.
I don't want to be ripped apart by anything.
Except me.
Right, exactly. Anally. So this Ashley Leachin apparently goes places dressed as Taylor Swift and convinces people she's Taylor Swift. And then they all gather outside the buildings and they storm her and everything else. And the New York Post wrote an article about this that I saw yesterday, and they were saying, oh, this is terrible that she's doing this and so on and so forth. I'm like, no.
I have to see her.
Right? Hire her and have her do Taylor Swift shit so that Taylor Swift can go out and do regular people shit. Ashley
Give
Leach.
her a shift for Taylor Swift.
Shift for Swift here on Wild 98.7. Ashley Leachin, who is well known for her Taylor Swift impersonations, appeared in an Instagram video dressed in a red leather cap, white top, jeans, and dark shades as part of a stage stunt. Complete with a cadre of bodyguards, Leachin can be seen walking through a mall while being swarmed by fans who were seemingly... I don't want to read this.
Where is it?
Who were seemingly enchanted, in quotes, because that's
Ew.
a Taylor Swift song, to meet the Grammy Award-winning songstress. Can we stop with the unnecessary words? I get it. You have to justify your
The answer's no, Aaron.
paycheck.
We like adjectives here.
Yeah, we're an adjective-heavy people,
Yes.
apparently.
Joking.
Overall, how do you feel about the day so far? Asked YouTube personality Victor Galvin. Leachin responded that she feels great and that the prank had gone better than expected. Well, let's check out this prank then. Let's find this Instagram video.
Don't you have to sound like her too? Does she have that down?
Taylor Swift doesn't really sound like the way she sounds when she talks doesn't really stand out. So you can probably
What?
get away with.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think her voice doesn't stand out that much. So you can kind of half-ass it. Let's see if she looks anything like her. Let's see if she can pull this off.
We found Taylor Swift.
I mean, it's not
100% that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
That can
Saturday night, and I don't know what's expected. I really don't. Let's do it.
Do it.
We did a prank to see what it's like to be Taylor Swift for one day, and this is how our day.
I mean, with the glasses, it's uncanny. You could absolutely be tricked into
I would
believing
think-
that's Taylor Swift.
I would think that's Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
went. Overall, how do you feel about the day?
Great. I feel like it's gone
Wow.
much better than I expected.
This is where she sounds like her. See what I mean about the voice? Like you don't have to be that close.
Well, I feel like when you put the visuals with the voice, it's game over.
Start ramping it up now. We're going to downtown Disney.
Hi, Taylor.
She can't get out of the door.
It's just Ashley.
Full
Now
video
I'm-
drops this week.
I want
Isn't-
Asian kids that chant at me when I go out in public.
Isn't there anything kind of depressing though about just being somebody's lookalike and going home and knowing you're not that person?
I don't know. It's kind of a fun bit that she did.
It's totally a fun bit, but there's got to be one day where she's having like a bad day and she feels bad about herself and she
Right.
goes home and like, I'm not Taylor.
No, I don't. I think, by the way, did I show that? Did I have that up on video?
I don't know.
Somebody said, I can't find it. Do we get a pic? I got to see if she looks the same. Oh, okay. No, I had the video up.
I don't.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
Sometimes I trick myself. But yeah, I think if you're her or if you're Taylor Swift, you gotta use this woman.
I think you should.
You've got to employ her.
Like, make her go to, like, speaking engagements or something like that you don't want to go to.
You don't want to do shit, and you're just like, yeah, send Ashley to go do it.
You got, like, a dinner that you don't want to go to? Send Ashley Leachin.
Exactly. Ashley Leachin can go in my stead. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are a bunch of people, like, the comments on that were like, how dare she do something like this? How dare she trick fans and shit? Well, you know what?
Well,
fuck
they want
you.
the real thing.
Yeah, fuck you fans for going and crowding someone. I love how these people feel so entitled to invade someone's personal space that this Ashley Leachin tricks them, and they go, oh, that's terrible. Do you know how many of those fans ran up there to greet her? Yeah, asshole. That's the problem.
I think there's a little more to it than that. I think they're a little more angry with themselves than anything.
Right, that's exactly it.
I don't think they're necessarily angry that they didn't get a picture with the real Taylor Swift.
Right.
Because most people would just lie and say, "Oh, that totally is."
We've talked a little.
They've been found out.
We've talked a little bit about lying and projection this morning, and that would be part of it.
Did I miss anything good?
Yeah, I mean, oh my God.
I stepped outside for a second. I got some tea. My throat's a little fucking
apparently
still.
he's just like lying his fucking balls off and like completely broken over something.
What's the thing that he's trying to get you
I
on?
don't know what it is. He said that we wanted a show on that network, which, yeah, we didn't.
No.
We totally didn't.
I don't think I want to be part of a network, I guess, unless it's Compound, because they've proven to be pretty cool.
Yeah, apparently I broke you guys and then walked away, and you guys are mad that I walked away. And then still watch. Like, in order to find whatever it is I said, that means that these fucking crazy psychos have to still be watching our show consistently every day.
They're always watching, and it's a little bit that they like the show, it's a little bit that they like the other show, and they just want to be a narc.
Hey, I got bad news. They don't boo nobodies. And also, you don't watch because you don't like it. Hate watching isn't a real thing. You know what a hate watch is? That's a fan, my friend. Let's go ahead and find out how bad. So, we talked about Chrishean Rock being a terrible mother today before the kids even out.
Yeah.
Doing the smoking weed.
A little smoky.
Yeah, and then you had people defending her. Well, some people wait until the kid's alive before they start being a really shitty parent.
Well, that's good, right? Because then the kid can at least save itself.
And most of those people live in Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, our next story on this morning's program. Oh, shit, we've got less than an hour left in today's show.
A Riviera Beach woman is behind bars, charged with selling crack cocaine at a motel right in front of her baby. Our Steve King joins us live at the Super 8 Motel off of I-95 in Riviera Beach with what officers say led to this arrest. Steve?
I like that. That was a quick little cover-up.
With what officers say led to this arrest. Steve?
That's one of those things where nobody would have known you fucked up until you corrected yourself.
But then it's her peeve,
Oh,
she'd
that's
be upset
true.
with herself.
And she's not going to feel comfortable in her weave, I believe.
Why don't you sieve about it?
Green eggs and ham.
Beach woman is behind bars, charged with selling crack cocaine at a motel right in front of her baby.
I have a comment.
I love the stories that get worse and worse, like as they add details. Like, a woman was arrested. Okay, bad. She was selling crack. It's no good. In a hotel. That's probably even worse. In front of her 1-year-old baby. Holy shit. Cannot get shittier on this one.
I don't know. I think it could.
How could you get shittier than selling crack in front of your 1-year-old?
You're going to hate my take on this,
okay,
but I would rather her do it in front of her infant than in front of a kid who understands what the crack is.
Or leave the kid home alone while you go deal the crack.
Yeah.
At least she's
being present for her child.
It was bring your child to work day.
But do you know what I mean? Like, this sounds terrible, but I'm a lot more willing to swear, let's say, like use cuss words in front of an infant than I am a 10-year-old, because the 10-year-old knows, the infant doesn't.
We could, though, however. Cursing is one thing, and that's very noble of you.
Yeah, you're right.
Selling crack cocaine is another.
Ask the baby if he knows what that crack is.
I feel like the environment you're in when you're selling crack to someone is not exactly a safe and stable.
We're not living in a perfect world, Aaron.
People gotta hustle.
Yes. So if this woman indeed needs to sell that crack to make ends meet for her baby,
all the mom
at least
was,
she's there.
Look, all the mom was trying to do is
I'm having a hard time.
Look, the mom The mom was just trying to show the child what a strong, independent woman does in the workplace.
It is Black Business Month. I'm actually not kidding.
Is it Black Business Month?
Yeah, because I remember the news is trying to tell me that when I want to go out to support local businesses this month, I should go to black ones.
That's weird, because then you got to stick your head in the door. Excuse me, are you guys owned by black people? No. Oh, sorry, can't shop here today.
No, I think they provide us with a list. It's like a...
By the end of the day, you
a sheet.
You went out to get a Gatorade, and you just started going, like...
they only sell grape at that
convenient. And I'm the bigot. You go out, it's Black Business Month, you're trying to do the right thing, support black business, you just want a soda or a Gatorade, and you just keep going door to door of convenience stores going, you owned by black people? No. All right, sorry, can't be there. By the end of the day, you've been out for 9 hours just looking for this one thing of Gatorade.
I'm parched.
You put your whole day on hold. You finally open the door, your clothes are tattered, you're haggard looking, go, excuse me.
I've been graped twice.
Are you a black-owned convenience store? I am Indian. Fuck it, close enough. Can I get a Gatorade and get the hell out of here?
You're not a white. Thank God.
Steve King joins us live at the Super 8 Motel off of I-95 in Riviera Beach with what officers say led to this arrest. Steve?
Well, I got to tell you, ma'am, great crack right behind me here. You would not believe the stuff they've got at this motel.
You would think you'd be a little more excited about it.
Yeah.
Jade, investigators with Riviera Beach Police say they did an undercover operation which resulted in 33-year-old Tiffany Raines being caught selling crack cocaine in front of her 1-year-old child here at the Super 8 Motel on Blue Heron Boulevard.
Well, at least everyone knows where not to go to get crack now.
Lucky Heron.
Yeah. Oh, that Heron had a great weekend. But no, I mean, I don't really think... call me controversial, but...
Nah, most wouldn't. Harmless.
I really don't think that you're doing a lot to help clean up the streets if you arrest a woman with a 1-year-old kid selling a little bit of crack. I think if you maybe lean on her to get, like, who the higher up the food chain is and you go that way, then yeah. And then you drop the charges against her. Otherwise, you're just making sure that there's a 1-year-old that's going to go into the system now with no parents and... ugh.
I don't think you can go in with no parents. I think he just gains new ones, and you hope and cross your fingers they're not crack dealers.
Then again, yeah, you know what? You got a good point. Or it's keep him with the mother that's the crack dealer.
Right.
Fair
Who
enough.
probably doesn't make the best decisions in her life.
Maybe not the best role model for the child. You're right.
Raines was already out on bail for drugs and weapons charges when this undercover...
Okay, I'm wrong. She had a chance. She fucked it up.
You could find a nice Asian couple that'll raise it right.
Throw her in jail. Put the kid in the Child Protective Services custody. You're right. She's out. Imagine you're out on bail on drug and weapons charges. You've got to fucking behave until court. That's it. Just behave until court.
Well, how are you going to get them groceries?
That's true. You got to sell the rocks.
Thing happened yesterday at her motel room. Now she's in the Palm Beach County Jail for several new charges, including child neglect. This picture was sent to us by Riviera.
Oh boy, yep, there it is.
Oh,
that's what she had.
I've seen one of those pipes before. They're not very sexy.
She had a little bit of everything on her. You need some pills, you need some weed.
What are those pills? Those look like hydrocodone pills.
That's kind of a weird. That's a wide array of products she's got. It's like, all right, I've got weed. I've got some oxys, and I got crack. And holy shit, you really run the gamut, don't you?
Can we clean our scale every now and then? That thing looks grimy as hell.
What, this?
I think that's a scale.
Honestly, here's how retarded I am. You know what I thought that was? A glasses case that she kept some of this stuff in.
What?
I don't know.
Riviera Beach police detectives say they seized nearly 3 grams of crack cocaine and about 1 gram of the drug MDPV, otherwise known as bath salts.
I was going to say, I've never heard of that one. Ooh, yay, I get to learn about a new drug today. Nope. Just bath salts.
What if somebody living with you got confused and you said, can you run the baby a salt bath? He needs to relax. And pour that in there.
That baby would relax, let me tell you.
No, it wouldn't. You're eating somebody's face off.
Oh, that's right. The bath salts make you eat people's faces. That's the zombie drug.
Pipes and scales as well. Investigators say Raines had been making drug sales right in front of her infant here at the Super 8 Motel.
Well, in fairness, I mean, who's the 1-year-old going to tell?
That's what I'm saying. The baby, I know people like to make a big fuss, and And drugs around babies, not cool. I don't know if you know that.
Whoa, controversial take.
They could ingest them on accident and die. That's terrible. But the baby don't know.
Baby's not going to say anything.
Baby's not going to snitch.
That baby don't snitch at all.
The Department of Children and Families is now investigating, and the child is safe and with a family member. Now, Rains had a court appearance this morning. She also has another.
Hopefully the one that doesn't slang rocks.
Hopefully it's definitely dad, right?
Fingers crossed.
Court appearance tomorrow, and right now she has no bond at the jail.
Well, yeah, they can't let her out again. They already tried letting her out on bail until her next court appearance. She fucked that up. You gotta lock her. You gotta lock her away.
Tell that to New York or Chicago.
Yeah, this is
they
Florida.
Can't let her out again.
This is Florida where they still hold people. Crazy.
Live in Riviera Beach, Steve King, WPBF 25 News.
Steve. Oh, okay. There's the jingle. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, it's selling crack in front of the 1-year-old. I mean, if you don't want to be a parent anymore, that's a good way to go about it.
Yeah, maybe she just doesn't want a kid.
Yeah.
And she was really staunchly against abortion.
Fuck, what can I do to get rid of this 1-year-old? I know.
Can't you
Give me
just
that
drop
crack,
it
I'll
off?
sell it. Yeah, I'll just sell the crack. Wrestling Fat Faku says, are we sure this isn't Hunter Biden doing a blackface gag? You know what? That's a good
his
point.
kid he doesn't want to claim.
We cannot. Yeah, we can. That's the kid he doesn't acknowledge.
I heard that.
Hold on a second. I'm plugging up. Oh, spicy. April, don't feel. Oh, God damn it. Why'd you do that? Oh, like a goddamn fire hose. Oh, boy.
Wait, what were you asking?
I was going to say, April, you could say something while I'm here.
No. Why ruin a moment like that?
Yeah, I guess so.
There's more in here for your need.
Little John says, let's crush the like button, people. I love that. Everybody hit thumbs up on Rumble, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook. It doesn't matter. Throw us a thumbs up. That's really neat.
I'm still stuck on, April, you could say something.
And meanwhile, you're holding a microphone right in front of my face while I'm blowing boogies.
Do you know why I didn't say anything?
Because you wanted to get the pristine sound of me blowing boogers?
The tone over there was so right. I wasn't going to make it wrong. And, you turned your mic off, but it was still picking up through this one. I'm not going to talk over that.
I can't. Yeah, it's all the last 2 days. It's all been evacuating, and I'm starting to.
Your dick, really.
Right. I'm starting to feel the end of the road because this one's empty, this one's full. So.
Did you cut yourself?
Uh-oh. Where?
Right here.
I better not have.
What is that?
I don't know. Maybe I've been.
It looks like you have a hickey on your chin, and wasn't for me.
I've been meth picking in my sleep.
What the hell, man?
I think is what it is.
I asked Aaron, if you had a blood clot or something on your leg the other day because it was purple. What'd you say?
It's just a scar from picking. That's all. Just a picking scar. By the way, boys and girls, I want to thank everybody who got us $200 into tomorrow morning's goal. Very, very cool.
Thank you.
Thanks a ton. We got overtime starting in about 15 minutes. We could watch some Mr. Spurger.
Oh, he's been busy.
That guy uploads so much shit every day.
Kind of spurgy, don't you think?
He's a little spurgy. But first, I loved this story. The pilot of a hot air balloon that crashed in New Mexico was on cocaine and cannabis when he hit power lines, sending all 5 people aboard, plummeting 100 feet to their deaths.
Or
according to
aboard.
Thank you. Or aboard.
They died.
And you're on coke? Imagine you get up in the air, and that's when you kind of realize that the guy piloting your hot air balloon is not on the up and up. You get up there, and he's like, guys, it's going to be great up there. I mean, it is going to be... Wow, you're not going to believe it. I mean, it's perfect weather. It's going to be a great ride. And you guys are going to see some wild stuff from a perspective you've never seen before. And they're like, dude, are you okay? I am great. Oh, my God, to be up here in nature with the sun and the wind, this is going to be crazy. And they get up there, and he turns up the heat. And they're like, are we a little close to those power lines? Power lines can't derail us. We've got the magic venom of God coursing through our veins. You're like, oh, fuck, this guy's going to kill us. And then zap,
and Icarus
boom.
flew a little close to the power lines.
Icarus flew a little close to the power lines on this one.
God, I can't imagine a gayer death. You died in a hot air balloon.
Hot air balloon.
That's
right.
Stupid.
Kill me in a plane crash or something.
Well, I've seen the Green Inferno. I don't want to do that either.
Yeah, don't kill me in a hot air balloon. I fell out of a basket and I went boom. Yeah.
You fell out of a basket. That is so gay.
Right. I fell out of a wicker basket to my end. Nicholas Molesky's recent use of coke and marijuana likely had impairing effects that contributed to the June 26, 2021 crash, according to the NTSB. John Montoya, the only passenger to initially survive the fall, later succumbed to his injuries at the University of New Mexico Hospital.
Basket.
Oh, no. There's the basket. You fell 100 feet out of that thing.
Wait, there were 5 people in there? How do you fit 5 people in there?
Right? I mean, you got to really
What are you
cram
doing?
in.
You got your dicks in each other?
No, you got to have some etiquette. You're ass to ass.
It's a human centipede situation.
No, it's just a butt to butt thing. Come on, let's be pros about
No, that's
this.
mouth to ass, actually.
Oh, it's totally different.
Yeah.
So I guess, okay, so the balloon part, the wires hit the power lines.
The wires?
Severed the balloon from the rest of the thing, and then they fell 100 feet out of the basket. Oof.
You literally tumbled into the road like groceries.
Right.
Like vegetables.
All because your fucking coked out pilot couldn't keep his shit together.
In a hot air balloon.
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, look, they're going to start drug testing the hot air balloon people now. That's for sure.
Man, if there was one place you could, like on Earth that you could still do drugs and function, you'd think it's a hot air balloon.
I don't know, man. You got to control the heat and the pressure and the flame and the floating up and down.
Lighting things.
I don't know.
Come on.
That looks complicated. Yeah, when he was
Aaron's
lighting.
never ran a kerosene lamp before.
When he was lighting his crack pipe with the flame from the balloon, that's when a red flag should have gone off.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
I'd pay to watch that.
Target shoppers are noticing a resemblance to a particular toy. Jesus Christ.
I thought you were.
Our air conditioner outside, like we're right outside is the side, not the backyard, but the side of the house.
The side yard.
The side yard. And the fucking AC, the central AC unit just
Can I tell you why
fired
it's
up
struggled?
and I went, oh, fuck.
Can I tell you why it's struggling so hard?
Because it's going to be 117 butt-fuck degrees today?
Look, the dog wouldn't go out and poop for me, but like I popped my head outside. It is like straight up stepping into a bowl of soup. I don't know what time it is, but it feels
It's going to be bad.
It's not even 10. It's disgusting.
A $29 massager from Target has left shoppers in hysterics for its uncanny resemblance to an X-rated toy. Now, I always thought that Target always kind of was hush-hush about the fact that a lot of their vibrating massager deals were kind of used as vibrator-type things.
That's not just Target. Like, those little 3-prong, it's like a triangle-looking thing, little hand massagers for your shoulder and stuff. Yeah. Who hasn't used one,
Wait a minute. I've been shoving that thing up my ass for years. You're telling me that's not what it's for?
No, you did the better use.
Oh, okay.
I totally get it.
I was saying, I'm like, that's not for girls. That's for big boys, is what I was told, but shit. Apparently it's for vaginas. The retail giant's Sharper Image Personal Touch Go Massager looks an awful lot like the popular $240 Magic Wand vibrator. Now,
so it's the bargain buy.
Let me point something out. You call something a massager, you can only charge $30 for it. You call something a sex toy, you can jack that price up by about 1,000%.
Yes.
You can jack that up by 10 times what it originally sold for.
Absolutely.
A massager? I'm not going to get a massager. That's gay.
A personal touch go massager, though.
Yeah. All right. Here you go. Here's a clit tickler. Oh, I'll pay $250 for that. They do the same thing. A woman discovered the budget buy on the Target website and took
called it.
Yes, you called it the budget sex toy.
I'm going to go get one after work.
Oh, yeah?
To rub your shoulder with.
To rub my shoulder. Yeah, you'd fucking better. Or jam it up my ass and see what happens. A woman discovered the budget buy on the Target website and took to a Facebook group to share her hilarious find. It caused quite a stir and left group members in hysterics. With the post receiving over 620 likes and 500 comments. Target's product description read, "Treat yourself to a soothing massage with our Sharper Image Personal Touch Go Massager."
Doesn't that sound like a sex toy?
You can use that on your
personal touch, a go massager.
They're not saying where you have to have the massage.
It is technically massage, even if you use it on your nether regions, right?
You can have the massage anywhere you want to.
Where's the picture? Picture it didn't happen.
Here's the Personal Touch Go Massager.
That's 100%
That's
a
a
sex
vibrator.
toy.
Yeah, it's 1,000%.
That is what do they call those rabbits or whatever the fuck, a wand?
A magic wand. Yeah, that's what they said.
I'm not allowed to have them, so.
Well, she always tries to buy the black ones, and that pisses me off something awful. That's really... You're trying to pass that off as a personal massager? Come on.
Oh, yeah, no, this is 100% somebody at Sharper Image trying to get into the sex toy ring of things, but, like, doesn't want to say that.
But it's a wink,
are.
wink, nudge, nudge kind of a thing.
Insert.
Imagine you're the person who invented this thing and you had noble, noble motivations for it. And you're like, yes, I'm creating a massager that will help people and it will last a long time and it will relieve them of their tension and stress and strain. And then all of a sudden you just find out people are rubbing it all over their pussies.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm reading the box, right?
Well, that's what this thing is supposed to do.
One of the features of it says that it's splash proof. You tell me that that's not for getting wet.
Why would it have to be splash proof?
That's a great question, Aaron.
Interesting.
Relaxing vibration, silicone cover, splash proof, and rechargeable. Are you kidding me?
What are you trying to sell, really?
That thing's going swimming.
And then you read on the back, you read splash proof, and then in parentheses it says it's 75% piss, you know. And you're like, oh, come on. I know what you're trying to say.
Most sex toys, too, I believe, are silicone because, like, they don't grow bacteria and they're easy to wash.
Oh, okay. That's why the silicone.
Really?
That's why they're made out of. That's why all those things are made out of silicone.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they were easy to clean.
No, they want to make sex toys remarkably hard to clean.
They should make them out of wood just to punish whores.
You can't splinter.
That's what you ought to do. You really want to pleasure yourself, you dirty skank? Well, here you go. Pick a splinter out of your labia. How's that feel?
The headstones are pulling my hair.
The packaging also boasts that the tool is rechargeable for convenience, cordless, and comes in a sleek white design. Well, then you know they're trying to sell a sex toy. God bless.
You can't put black in a sleek design. They're too big.
It also promises that you'll be left feeling energized and relaxed.
I bet you will.
Using it.
Do you want to get one today and try it out? We can
not in the least.
We can get 2 of them so we can
no,
do like
because
a
the
group
first
session.
thing you're going to do is put it on my ass. This is not, I know this isn't a you
And
thing.
do you know why you're turning that down?
Because I don't want to find out I love it. I see how the game, I know how the game goes. White steady working on the cane rows. Grandson flipping on the packs on the payroll.
Posting
to the Facebook group, Aussie Woman KT shared a photo of the product with the caption, anyone purchase this from Target? See, now, it's all about perspective. If that looks like the massager we just looked at, but that's the magic mini wand. That's the vibrator.
I've never had one of these. So, like, I never understood the shape of them actually because there is no penetration to this. You're just...
Well, it's just for stimulation.
Right.
So you hold
Why
it.
don't you
gotta have a
just
good
buy
grip
one of
on
those $5 like shoulder massagers then and call her a day because you don't need something that shaped.
You're just looking for a budget buy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems like an epic waste of money.
But, you know, it's really all in the eye of the beholder. I mean, you give this to a guy with a bad neck, and that's a massager. You give that to a kid, it's a karaoke microphone. You know, you give it to some slut, and all of a sudden it's a vibrator.
Well, sluts will sit on anything if they find out it vibrates.
They really will. They'll sit on
You ever heard of a
sets.
washing machine?
Yeah, he's whores.
Or a car when its engine's really sitting there idling nice.
Honey, why did you put those shims under the washer to balance it out? It was better before. Sorry, jeez. I hated all the squealing. That was me screaming. One woman comment, I don't really care what the women have to say. I'm sure it's not very funny. But the fact that I'm surprised that other people are surprised that Target sells things that people use as vibrators. I thought this was common knowledge.
They sell vibrators.
Right.
Like, if you go to the lube aisle, there's quite literally vibrators right there.
Let's go ahead and
you can get a cock ring at Target.
Oh, that's right. You can. Wait, what?
Yep, you can get a pulsating, vibrating cock ring at Target.
Does it say it's for your cock?
Yeah. I'll go show you.
At Target?
I've got no shame.
Yeah, see, if it vibrates and massages,
Aaron's
then...
like, we do need a trip to Target, I think.
A vibrating cock ring. You know what
Don't
I've
you want to know what it feels like?
You know, I do know what it feels like. I do.
Oh. I see. You won't do that with me, though.
No, I had one time when I was in high school, I used back when I was gay and used condoms.
Stop this.
I used one of those vibrating condoms.
What?
You've never seen those before? They're a condom that has like a battery pack vibrator ring on the condom.
No.
And it has an
No, it
on
doesn't.
switch. And you
It
turn on the
doesn't,
on
though.
switch.
Nope.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
I believe, if I remember correctly.
Google that shit or I don't believe you at all.
Here, vibrate.
There's no way. You can't get a battery pack onto a condom.
It's a little tiny battery pack. It has a little black switch on it. And you back then they did anyway. This was, 18 years ago?
This is disgusting.
Wait, 18 years ago. Trying to think.
My
Yeah,
God.
that would have been 18.
You've
Okay.
almost been out of high school for 2 decades. I just had my 10-year reunion. You're beautiful.
Are you okay? Is this gonna be all right?
I just found out that you've been out of high school that long and you used vibrating condoms.
Well, I mean, using condoms alone is super gay.
Right.
But
I like my men to roll the dice on their STDs.
Shuli the MN says the vibrating condom is called Michael J. Fox. I love it.
Show me the picture. I don't
I'll get
believe
to it in
you.
a second. Just some funny listeners right now. Dead Jester says midlife crisis engaged. No. Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bump says it slides over the dick. It's not attached to the condom. Lets me know Aaron never actually used it.
Ooh.
I thought it was so it was attached to the
Did you
end of the
use it
condom.
wrong?
I always thought it was a ring that slipped over my dick. I only used it once, and I hated it. Like, it vibrated too hard. And you're just like, no. Like, just pussy felt good. I didn't need
But did you finish?
I didn't
yeah,
need my...
it seems like you needed some high-tech pussy.
I guess, yeah. I don't know.
Aaron, nothing did it for Aaron.
I know that both of us were like, oh, no, this is too weird. This is too weird.
Whose idea was it? Hers or yours?
Honestly, I can't remember. I think we might have been at a store and we were like...
Because one of you apparently had watched way too much porn and nothing did it for you anymore.
We must have been at the store and like, this will be fun. Let's try this. I don't know. Rupert says it's not for you, it's for her. I get that, but neither of us really... It was just weird. It's just weird to have shit shaking all over the place while you're in there.
I'm picturing like a jackhammer dick.
You're trained your whole life that if you go into a woman's vagina and then all of a sudden you feel earthquake vibrations in both of your genitals, you're like, this is... I don't know, we got to back something off here. This is like when you're drilling for oil and you hit a gas pocket.
I must have never gotten that lesson. I've never heard of just feeling jackhammers in your
You've
genitals.
never used a vibrating condom. That's why. So let's take a look at this thing. Vibrating condoms. Do they look the way they used to back in the day? No.
Cock rings don't count. That's not it.
Is that a cock ring? Okay. Where's the fucking condom
It doesn't
thing?
exist.
Vibrating ring. Yes.
That's a cock ring.
Oh, that's a... God damn it. Vibrating condoms. This says it's a vibrating condom.
They all say vibrating ring. See, that to me sounds like you just had a condom on and then you put a ring over it.
This was... It was a condom that had the thing... And then it had a little tiny white rectangle on the side, and you flipped a tiny little black switch, and then it would start. You'd feel it in your teeth.
Mm.
The vibration, not any of the products of intercourse, of course. Yeah. So I don't.
I don't believe you.
I used it when I was 18, and what I remember about the vibrating condom is that it was, it was a little. It was a little heavy-handed. It was a little too much. It wasn't necessary.
Are you sure that it wasn't just a cock ring?
You're doing that thing now where it's been so long that I can't fully remember, so I'm starting to... Like those therapists that try to tell people they were molested as a kid when they weren't.
Aaron's the Titanic meme now. It's been 84 years.
I just...
Since
it was a condom.
Vibrating condom.
I swear to God, it wasn't a cock ring. It was a condom that had a vibrating ring on it. You're not gonna talk me out of this one. Packerbacker says...
Can anybody co-sign that you did that?
Ooh. She's so fat now, I wouldn't want to talk to her.
That's mean.
What? It's kind of fun when your exes get fat.
It is. I've chuckled a time or two.
That's why when I dated people, I always made sure I started that way. And that way when they looked at me later, they would be like... They're like, shit, he doesn't look any different. Son of a bitch.
That does seem to be a good... like a gimmick for guys to do is like start a little heavier because then nobody can laugh at you later.
It is satisfying, though, even if you don't feel anything about the person, like you don't hate them, you don't anything. When they get fat, that's always fun.
I've chuckled at an X a time or two.
It's kind of nice. You're like, aha, they look gross now.
Yeah. Or I know they're with a total psychopath now.
One Chevrolet JB says the vibe is supposed to be above your thing. Yeah, I guess I'm not remembering this thing properly. Guy Sartell says it was a vending machine French tickler condom, 75 cents. I don't think so.
You got it out of one of those gas station bathroom things.
I was at a Super America.
Do you remember those? God, when you were like a kid and you felt so naughty going to a gas station bathroom, there's a condom dispenser.
They still have them.
Where? Those are the good old days.
Oh, you can find them in some. You go to usually really shitty speedways and stuff. You can find them in there.
Okay. With like the horny goat weed in it.
Yeah, that shit. You can still find those. I think the one in Becker still has them.
That Speedway?
The Speedway in Becker still has the condom machine.
I've been in that bathroom one time and it was such a disgusting, like gross experience. I never went again. I'd hold it till the end of time.
Marble Arm says the rubber is made out of nanobots. They got to be coming with nanobot condoms soon, right? Because those would be unbreakable. Like you couldn't impregnate someone. Like you put the condom on and the nanobots form around your dick.
With your nanotech thighs.
Now I kill motherfuckers with my nanotech thighs. They should have never given him the nanotech. That's for sure. This OnlyFans model who was trying to help people in Maui and got fucked over by GoFundMe is now just saying, fuck GoFundMe, and she's just going to do OnlyFans nudes to raise money for the people of Maui. So
that's honorable, right?
Yeah, she's a model. She was doing a GoFundMe, and she was like, hey, I'm raising money for the people of Maui, and here's some sexy pics of me, and so on and so forth. And GoFundMe shut it down for violating, like, their ban on nudity or whatever, some stupid shit. So she said, well, I got an idea. Why don't I just use this as a way to promote my OnlyFans, make a shitload of money on OnlyFans, and like still donate $1 million to the people of Maui?
Because why not?
Probably should have done it that way to begin with. This is her, Maria Casellas, who goes by Lava Girl. You don't want Lava Girl to be. Well, I guess it was a wildfire. It wasn't a volcano eruption. You're fine. Talked about the fundraising issues with GoFundMe. Let's take a listen.
What was the final tally you got to before GoFundMe called, or what did they say when they contacted you about shutting it down?
So I think that they had been slowing down traction to the site because I was getting a lot of messages saying that it wasn't working. And so the last number I saw was about 7,800, but I do think that it was being tampered with a little bit with technical difficulties for people, which is strange. But they just said that my fundraiser went against their community guidelines. And
they're against helping.
I sort of understand, but I don't, because it had nothing to do with GoFundMe. We were doing this on a totally different platform, and they really weren't involved in the way that they felt they were.
Yeah. So she's trying to raise money for people whose homes have just burned down, but GoFundMe hears OnlyFans, or they hear model, or they hear, nude pics or anything, and they're like, nope, sorry, can't do it. But we're not raising the money for anything dubious. We're raising the money for people whose homes have been lost.
They would rather have those people sleeping in the ashy streets.
Right.
Without a pillow or a blanket or food.
Because this dirty whore wants to show her tits for money. It's like, come on, it's a means to an end so
She's
people
cute
can
too.
get some money. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
I mean, this is like a bag shot where it's not like they were getting the picture through GoFundMe. You were just sending them separate. There was nothing that was being seen on GoFundMe. That's right. Right. That's right.
There was about 3 platforms being used in total. You would donate, you'd get a confirmation, you'd send it to a different platform, and a picture would be sent on a different platform. It was a totally...
Okay, so she would send you the nudes on a different platform if you donated. I don't see
Which I'm sure they had, that third-party platform probably had to, just check your age and stuff.
Yeah. And then GoFundMe goes, well, we can't be associated with anything like this. And she's like, hey, stupid, all you have to do is take the fucking money. You're not part of any of the nudity or anything, any of the other stuff. We're just raising money for people to help the people who got their houses burned down by wildfire.
As GoFundMe, you could have just been known as somebody who helped with the wildfire relief. Wildfire. I like to call it domestic fire relief.
Yeah, but there was a titty involved, so you can't be a part of it.
No one likes those.
Yeah.
We were keeping it separate for sure.
And yet they shut it down. So what have you done since then? I know you're keeping it going, just not on GoFundMe.
Correct. So I've been actually just keeping donations going on my OnlyFans. I made it a free subscription site, which I've never done in at least like 2 years. So I'm really taking it serious and doing what I can.
Well, someone's kicking ass over on. That was kind of a humble brag on, what do you call it? The
OnlyFans.
The OnlyFans.
Somebody's trying to get back into heaven's good graces.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been free on OnlyFans for like 2 years, but since some little people lost their houses, I'll show you my titties.
It's only the only part that's unfortunate is I just wanted people to be able to tag along and see the progress that the page was making. So it being on my OnlyFans does deter some people, but it is still going on, and that's on my OnlyFans. So it's still there, and we're still making a lot of money. We made a lot of money, honestly, as soon as it went live. So
That's positive. It's good to see these shameless whores doing something to help humanity. Like you said, trying to get her spot back in heaven reserved.
Godly.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, Dad probably still won't talk to you, but it's good that you're helping.
Well, Dad certainly isn't going to help. He's not going to go to your OnlyFans and donate.
Doc Brewski says she ruined herself with shitty tattoos. Ladies, stop that. Well, he doesn't like shitty tattoos. April, is your tattoo shitty?
I don't think so. I've gotten many compliments.
1-888 hot sluts says hobo chili recipe. You could, I mean, the thing about OnlyFans is like everyone who's on there, people just assume porn. When I think
that is what that is.
Is it though? I feel like the majority of it is just people taking shots of them naked in their house and then just sending it out to horny people.
How isn't that porn?
But it's not like I'm talking about like getting railed or like Pornhub
They
type
think
shit.
of naked women. That's what you think.
I know, but is that like that's not the porn I think people think of when they think OnlyFans. Like if a girl says she's an OnlyFans chick, they think she's like fucking on camera and stuff like that, don't they?
No, I feel like OnlyFans means, hey, I get to request something from this chick and she's going to send it to me.
And I guess the more brave the girl, the more you can ask and the more money you can make.
Yeah.
Bet you make a fortune to shove stuff up your asshole.
I've thought about it. I can take an awful lot more vacations, am I right?
Oh, man, I shove a couple things up my ass a week and the bills are paid.
Oh, if I could just get this light bulb up there.
Oh, I could go to Maui, the good side.
Is there a good side to Maui
They
anymore?
didn't burn down the whole island.
I thought they did.
I thought it was that town.
Lahaina or whatever.
La Vagina. Day One says, April knows a lot about this OnlyFans stuff. God, April, you know what? It's tight. I don't know if we're going to be able to go.
It is tight.
I don't know if we're going to be able to go to Vegas this year. I'm not sure. No, honey, it's okay. It's taken care of. Why? No reason. Just drops a bunch of cash on the table. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
I just
Do you have any idea how hard it is to get a broken broomstick up your asshole without bleeding?
I actually tried to shove that Hulkamania finger up my butt once, but it wasn't firm
It's made
enough.
of foam. Yeah,
It just scratched, really.
Right. You've got too taut of an anus. You know, it's too tight, and it just kind of repels stuff out of there, you know?
I've been called the tautest of my generation.
Yes. I actually, what happened was April and I are going on a big vacation here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Because what we did was we did a team OnlyFans. And I laid April down on her stomach on the golf course, on the tee box. I put a golf tee in her asshole, and then I teed off from her ass. And people paid really good money to see that.
I would do that. As long as you promise to, not hit me. It's you.
You would let me put a golf tee in your ass and hit a golf ball off of it.
Could I just clench my cheeks for the tee?
Nope. We got to have insertion.
How far?
You know, I
Half
don't like
an inch?
I don't like to tee up too high because I don't like to get under the ball and sky it. I like to hit good line drives.
Well, I've got some nice cakes on me, so that'll take up a little real estate, too.
Well, I'll use one of the longer tees. And we'll get down through the cheeks, into the asshole. I'll put the ball on there.
Seeing as it's you and not like some loser, I'd do it.
Okay.
As long as it was you.
Someone says, show the Twitter videos. Oh, does she have Twitter videos?
It's just good fun.
Nick, first name, last name, Gurr, says, it was a ring and sock. Believe me, I remember.
Oh.
I don't think I used a ring.
Did you go
and a sock.
slumming?
D says, who's the whore cunt? The wife fucks everyone but you. Oh, boy, that guy's hurt. What?
Are you
Now,
talking about me?
Sir, what did I do to you?
Yeah, what did he do to you? Because I don't do anything to anyone but him.
Yeah. What did I do? What did I DS?
What a fucking guy. I'm sitting here talking about doing things with you
Right.
on the golf course.
Before I hide you, DS, before I let you take off, before you embarrass yourself further, what did I do to you?
He is angry.
Yeah.
He's calling some pretty nasty names here.
What did I do to cause harm? I need to know so I don't hurt the next person so badly. What the fuck? Minding my own business, doing a show, and I have shattered people. I have shattered human beings today.
We're literally sitting here talking about doing things together on a team OnlyFans account.
I'm shattering streamers. I'm shattering fans of people.
That guy was like seriously angry too. Like, who's this whore cunt?
I'm really sorry that I've harmed you to this level and broken you to this level. But I promise you, life gets better.
I will also promise you to be less of a whore cunt so you don't have to have an aneurysm every time you log online.
Certainly don't want you to be this upset.
God.
Oh, someday you guys are going to learn that I get off on this shit and you can't shame me. You're going to learn one day.
Hey, but are you getting off with other people than me? You whore?
All the time.
Me too.
Scandal, scandal, scandal. So anyway, I wanted to do a little bit because we only have about 15 minutes left today.
Oh, damn it. That guy's not going to have enough time to die from his
anger.
His anger.
Mr. Spurger. I want to, this guy uploads like.
I think you just banned him in the chat.
Mr. Spurger? Oh, I get it. This guy is, we watched
Spurglord.
Mr. Spurger.
Oh.
Is what he's called. He does a lot of food reviews. And we watched one of his food reviews a couple weeks ago. He took a McDouble and he took out the meat and the cheese and he added bacon and he put it between 2 Krispy Kreme donuts.
It's delicious looking.
And he ate that. And he was like quoting the nutritional facts. He was talking a mile a minute. He was just, it's better than this one. It's not as good as this one.
Eating very robotically.
He instantly became one of our new favorite people.
He's a classic.
And he's a likable guy. Looks like he'd never screw anyone over in their life. And he just loves burgers. So I'm going to give you guys a choice. We can do Mr. Spurger with a Wendy's pretzel burger, an In-N-Out triple meat.
Ooh, that one.
A Denny's slam burger, or a Mr. Burger Nation's fish sandwich. You get to choose.
I think the In-N-Out triple burger or the Denny's smash burger.
I'm going to go Denny's smash burger if those are the two choices you're giving me. Shut the F up. Karen, becoming a member for her 14th month, says, haven't been able to listen the last few weeks, but I thought I would stop in and say hi. Hope everyone is good. I mean, we're very good. We're 200 into tomorrow.
Everyone's angry with us for some reason.
We've upset people and caused them to have a mental breakdown in front. Don't have mental breakdowns in front of people.
Dude, he literally just went so far off the rails. We're talking about an OnlyFans doing sexual funny things together. And he's like, the whore cunt wife fucks everyone but you.
This whore cunt. Oh, boy, that guy is damaged.
Jesus Christ.
Are we ready to watch Mr. Spurger devour a Denny's slam burger?
I'm so broken after that, listener.
Dude, I'm sorry. It's just, he's so perfect. Like the way he's meticulous in the way he describes everything.
He's your perfect
eats
autist.
Like a robot. He's a perfect autist. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, you had to get a shot of the prize claw machine. All right, here we go. Here's our boy. Ow! Fuck. All right, here we go.
Back with Mr. Burgers, and we're at another place that serves burgers because that's what we eat, burgers.
See? He catches you up, like last time on Mr. Spurger.
Does his shirt say, I'm bringing Grumpy back?
I love this guy. See, I love him. He's happy. He's positive. He's got fun shirts on.
Does Denny's have good burgers? I've never had
Does
one.
Denny's have good anything? Denny's is...
I don't know.
Denny's is for function. It's like, I need to throw...
And fucking their waiters, right?
And if you're a golfer, you fuck the waitresses. Yeah. But Denny's is for like, I need to throw something that the FDA has classified as food into my system. Denny's will do.
Okay.
This is the burger with an egg on it, a sunny side up egg.
It's dripping all over his hand.
And he was like squeezing it like it was in a press or
You got to get the juice out.
Bite
Drippy,
it.
I'm going to start on it right now.
Oh, wow. Looks like April's hand after sex.
Yellow?
Well, it's not yellow, of course.
His cum's actually yellow because it's the Hulkamania
They have
cum.
yellow cum.
These extra napkins are useful.
You ever seen a hand and mouth wipe at the same time?
I know.
He doesn't waste time. He doesn't fuck around. He knows our time is valuable.
Yeah.
You gonna say anything about it or?
No.
All right, guys, I'm gonna fuck off and eat this burger. Leave me alone for a while, and I'll come tell you about it.
He just kind of sexily lets you watch.
Right?
Like,
We're just a voyeur to his burger experience.
oh. Please squirt that in your
He
mouth.
means business. All over the fries. Does he make a puddle or does he go all over the fries?
Puddle.
Okay. Oh, hold on. It's a good camera you got there.
All right, the fry has some egg on it.
He's the happiest motherfucker.
Chew with your mouth closed.
You let Mr. Spurger eat.
How many calories in that water?
Me 1, burger 0.
All right,
so it's review time. For taste, I'll go with a 10. I'm a fan of burgers with eggs on them. This isn't just an egg burger, it's a grand slam burger. It's a slam burger. And you could say it's a Bill Miller of burgers because Bill Miller once hit 2 grand slams in one game.
He's the fucking greatest. He's quoting stats. He's got shit.
I was wondering, like, he's done with the food in 2 minutes out of a 6-minute video.
Yeah, like what else is he going to talk about?
What has he got?
This is where he becomes the star of the show.
Right.
The burger doesn't matter. Although we did figure this out from his last video. He's not real he's pretty generous on his ratings. Like he gave the Denny's Slam Burger a 10 out of 10.
Right, there's no room for improvement.
Right. What about when you go to like a really nice place and get like the greatest burger that ever was? You're like, well, it's a 10.
Yeah,
like the Denny's Slam Burger.
He hates that.
Yeah. It's like, oh,
he goes and gets like a Wagyu burger at like a Michelin star restaurant.
Yeah.
He hates it.
Piss on this. It's terrible. I'm going to go to Denny's and get a Slam Burger.
One left-handed and one right-handed, being the only player in history to do that. And Bill Miller was a great baseball player, and I had to mention him.
You two would get along famously.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have met King Autism, and he rules.
I think this is your long-lost brother.
I think we might be related. We need a DNA test.
His burger is just really good. It's a bacon, eggs, and hash browns as your toppings, and a good burger patty as well. It works well together. I mean, I think the first time I had an egg on a burger, I thought it would be kind of weird. And it sounded like some sort of joke, like a Simpsons sketch, like, you know, the Good Morning Burger that Homer once wanted in the Simpsons episode. But
I love the tangents that we get off on.
At the 2-minute, 37-second mark when Homer wanted that burger.
Right, and he's naturally talented in that, like, he seamlessly goes into these transitions. He's not trying to do a bit or trying to do anything. He's just naturally funny.
There are, like, look at the big brains on, what's his name?
It's just Mr. Spurger.
Yeah, he doesn't have a name.
He's just Mr. Spurger.
It works really well, and I would recommend that you get the Slam Burger. It's better than the regular Denny's burgers they have otherwise. Price, I'll be giving it a 6.
Oh, wait a minute. You're going to shit on Denny's for their prices?
Yeah, don't you want to pay for perfection?
Oh, my God.
Don't you get what you pay for?
Denny's probably still has burgers that are $7.99, for God's sake.
That's a great
Prices
deal.
are okay. Well, like some of the deals are good, like the $2, $4, $6, and $8 ones are usually a good deal for the amount of food.
This guy's had it. He's walking away from Mr. Spurger. He's like, damn it, if I hear Bill Miller and The Simpsons referenced in one video, I'm fucking out.
I don't ever want to hear comments about your chin again. Look at that guy back there.
That's me in 50 years.
Oh, and then Mr. Spurgers has one too.
By the way, do you think Mr. Spurger could have been played by Dana Carvey on SNL?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
You get outside of those deals, the prices I'd say are a little higher than they should be. So it's overall the 6 for the price. It's not a bad deal, but I think they could be a little better. Like if you get a build your own burger and you order the special toppings, it comes out a lot more expensive than getting the same toppings on one of their ready-made burgers like a Slam Burger. So
I would love to watch him be a consultant for like Denny's after this and watch him go into kitchens. He'd frustrate the cooks more than like Ace Rothstein did in Casino.
Right.
He'd be like,
I want the same number of blueberries in each muffin.
But this, unlike Ace Rothstein, this motherfucker would count them. Yes. I'm just eyeballing it here, boys, but that looks like there's 27 blueberries in that one and 23 in that one.
Build your own burger, and it can end up costing a lot more if you get the so-called premium toppings costing $1.30 more, and then something that comes with 2 premium toppings only costs maybe $1.50 more. So it ends up not being a great deal to do a build your own burger here.
This motherfucker is a human calculator. I don't think you could write a Asperger's character.
No.
As well as this guy.
Probably not.
He's perfect.
Atmosphere, I will go with a 7. It's a pleasant enough atmosphere, but I felt that when we first got here, a couple of the tables were a little dirty and still had food on them, and it's not particularly busy. I think we should have enough time to keep cleaning. Maybe.
So these lazy whores basically need to do a better job of cleaning this restaurant, because when I come into a Denny's,
he's putting Denny's on blast.
When I go into a Denny's, I demand clean goddamn tables, and I don't want to see a crumb on the floor. So he's kind of getting in Denny's ass about their table cleanliness.
Yeah, he is.
Often, if I go to a Denny's and I don't see a heroin addict knotted out in a booth, I consider that a good atmosphere for a Denny's.
That'd be a good day, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they could be a little understaffed, so that might make it a little more difficult to clean things properly. But overall, it's a pleasant place to eat, but I think it could be maintained a little better if they put more effort into it. Convenience will be an 8. The ordering process was easy. We ordered our food right away, and we were offered water as soon as we sat down. Though I think the food coming out took a little bit longer than I would have liked.
Oh,
but I don't think it's altogether a bad thing, because that means they cooked it properly and took precautions to make sure that it was prepared properly. Or
they were taking their time putting pubes on the guy's burger who said that their tables were a little messy.
Yeah, maybe they're counting an even number of pubes.
Yes.
Weren't preparing the food before he got here.
They go to get his plate, and he's like, yeah, by the way, I did taste the 3 pubes that you guys put in there, just so you know. I picked up on
all
that.
3. One of them was
blonde.
blonde.
I'd say about 20 minutes to get the food here, which is okay, because that means that the food was being made fresher. It wasn't a heat lamp product. So overall, I'll be giving Denny's an 8 out of 10.
Has he been there all day, and it's starting to get dark?
Yeah, why did it get dark suddenly?
So this guy gives Denny's an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
You want to go to a Denny's? That's top-notch dining, according to Mr. Spurger.
Do we even have one around here? I think the closest is like Rogers.
Rogers has one. I know that. Yeah.
It's a solid place to eat. It's a decent place to eat. If you're looking for hamburgers or other foods, you can usually find yourself satisfied at Denny's. It's not as good as some of the best burger chains out there that focus on burgers.
Did he just say the best Burger Kings out there?
I think so. He's talking quickly.
Look, I love Arby's, or I love Denny's, but it's no Burger King.
You can usually find yourself satisfied at Denny's. It's not as good as some of the best burger chains out there that focus on
burger chains. I'm sorry, he didn't say Burger King.
But see, I still thought he said Burger Kings.
Burgers, of course, the Stir Fighter Cafe is the best. But if you're looking for a place to eat and everyone wants to find something to eat, Denny's is a place to recommend. It's quieter than Chili's, and I think the food's a little better as well.
So I ordered... Oh, I forgot about his dad. And then his dad comes on, Mr. Daddy Spurger.
Maybe this is your real dad.
Yeah, and he comes on, and he goes a little ape shit on the stuff he ate, too. He gives you a little review.
This guy gives me some serious creepy vibes.
I want to find out where Mr. Spurger lives, and I want to send him gift cards to different burger places.
I want them to do Perkins, too.
Yeah, it's only fair.
Cobb salad, which was actually pretty good. It had some chunks of meat of some sort, and it had avocado, and it had hard-boiled eggs, and it had...
Babe, he said meat of some sort.
Meat of some sort. He doesn't know what meat was in his Cobb salad. But it was meat of some sort.
And it was pretty good.
Yeah. That's all you need to know.
We're not doing mystery meats.
Do you really need to know what meat it is if it tastes good and you enjoyed yourself?
Oh, yes, I always prefer to know what kind of meat it is.
Dude, if I were Denny's, I would pay these guys to come in and review all the menu items because they're really, the bar is low. They're low maintenance.
A Ponderosa should get a hold of these guys, too.
All you need to do if you're Denny's is go, hey, come eat our stuff and rate it. And they're like, well, the meat was some sort of meat of some kind. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Can you imagine if these two met Ed and Michelle and they went out for dinner together? With their wedding.
Ed and Michelle would be very nice to them.
I'm sure.
Spring mix salad greens, which were pretty good, and some other stuff that I didn't eat. Not bad.
Fucking RFK Jr. over here reviewing his salad.
And I will give it an 8, which is to say above average for what I would normally.
Oh, Mr. Spurger was waving at that lady. Oh.
Eating at a Denny's. So I recommend it. If you're at Denny's, get the comp salad.
I'm down to like one Stouffer's.
He's letting his son know.
That is all for this episode of Mr. Burgers. Join us next time.
What the fuck was that? I love the move. I think it's great.
I think he was doing like one of those like Nick at Night like wizard like things.
Oh, I thought maybe it was just a tick that he has.
No, I think he was doing a wizard wand.
Oh.
With his stir stick.
Whatever it is, do it every video.
I'm still stuck on his dad gave an 8 out of 10 to a sandwich or a salad that he doesn't know what kind of meat it is and he didn't eat part of it.
It looks like beef.
But he doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He's a low maintenance guy. You know?
It looks like he never eats.
That is all for this episode of Mr. Burgers. Join us next time, and I think next time I will be going for some non-burgers. Because I'm running out of burger places. That's right, non-burgers. And we are out.
I fucking love it. Jesse Radin is Mr. Burgers. Okay, so Jesse Radin. I got to get in touch with that guy. And we got to send him gift cards to his favorite places. I like him.
I'm worried about that guy, the dad.
The dad?
I'm worried about him for many reasons.
The dad's he's a little look. You are right. Figure out the meat you're eating before eating. I'm so plugged up right now. Like it's filling up.
My throat is bad too. I've had
throat,
multiples.
it's nose, it's eyes. We've got a couple of minutes left today, and
do you want to piss anyone else off today?
I mean, it seems like I piss people off more when I just don't know I'm pissing people off.
Isn't it weird? Like, I really hope, I always have hope for these people that someday they look inside themselves and realize, look, it's me. But they won't.
No, oh my God,
They can't.
never. Never, ever, 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 ever. Absolutely not. At any rate, we've got a lot coming up tonight. We're going to give another VIP away on the evening show, and
we actually just put all of our VIPs in a bucket. We're giving one to you.
We're not giving away the human beings.
We're giving away people here.
What we're as far as tonight goes, we're going to give away the VIP, and I hope to God that if Gray Duckling tries, that he wins.
I do too. He tried 9 times last night.
I don't want to see Gray Duckling lose ever, ever, ever again. Make sure you get those tickets to our show with Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart, which is coming up Saturday, October 21st. Let me just go ahead and copy the link here.
I'm sure that'll make people upset too.
There we
don't
go.
tell them that we have cool people coming to do shows with us.
Certainly don't know. That'll fuck them up. Let me just get the link there and put that up in the chat one more time. Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart coming to, there we go. There's the link in the chat. Coming to Partners Pub in Sartell. Looking to sell that one out, just like the anniversary show. We got 2 months to do it. Yeah. Also, Nick Rekieta is going to be there. Doors open at 7:30. The show starts at 8:30. It's at Partners Pub in Sartell, Saturday, October 21st. The link to tickets are in the chat and pinned to the top of the page. So be sure you go ahead and check that out. Also, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for your steel toe coffee, April's Magic Bean, and the Steel Toe Select Anniversary Coffee, which is only on sale through the end of the month. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The links are in both the Rumble and now the YouTube chat. There we go. All right, we will talk to you tonight at 7 o'clock. April, thank you very much for filling in for Johnny today.
Thank you. Hopefully he's feeling better.
Corey is apparently live right now, so go check him out, and we will talk to you again